Yes, Majority Leader.
Yes, so Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, there was an earlier Cocoa Board Amendment Bill pending in the House. So it was that one that was withdrawn, and this bill that the committee considered was laid. So this is to be withdrawn again to incorporate the amendment and then to be relayed. So what was withdrawn was the earlier bill that was pending in the House.
You are right. The earlier one that was withdrawn was Cocoa Board Amendment Bill. But the one that was laid after withdrawing that one is Cocoa Board Bill. Now it is the Cocoa Board Bill that they are seeking to withdraw and then do the relaying. Yes, Deputy Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to seek the leave of the House through you to withdraw the Cocoa Board Bill that was laid sometime last week. And Mr. Speaker, as leader indicated, the committee has done extensive work on it. And so we will want to withdraw and lay the one that has incorporated a lot of views from our friends on the other side and everybody, so we can attend to it expeditiously. Another reason why we need to do this also is the fact that we need to lay it under certificate of urgency. And so once we get a leave, we can lay it and make the appropriate request to you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable Habib.
Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Minister responsible for Finance, withdrawing the bill, have not been able to fully explain to us, because previously, as Speaker rightly said, when the initial bill was withdrawn and then a new bill was laid, the reason that you gave us was the same reasons you gave us when you were withdrawing it. In this current bill you are withdrawing, you are only seeking to say that you want it to be under certificate of agency and nothing more of incorporating and expanding something. Because the earlier one you withdrew, that was the same thing you said. That you can be able to incorporate the entire thing.
Honorable Deputy Whip, with all due respect, we have all listened to the minister. The first bill, the reason that was given was that it was an amendment to the Cocoa Board Bill. Now they have overhauled the entire bill. Is no longer going to be an amendment, and it is coming as a substantive bill. That was the basis per the record. Hence, the Cocoa Board Bill was introduced. Today, he's telling us that the committee has done some work on it. They want to integrate the work of the committee into the bill to reduce the volume of amendment on the floor. Hence, withdrawal. So the rules allow the person who introduced a bill to come and then withdraw same.
Mr. Speaker, yes, it's within his right to withdraw the bill. But, Mr. Speaker, part of our practices too, if there are amendments, it can be captured as part of the committee report. If there are amendments, that the amendment so proposed in withdrawing the bill can be incorporated into the committee report. If it is the case that you are going to withdraw and relay because you seek to do under certificate of agency, say so for the records. But it cannot be the case. The second reason you gave with regards to laying it under certificate of agency, you have not given us any reason. And what is agent about that bill? What is agent about it?
Habib, on this occasion, you are out of order. It is only upon the introduction of the bill that the request for the bill to be considered under certificate of urgency is made. But at the point of withdrawal of a bill, there cannot be any request for laying under certificate of urgency. We are at the point of withdrawal. We are not at the point of laying. So, honourable members, the Cocoa Board bill, yes.
Mr. Speaker, the minister is not satisfying Order 159 and Order 160. And, Mr. Speaker, it cannot just be the case that he is laying it, we are referring it to the committee under certificate of agency. Mr. Speaker, it cannot be. He did not.
Honorable Habib, at this point, the bill is being withdrawn. What we are talking about has got to do with laying. That's why I'm saying you are out of order. Honorable members, the Cocoa Board Bill 2026 is accordingly withdrawn. Consequently, the item numbered 8E V is also withdrawn.
Mr. Speaker, yes. It's against the rules for you to give directive that the bill is withdrawn. The standing orders doesn't give you that power. It gives the House the power. Read standing order 172 well. Mr. Speaker, 173. Mr. Speaker, and I read standing order 173. Mr. Speaker, standing order 173 reads that a sponsor may withdraw a bill by the leave of the House, not the Speaker. By the leave of the House, not the Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, let the House determine that. Yes. So, Mr. Speaker, it's the leave of the House, not the leave of the Speaker.
Honourable members, it is trite learning that the practice of the House is that leave is granted, the Speaker having listened to the majority and the minority leader. I have listened to the majority leader, I have listened to the minority side. There hasn't been any opposition to the withdrawal of the bill. Rather, the Deputy Minority Whip, Habib, is wrongly placing on record issues that should have been placed on record when you are laying a bill. So, honourable members have not flouted any order of the House. Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. Similarly, the Finance Minister wants to withdraw the Public Procurement Amendment Bill 2026, and he would request the leave of the House to do that.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to seek clarification from the majority leader whether when this bill is withdrawn, whether it will be reintroduced. Majority leader, I just seek clarification whether you would, if when withdraw, whether
Honorable Habib, that is for the person withdrawing the bill to do. He is just making an application that instead of the Finance Minister, the Deputy Finance Minister should withdraw. So that question can be posed to the Deputy Finance Minister when he is withdrawing the bill.
Mr. Speaker, after some consultation with the Finance Ministry, the understanding is that the procurement bill is not really of an urgent nature. So there's no need to rush it through not the report. The bill has been laid, but it's not urgent. The idea was to withdraw and then bring it under certificate of urgency. But the Finance Minister says that there's really nothing urgent about it. So we'll leave it as it is.
Yes, Deputy Finance Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as leader rightly stated, we are not seeking to relay that bill under certificate of urgency. We have laid it, it's been referred to the Finance Committee. The committee is yet to consider the bill, and so we'll go through the process. So it should remain laid. Thank you.
You said they should remain laid. So you are no longer withdrawing. Very well. Yes, Majority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, if we can vary the order of business and go back to statements.
Very well. Before going back to item number 7, honourable members, permit me to acknowledge the presence of students from Presbyterian Senior High School, led by Reverend Father Richard Bosman, a teacher. They are from Upper West Akim, they numbered 77. Then we have New Height Academy, led by Bernard Kofi Gajepo, a teacher. They are from Anyasu Otum, they numbered 19. Then we have Pro Passion Projects, led by Joseph Odote, director. They are from La Dadekotopon, they numbered 5. We also have Accra Girls Senior High School, led by Patrick Owusu Ansa, a teacher. They are from Ayawaso North. They numbered 81. Then we have Kufuor Technical University, led by Nomolex Solomon Kofi Adher, lecturer. They are from New Job and South. They numbered 50. Honourable members, on your behalf, I welcome them to Parliament of Ghana and urge them to have a fruitful visit. Then, honourable members, we have a study visit by 2 senior officers from the Parliament of Sierra Leone to Parliament of Ghana, staying with us from Monday, 27, to Friday, 31st July, 2026. Our members, our visitors are Mr. Bernard Fatoma, Audit Compliance Officer, and then you have Miss Mamusu Conte, Senior Internal Auditor. Honourable members, on behalf of the House, I welcome the delegation to Parliament and wish them fruitful deliberations whilst in Parliament. Now we turn to statements. Honourable members, I will then inform the timekeepers. By agreement, we are treating it as statement. So you have 5 minutes to comment on the statement. I'm therefore drawing the attention of the timekeepers to it and drawing the attention of the members to it that when the 5 minutes is up, your phone will be off. Your microphone will be off. I then proceed to give the floor to Honorable Abuna Osei Asari. Yes, Honorable Jerry Ahmed.
Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker has agreed there should be some decorum. There should be some silence when members are doing their submissions or commentaries. Speaker, in all of this is just to ensure that we have a very smooth conversation on this matter so that there won't be unnecessary, respectfully, unnecessary interjections. It's just for your attention, Speaker. So
yes, leadership has guided me during conclave.
Very well.
So I'll do exactly the same.
Thank you.
Yes, you have the floor. Your time starts now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, every credible fiscal assessment will have to start from the revenue. And Mr. Speaker, the total revenue and grants amounted to 268 and government says half year is supposed to do 126. We see a shortfall of close to 2 billion. And Mr. Speaker, the shortfall of close to 2 billion has to do with domestic goods, taxes on domestic goods and services. That alone saw a shortfall of 6.8 billion. Mr. Speaker, when you drill down, VAT tells some story. It tells a story that people are not buying, businesses are not flourishing, and that is how come you see a fall in VAT and excise duty tax. You see a fall of 2.3 billion for VAT and excise duty as well. Mr. Speaker, VAT does not respond to the press conferences, the slogans, and the yeah. VAT responds to economic activities. And so far as economic activities is not going on, is not truly moving, the economy is not moving. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, there was a shortfall of revenue to the tune of 5 billion Ghana cedis upon all the 8 new taxes that the government puts in place in 2025. So that is what we should be asking ourselves. What is happening? What is happening that we are seeing a huge shortfall in our taxes, even though we keep on increasing taxes or coming up with new revenue handles? Then, Mr. Speaker, I go to expenditure. Mr. Speaker, for expenditure, same time last year, half year 2025, we saw expenditure fall by 18.5 billion. But this year, half year, expenditure is down by 31.3 billion Ghana cedis. Government is therefore not balancing the books, Mr. Speaker. They are is balancing the books by just not spending. And if spending's not spending at the right places, Mr. Speaker, capital expenditure saw a downward trend of 14.3 billion. And for me, an MP from Etiwa East, where we have the Osino Enyinem Konongo bypass, you not spending on capital expenditure means I am not getting the roads completed. And that is a sad story. So if government comes to say that I'm living within my means, but is not spending in the right places, Mr. Speaker, economic activity is not flourishing, and it will not help develop the economy. We are stifling growth by not spending in the right places. Mr. Speaker, again, what I hear the minister talk about is the fact that, yes, they have given monies to the assemblies, but have you checked the Auditor General's reports that all the 3 billion, the minister increased allocations to the district assemblies to the tune of 3 billion, but have you checked the infractions? That has also escalated. So you don't just give the monies, but you also strengthen internal controls. Go and check, Mr. Speaker, the infractions increased from 18 million to 134 million in 2025. So that is what we should check. Spend in the right places and make sure the internal controls are strong. Mr. Speaker, one thing that also, raises a lot of concern is an expenditure item in the end of 2025 budget that had to do with gold board. Mr. Speaker, I am concerned because I realized that in the last quarter, that was when 4.5 billion Ghana cedis was transferred to one agency. But then let me ask our ministers here, whether in the last quarter, all your allocations were made to you. Fortunately, we were told that these monies went on the 30th or 31st December. You ask yourself, 48 hours to the end of the financial year. That is when government decides to transfer 4.5 billion Ghana cedis to one agency. Mr. Speaker, that notwithstanding, that same agency, yesterday, the IMF produced the reports of the 6th review. And Mr. Speaker, listen to what the IMF said. And that has to do with this very same agency. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I read. In completing the review, the Executive Board approved a waiver of non-observance of the end December 2025 performance criteria pertaining to the ceiling on Bank of Ghana. Bank of Ghana claims on central government and public entities, and that they breached the margin due to the cost-sharing arrangement under the domestic gold purchase program. So, Mr. Speaker, by Bank of Ghana spending close to $900 million on the gold board, if they hadn't waived this, we wouldn't have passed the 6th review. This is not Abna saying it. This is the IMF saying it. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to look at these things and make sure we do things and do it rightly. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, you go to page 145 of the 2026 reports. Government promised the people of Ghana 800 new jobs.
Honorable member, your time is up. Honorable members, it's now the turn of Honorable Lata Issa. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me thank the Minister of Finance for the mid-year review presented to Parliament. Mr. Speaker, the performance of a budget should reflect in the livelihoods of people on all economic ages. If you look at household, inflation is relatively stable within the 8 to 10% inflation band. That guarantees predictability and easy planning. Mr. Speaker, if you have an economy that has an environment of interest bank lending rate falling from about 32% to 15.6%, Ghana reference rate falling from about 29% to 10.06%, and you also have the policy rate falling from about 29% to 14%. That guarantees easy and cheaper source of capital for private sector. And I'm not surprised that access to private capital has grown by 22.8%. Mr. Speaker, Ghana, indeed, after the presentation of the mid-year review, we had one press conference addressed by 3 speakers. Mr. Speaker, it is worth noting to understand that the external sector of Ghana has improved. Ghana is now respected. Ghana is no longer described as a junk economy. All rating agencies across the globe has rated Ghana stable with a positive macro outlook. Mr. Speaker, I will premise my submission on debunking only one thing. The thing is that the minority always keep referencing Forson is not spending, Forson is not spending, and Forson is not generating revenue. Mr. Speaker, I have the fiscal performance of Ghana from 2017 to 2026. Let's look at revenue. Mr. Speaker, 2017, I will grant MPP that their best years were 2017, 2018, and 2019. Because after that, anything you tell them, they will say it's COVID. So let's narrow it down to their best performance. Mr. Speaker, in 2017, they budgeted to raise 44.96 billion. They ended up by getting 41.25 billion, making a net realized revenue of 3.71 billion. In 2018, they budgeted to raise 49.40 billion. They ended up by getting 46.81 billion, losing about 2.59 billion. In 2019, they budgeted to raise 58.91 billion. They only had 54.56 billion, making a loss of 4.34 billion. These are your best results in your best years. But Mr. Speaker, the same finance minister they say he's not spending, in 2025, he budgeted to raise 229.95 billion. He had 226.49 billion. He only lost 3.46 billion. On what grounds, what temerity do you have to say that Forson is not raising enough revenue? Mr. Speaker, let's look at expenditure execution. It is also important to stop the politics that they are doing. In fact, in expenditure, Dr. Forson that they say he is not spending, the best years under President Akufo-Addo, 2017, 2018, and 2019, they spent in excess of 40. The budget execution in terms of expenditure for 2017 was 94.5%, 2018 95.7%, and 2019 96.5%. Forson in 2025 spent 94.4%. On what grounds are you saying he's not spending? Mr. Speaker, there is no better way of measuring whether a budget is performing or not. This is the scorecard on budget execution. In 2017, the revenue execution was moderate. Expenditure execution was restrained. That's the word that was given by the IMF, restrained. Overall score was amber. It means that the economy was given a caution. And the reason they gave was that consolidation began, but the capital spending and arrears require examination. In 2018, your revenue performance was described as weak. Your expenditure was below. Mr. Speaker, let me just say one thing, Mr. Speaker. In 2021, MPP added 47.4 billion Ghana cedis in 1 year. In 2022, they did 84.5% in 1 year. In 2023, they added 162 billion in one single year. And in 2024, they added 116 billion Ghana cedis in 1 year. President Akufo-Addo has the record of having borrowed more than all presidents combined from Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. The scorecard for Dr. Forson is reflected in price stability. The scorecard for Dr. Forson has reflected
Honourable members, it's now the turn of Honourable Patrick Yaw-Buama.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a government that has raised so much money and cannot even pay doctors, nurses, and teachers. And the minister is very comfortable reporting this to us, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a government that promised to create 800,000 jobs couldn't report to us during the media review. That is for the NDC government. Mr. Speaker, let me refer you to...
There's a problem.
Hello. Then you have to restart.
Yes.
Yes.
Please hold the time for him.
So now, all right. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me refer the House to paragraph 464, 465, and 466 of the review, especially on 466. Government is therefore proposing further reforms in 3 key areas: shortening procurement lead times, limiting the use of single-source procurement, and tightening restricted tendering. Mr. Speaker, that is good. But, Mr. Speaker, go to the Finance Minister's constituency. I'm going to demonstrate to this House 3 very key projects that he's gone against what he's reporting to this House. 1, the Mankasim Ajumaku Swedru Road is 111 kilometers. It's going to cost this country about $250 million. Single source procurement. Secondly, he is going to build a military barracks in Ajumaku at 200 million Ghana cedis. Number 3, he is going to build a specialist hospital. The Ajumaku military barracks is also a single source procurement procedure that was used. The specialist hospital, instead of siting it in Cape Coast, is bringing it to Ajumaku at 850 million Ghana cedis, almost $80 million on a restricted tender basis, Mr. Speaker. So if the minister comes to tell us that he's tightening procurement rules and regime, then I don't believe in what he's talking about. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the constituency chairman of the Minister of Finance is the chair of the Central Tender Review Committee. Yes. Hey, Professor Kwanzaa, you can check. His constituent is also the deputy CEO at the Public Procurement Authority. Jesus Christ. Mr. Speaker, and the Ministry of Finance supervises the PPA. Conflict of interest and abuse. Mr. Speaker, let me withdraw that bit of conflict of interest. Mr. Speaker, that is the position. That is the Minister of Finance wanting to restrict.
You said the whole thing that you want to withdraw. Please withdraw.
In this country.
Please, you say you want to withdraw. Please withdraw.
I renew that bit of conflict of interest. Mr. Speaker, it's on. It's on. Are you the Speaker? Sit down.
Honourable members, the statement that
Speaker,
the Finance Minister is in conflict of interest is expunged from the record as if it doesn't exist.
Mr. Speaker, I've mentioned the Ajumaku Road. I've mentioned the military barracks. The people of Ajumaku need jobs, but he decided to send them a military barracks. That's his problem. Mr. Speaker, the specialist hospital, Cape Coast has one of the best hospitals. He's decided to site a specialist hospital over 850 million Ghana cedis in the Ajumaku. That's fine, but the cocoa farmers in the Ajumaku have still not been paid, Mr. Speaker. The cocoa farmers in Ajumaku want to be paid. And that is what Ghanaians want. Mr. Speaker, this House, I'm proud that you are a member of the committee. We passed the Tree Crop Development Authority Act, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, under Section 26 of the Act, we mentioned the tree crops that this Act was going to support, including oil palm. In the 2026 main budget, he came here to tell us that he was going to spend over $500 million to revive the oil palm sector through the Ghana.
Majority Leader, you may stop his time for him.
Mr. Speaker, ordinarily, I will not be interrupting a senior member in debate. But repeatedly, he kept saying that the finance minister has sent a hospital project to his constituency. Mr. Speaker, I have been lobbying to have a hospital project in my constituency. And the person who sends hospital projects is the Minister for Health, not the Minister for Finance. It's the Minister for Health. If you talk about paying, of course, it is paid from government chest. But the person who sends it is the Minister for Health. So let's be accurate. And the roads are sent by the Minister for Roads, not by the Minister for Finance. So let us be accurate in our rendition of what happens in this country.
Mr. Speaker, that's unlike the majority leader. He's been in this House and knows that the Minister of Finance has a lot of influence in determining where projects go. It's on record, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I see that they are interrupting, but I'll go to the 1,200 megawatts power plant that the minister is seeking.
Well, your time is up. Yes.
Speaker, I respectfully thought that we came to an addendum that we shall be having commentaries without any form of interruptions. Speaker, if you look at 122 of the standing orders, there was no point of order. There was none whatsoever from my respected majority leader. And Speaker, we all have agreed that if we are not careful, the time that we are all waiting to use properly, we may end up interrupting debates and commentaries.
Yes.
Yes, Speaker.
Jerry, I agree perfectly with you. You've all listened to Honorable Boama. Where I sit, if the rules are breached, I know. You see, if our debate can be devoid of personal attack, I think there will not be any need to do a point of order. Where we are, Jerry, with your position as a deputy whip, you are in a position of influence. So if you use the influence to send to lobby for a project in your constituency, doesn't mean you are the one sending this thing. You see? So please, if your brother or your constituent is working at a place, does it put you in a position of conflict of interest? Honourable members, it's now the turn of Titus Bayo. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to comment on the statement made by the Honourable Minister for Finance. Mr. Speaker, I think the Honourable Minister delivered for me what would be one of the most inspiring statements in this House. It encapsulates indeed the Ghana that we want. He told us the country the present administration inherited. He told us how he worked hard with his team to clear up the mess. And if he had stopped there, he would have been lamenting. but instead of lamentation, he took us through the structures that he used to stabilize the economy, and he assured us that the stabilization was not a destination. It was the price that we needed to pay as an entry, and from there we were to make progress. Mr. Speaker, he further told us plans that the government has to ensure that the future is properly taken care of. For instance, he mentioned to us that money has been set aside for a project that is yet to commence, the Accra-Kumasi Expressway. This is one of the first time that even before a project is started, sword is cut, assurances is given of money that has been made available. He has put money in the sinking fund to take care of expenditure that will be due in future. We have been in this country where, Mr. Speaker, previous administrations have borrowed and borrowed and borrowed and asked us to clap for them for borrowing. Instead, we have a finance minister and a government that is making proper plans to settle debts that will be due in future. He has also come up with what we call the Gas to Power initiative, which will reduce by 75% our production cost for energy if this is materialized. So I could not agree more that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, through the finance minister, has indeed moved the economy of Ghana from the emergency room to a wellness center. And for those who are not medically inclined, moving from the emergency room to a wellness center involves a lot of stages. You need to treat the person, which is what he has done, settled our debts, and creditably discharged us from the IMF, and taking us through the general ward by stabilization, and finally, he is making sure that we do not fall back to that level of illness, which is that we don't borrow recklessly and end up in debt. Mr. Speaker, there have been accusations that the finance minister is not spending. If spending is spending recklessly, then the finance minister is indeed not spending. But if it is spending prudently, then he is spending. Mr. Speaker, the finance minister is spending prudently, and I can attest to that fact. Nursing trainee allowances of 144 million cedis has been paid. Ghana Medical Trust, the Mahama Care, has received 1.1 billion, and that has real manifestation in our life. If your relation is a patient, is one of the 22 patients who recently got treatment at the Kolebu Cardiac Catheterization Lab from complex procedures that they would have traveled out of this country, then you will know that the finance minister is spending, and spending prudently. If you are a beneficiary of the National Health Insurance Scheme, you've gone to the hospital and your insurance card is working, and you know that the finance minister has paid 4.5 billion to the National Health Insurance Authority, then you will know that he's spending, and he's spending prudently, and you will not accuse him of not spending. The finance minister has spent 533 million Ghana cedis on the no-fee stress. If you are a student in the first year of tertiary institution in Ghana here that have benefited from this, you will not agree with anybody that makes the argument that our finance minister is not spending. You will rather agree that he's spending, but spending prudently. Mr. Speaker, in fact, I am particularly touched by some revelations from this statement of the finance minister, and that is investment in the most vulnerable sectors of our society. The conscience of the nation is judged by how it takes care of the most vulnerable. If a finance minister has taken 950,000 people out of the bracket of multidimensionally poor people, will you say that he's not spending? If he has spent 485 million to pay
All members, I then move back to Honorable Kojo Opon Nkrumah. Yes, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the statement that was delivered by the Minister for Finance. Mr. Speaker, Section 28 of the Public Financial Management Act, which makes statutory the presentation of the mid-year review, is quite clear. it is a platform for the minister to account for how much of the economic program of the year has been executed and how much has not been executed. This morning, we saw the government communications machinery in overdrive, claiming on some of the TV stations that this is the first time a finance minister has presented the mid-year review and has not requested for more money. That's palpably false. This is not the first time a finance minister has presented a mid-year review and has not requested for more resources. In fact, what has happened for the first time is that this is the first time a finance minister has presented the mid-year review and has not been able to tell the country how much of the economic program has been executed and how much has not been executed. And I could hear some of my colleagues on the other side laboring under the argument that they want to prove that some spending is going on. Mr. Speaker, let me ask them to go to Appendix 2A. It's in the document that you have. And in Appendix 2A, you will find out, Mr. Speaker, that this government, this minister, made promises of projects, jobs, and programs to the tune of 30 billion Ghana cedis, which it has not executed as at half year. As at half year, they have under-executed the budget. The reason for which many of you don't have projects going on in your constituency is because they have under-executed the budget by 30 billion Ghana cedis. And Mr. Speaker, that 30 billion Ghana cedis is jobs, is projects, is programs that they promised that they were going to deliver. And it was baffling to hear the finance minister then go on Joy News to argue that he is not spending as much as he programmed to spend because the MPP signed up with the IMF on a 1.5% primary balance. That's laughable because that 1.5% primary balance is supposed to be achieved after you have executed your economic policy. So how do you use it as a basis not to execute? And what is worse, Mr. Speaker, is that he is now signaling that in 2027, he is going to lower the primary balance to 0.5. You know what that means? It means that all the so-called fiscal discipline they are talking about, they are going to lower the so-called fiscal discipline. Why? Because we are getting closer to elections, Abi. So now they are going to lower the primary balance from 1.5 to 0.5. Mr. Minister, the solution is not in lowering the primary balance. The solution is in paying more attention to your revenue measures so that you get the revenues that you need. Now, Mr. Speaker, when you fail to execute 30 billion Ghana cedis worth of projects in your budget, let me show you what it is. You see the money you are supposed to spend on flood control programs. The World Bank says because of your expenditure encumbrances, you refuse to spend so that your books will look good on paper. When the floods came, 34 people died, 6 went missing. That's the cost of what you are doing. The Agric Ministry needed about 1.6 billion Ghana cedis for fertilizers and other things. You claimed you had released it. The minister came and told everybody that that was untrue. And now, what is going on out there, ask those who go to the market the price of just one tomato. You will see the value of what you are doing. The education minister said he needed to recruit tens of thousands of young Ghanaians. Because you are not giving financial clearance because you want your books to look nice, they are sitting home and they are struggling with recruitment. Look at the health minister complaining that he wishes he could recruit more. But because you want your figures to look good, the people are sitting at home. And because you are not giving financial clearance for people to be recruited on 1-3-3 shift, they are all sitting at home. There's no single NDC chairman or women's organizer whose child is working on a 1-3-3 shift. And that is the evidence of your failure. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, let me speak in Twi and I'll translate contemporaneously into English. What's the young country there? Inflation 5%, you know. Where we marry? Appropriate scale for Chrome to be antazi. Now inflation are from to which, Mr. Speaker, our mothers who sell in the market say they've seen what you are doing. You have sterilized all the money, so there's no money to execute demand. And that is why you calculate that inflation is down. Abosu Okai spare parts for no. He promised to reduce import duties. He has increased
Honourable
it.
members, order.
Mr. Speaker, I want to end
with
by
all due
serving
respect.
notice, and notice is hereby served.
Honourable
The
members,
next
order.
MPP government under the leadership of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia will ensure that we have inflation at low rates that will not cost the Bank of Ghana 16 billion Ghana cedis. The next MPP government under Dr. Bawumia will ensure that the currency is stable and we won't lose $900 million. You lose $900 million at the Bank of Ghana.
Honourable member, your time is up. Honourable members, can we listen to each other in silence? Please. It's now the turn of Eric Afu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make a contribution to the media budget review. You are happy that I'm up to speak. Mr. Speaker, let me commend the Finance Minister so much for his courageous and efficient delivery of the media budget review. And let me commend him again for staying within the appropriation. For staying within the appropriation of 357 billion Ghana cedis. It is telling you that he knew what he did. It is telling you that he's very efficient and effective and responsible. Mr. Speaker, let me quote the Finance Minister. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has not met its first half targets. It has exceeded them. This is where you should stand. Mr. Speaker, the domestic revenue and grants, we appropriated to achieve 7.9% of GDP. We did 7.8% first half of the year. That is the revenue target. So I don't know why you are saying that revenue is understated. Mr. Speaker, let me come to the expenditure pattern. I don't know why my colleagues are saying that we are not spending. Go to the budget review and quote the total expenditure. Total expenditure on commitment basis was 8.0% of GDP against half-year target of 9.9%. So what are you talking about? Mr. Speaker, let me run them through some of the expenditure. Let me outline some of the expenditure that we did. Mr. Speaker, compensation, when take the appropriation, was supposed to be 57, supposed to be 90 billion for the entire year. How much have we spent? 48.8% for the first half of the year. Mr. Speaker, interest rates. Interest, we're supposed to pay about 57 billion. What have we done? Let me quote from the review. 21.5 billion for interest payment. Also, to honor our international debt obligation, an amount of $700 million for Eurobond debt service and interest has been paid. Lastly, to restore confidence in our financial system, an amount of 10 billion to domestic bondholders. Domestic bondholders. What does it mean? It means that we have multiplier effects in our economy. That's the government expenditure. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about stable macroeconomic conditions in the country. What does this signify in the country? Mr. Speaker, it is telling you that Ghana has joined, Mr. Speaker, its colleagues, Benin, Cape Verde, La Côte d'Ivoire, and Togo. These are the countries which have satisfied the convergence criteria for the establishment of ECO in West Africa Monetary Zone. Ghana is one of them. And let me say that next year we are inaugurating the ECO. Next year we are inaugurating the ECO. Ghana is one of them. Mr. Speaker, let me run you through the convergence criteria for you to see. First of all, the primary convergence criteria, that's the budget deficit. Ghana has qualified. Budget deficit should be less or equal to 3% of GDP. Now, where are we now? We are doing 2.1%, which is better. Mr. Speaker, we are saying that annual average inflation should be less or equal to 5%. Ghana is doing 3.2% to 5.4% as of June 2026. Mr. Speaker, the central bank financial budget deficit should be 10%, no, 10%. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is doing zero. Ghana is doing zero. Bank of Ghana is not financing our budget deficit. Mr. Speaker, let me say that with respect to gross international reserves, what we are doing is that we are on course. Mr. Speaker, what are we saying? Mr. Speaker, this budget review is one of the best budget reviews so far, simply because we knew.
Honourable Member, your time is up. It's now the turn of Honourable Asafoaje. Honourable Asafoaje, you have the floor.
Tell them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker, I want to also raise some few points on the media review. The Speaker, the media review is supposed to do a few things. One of them is to tell the government's projection or the government achievement with respect to the budget it presented to this House. The second one, which majority of the youth are looking up to, is to tell the people the jobs that this budget that was presented to us have been able to achieve. The Speaker, it is sad to present that the budget that was presented to us in 2026, or for the 2026 year, the Speaker outlined a few items that will create jobs. One is a big push that is supposed to create 490,000 jobs. The second is a garment factory, 3 new garment factory that is supposed to create 20,000 jobs. The third one is 7 new agro plant processing factories that are supposed to produce or provide 700,000 new jobs. The oil palm, which is supposed to provide 250,000 jobs. And then we have special service, farm service centers, which is supposed to provide another thousands of specified jobs. Mr. Speaker, when you put all these jobs together, the budget that was presented is providing 800,000 jobs. Mr. Speaker, aside the 800,000 jobs, it makes provision for the National Apprenticeship Program, the National Codes, the Ejumera, the Big Push, and the 24-hour economy. Mr. Speaker, I beg to submit that the review that was presented here, the Speaker, is sad, and the Ghanaian youth are so disappointed that the review could not, Mr. Speaker, tell us the number of jobs that have been provided as we speak now or by the review. Mr. Speaker, when you even look at the allocations that have been earmarked or specified recently, Mr. Speaker, you notice that the Ejumera, so far, they have provided only 34.5 million, which is about 21% of the earmark allocation supposed to be given to them. The Speaker, remaining or reserving 78.4%. As we speak now, that has not gone. The Speaker, the National Apprenticeship, they only earmark or have disbursed 45 million. The Speaker, as we speak now, it is about 26.5% of the jobs that was of the percentage that is supposed to go to them. This is what we are facing. This is the reality of the review. This is where the majority of Ghanaian youth are disappointed. Mr. Speaker, when you go to the budget and trade, largely, Mr. Speaker, it is talking about creating 2 new cashew processing factories, revitalizing the Commander Sugar Factory, Volta Star Textile Factory, Northern Star Tomato Factory, Akosomo Industrial Company. Mr. Speaker, as we speak now, per the review, the only thing that was said by the minister was that they have appointed a transaction advisor to secure investors. Mr. Speaker, the sad part is that the whole of 2026, Mr. Speaker, if you are a youth in Ghana and you are focusing and hoping that the government of Ghana, through these promises that was mentioned here, and the entire NDC or majority caucus were shouting, yeah. If you are expecting any job from this point, the Speaker, none. The Speaker, the oil palm, I told my colleagues on the debate that the oil palm stated that it is spanning from 2026 to 2032. The Speaker, as we speak now, it means that the 250,000 jobs that was mentioned, the Speaker, it is not possible. Now that they are securing funds, they are looking for drone survey and all that. It is sad. Clearly, you cannot bank your hope on these ones. The Speaker, the sad part is that the trump card of the NDC was jobs. The Speaker, they mentioned that we will implement revolutionary and transactional policies to create sustainable, decent, well-paying jobs. Mr. Speaker, I'm asking that, where are these well-paying jobs? Mr. Speaker, I'm asking that, what time will Yatiti report in the morning? And what time will Captain Smart go in the afternoon? And what time will Sami Jemfi join them in the evening? The masses and the teeming youth out there are expecting that the one job, 3 shifts and 3 workers should be implemented. That is what they are looking for, Mr. Speaker. And I want to submit that this job is, this review is bereft of the jobs that they promised the Ghanaian people to provide. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to thank you.
That's right.
But the list is now the turn of Honorable Kofi Ako Nokwe. You have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to also add my voice to the media review. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to commend the Finance Minister, and more importantly, Right Honorable Speaker, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, for appointing Honorable Forson as the Finance Minister. I believe it is one of the best decisions ever made. And Mr. Speaker, let me also commend the Governor of Bank of Ghana, Dr. Siama, for the coordination, the healthy coordination between the Finance Ministry and the Bank of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, relationship between the Ministry of Finance and Bank of Ghana was like Iraq, and the US war. It was so bad. Mr. Speaker, even before the Finance Minister came here, some of us took the trouble to go into the market, to go visit the market to find out the realities. And Mr. Speaker, I can report to you that, Mr. Speaker, a bag of Gino rice that used to sell at 850 Ghana cedis in 2024, Mr. Speaker, is now 550 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, a bag of Cindy rice, a 50 kg of Cindy rice that used to sell in 2024 for 1,500 Ghana cedis, as at now, Mr. Speaker, is selling for 650 Ghana cedis. And Mr. Speaker, sugar, a 50 kg bag of sugar that used to sell at 870 Ghana cedis, Mr. Speaker, in Axi, my hometown, Mr. Speaker, is selling at 470 cedis. So some of us, Mr. Speaker, were not surprised at all when the Finance Minister came here to give us the realities with the micro indicators. Mr. Speaker, that is the truth of the matter. And so, for the Finance Minister to come here to tell the world the state of affairs as to where inflation is, some of us didn't doubt it. Because, Mr. Speaker, the CEOs, the people out there, the international rating agencies are all commending the Finance Minister for a good job done. Mr. Speaker, what magic did Forson do that Ken Ofurata, who's watching us somewhere in the US, couldn't do? Mr. Speaker, the amendment of the PFM Act, the commitment authority was the magic he did. Physical discipline, Mr. Speaker, physical discipline. Now, Mr. Speaker, to mop up revenue, Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister, in his own wisdom, Mr. Speaker, has revolutionized the VAT system. Mr. Speaker, what is happening at the port, where an IT system, Mr. Speaker, has been implemented to up our revenue, is magic. So, Mr. Speaker, as much as stabilizing the economy, the Finance Minister, knowing so well that 80% of our economy is informal, had to find innovative ways to mop up our revenue. Mr. Speaker, these are basic things that the Finance Minister under Akufo-Addo with Dr. Bawumia couldn't do that magic. Mr. Speaker, let me proceed. I'm so happy that when the Finance Minister reported, he was able to indicate to us some of the payments he has made. And Mr. Speaker, I want to speak about the energy sector. Because, Mr. Speaker, if you want the economy to translate into the pockets of Ghanaians, Mr. Speaker, solving the energy crisis is a solution. Because, Mr. Speaker, when there's stable electricity, the woman who has cold store in Kumasi can predict, can bet on reliable energy, so that when she is going for loans to invest in her business, she will have that confidence. Mr. Speaker, on page 6, on pages Mr. Speaker, almost 6 billion out of the energy sector has been settled. Mr. Speaker, what it is that the previous government was just kicking out the legacy debts. And this government and Forson says, no, that is not the way to go, so let's settle it. Mr. Speaker, 1 million barrels of crude oil have been sent to Tor, knowing too well that, Mr. Speaker, when the value chain is integrated, there's going to be more jobs. Mr. Speaker, Centrum is also performing. So basically, Mr. Speaker, I wish to conclude that this budget review that was presented by Forson has brought hope to the Ghanaian economy. There is investment confidence, Mr. Speaker, predictability of the economy, Mr. Speaker. So let's commend Honorable Forson, and I know that in his home, Chairman to me is also commended Forson for a good job done. I know in the
Honourable Member, your time is up. Honourable Member, on the list is Honourable Samia Oku.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to also contribute to the mid-year fiscal policy review presented by Minister Forson on behalf of President Mahama. Mr. Speaker, young Ghanaians are asking a simple question of this review. And that's what I want the Deputy Minister to also answer on his way home. 6 months into 2026, is it easier to find a decent work in Ghana by young people? No. Learn a useful skill or build a business that survives in a sojaman? No. On the evidence, the answer is no. This review reads like an inventory of activity, not a record of impact. And inventories, Mr. Speaker, do not pay rent in Accra. Inventory of activity does not pay school fees or feed anyone. Mid-year review should be a report card, Mr. Speaker, not a register of activities as presented by Minister Forson. It must show what has changed in the lives of our young people, not what government started or also paid for. The review does not show improvement in the youth labor market. Mr. Speaker, it reports national unemployment at 12.8% over the first 3 quarters of 2025. But the Ghana Statistical Service puts unemployment among those aged between 15 to 35 at 21.9%. Nearly 1.95 million outside employment, education, or training. That is a population the size of Kumasi, sitting idle and doing nothing. Yet this review offers no youth baseline, no reduction target, and no number entering sustained work. This is a tragedy. Government cannot ask this House to accept as progress a youth jobs record that it refuses to measure. The Honorable Asafoye did justice to the issue of the 800,000 job claim. And Mr. Speaker, interestingly, young people cannot eat projection or pay rent with a World Bank formula. In Ghana, we don't pay rent with a World Bank formula. And because the review never separates forecasts from people actually employed, the claim cannot be tested. It can only be recited by Minister Forson. The National Apprenticeship Program, Mr. Speaker, records 4,350 enrollment and 45 million payment, that's roughly 10,000 cedis each, with no count of completion. Certificate, tools, or jobs. 1 million coders program, report 140,000 registration, 40,000 enrollment, and 28,000 completing at least one module, which is neither a qualification nor a job. This government counts young people going in and falls silent in how many came out of work. Again, Section 17 of Act 939, Mr. Speaker, gives the National Youth Authority 5% of the DACF as of right. In the first half of 2025,
it receives 5 million, about 0.6% of its entitlement. Technically, 60 pesos for every 10 cedis owed. Mr. Speaker, in the 2026 formula approved on 17th March by this House, the authority does not appear at all. So zero from a body that drew 76.4 million under Kufuor in 2017, 85.7 million under Kufuor in 2018, and 71.2 million in 2019. Mr. Speaker, as for the 24-hour market, it's now the replacement for the 24-hour economy. Mr. Speaker, interestingly, what this government is trying to do is to rebrand stores and stores in suit with red and white and black tie in green suit and sell it to us as a 24-hour economy. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I clearly see no hope in this review, and on behalf of the NPP and Dr. Bawumia, I would like to conclude by saying that whatever the Ghanaian youth are going through today is just a phase. For this nightmare will end in 2029. Now for this phase shall pass, because the battle remains the Lord's. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I give the floor to Honourable Suleimana Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, clearly, Dr. Ato Forson has demonstrated that the challenges we face in this country was as a result of recklessness, reckless expenditure, and poor leadership. Mr. Speaker, between 2022 and January 2025, the cedi depreciated. Inflation went as high as 54% in 2022. Mr. Speaker, interest rates surged. Mr. Speaker, international credit agencies downgraded Ghana. What did the finance minister do? Mr. Speaker, these choices did not just happen. These choices are as a result of reckless expenditure, binge borrowing. Mr. Speaker, choices about accountability. So the finance minister, Mr. Speaker, introduced policies to reduce this recklessness and expenditures. Mr. Speaker, look at, if you watch the Public Accounts Committee report for 2024, if you take ECG, Mr. Speaker, 13 items, ECG exceeded its own budget for all the 13 items. Mr. Speaker, how did the finance minister solve this problem? He brought a bill to this House to pass commitment authorization. Mr. Speaker, for every ministry or department or agency, before your authorization reaches the finance minister, your minister, the sector minister must know. This brought the sector ministers direct control of expenditures in their various sectors. Mr. Speaker, so today, if you see that expenditure has been controlled, it is not magic. It is because of this singular bill that was passed into act by this House called commitment authorization. Mr. Speaker, apart from commitment authorization, this is a budget that set aside money ahead of expenditure. Mr. Speaker, some time ago, there was money in the sinking fund. After COVID, these monies have been dissipated. Mr. Speaker, Finance Minister Ato Forson and President Mahama are building the sinking fund so that we can pay for our commitments in the future. As of July 2022, as of July 2026, 15.6 billion has been accrued into the sinking fund, in anticipation that by the end of the year 2026, 30 billion will be accrued, so that the debt that will be due in 2026 will be paid. Mr. Speaker, it means that this government looks ahead. We will not wait until we were declared bankrupt. We will not wait until we cannot pay for our debts. We will not wait until Fitch, Moody, and other rating agencies downgrade this economy. Mr. Speaker, if you go through this budget, you will see that one of the issues that our colleagues talked about is that Forson was not spending. But the media review budget has demonstrated that we are spending in the right places. Mr. Speaker, as we speak now, for the first time, we are in the second quarter. District assemblies have been paid their second quarters. Mr. Speaker, all the statutory funds have been honored. Mr. Speaker, if you watch our energy sector, $1.2 billion have been paid to the IPPs. $700 million have been paid to our international obligations, for international obligations. Mr. Speaker, 21 billion Ghana cedis have also been paid as part of our debt. I want to commend the Minister for Finance for such a wonderful job, and to the commitment and then the discipline that he has introduced in the public financial management system in this country. And I'm sure that, as the Minister says, country have been set for growth in the future. And the 2027 budget is a new Ghana, is the new economy that we
Honourable members, I think by agreement we have to pause with a contribution or the comment on the statement, having taken 5-5. So yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we will take motion number 12 and 13. Motion number 12.
Yes, Honourable Deputy. Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I think we can take that one.
Honourable members, motion number 12 by the chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move the motion number 12 on today's order paper, page 10. Mr. Speaker, that notwithstanding the provision of Order 1041 of the Standing Orders, which requires that the motion shall not be debated until at least 2 sitting days have elapsed after the notice to move the motion is given. The motion for the adoption of the report of the Committee on Energy on the following I be taken today. So I move, Mr. Speaker.
All members, motion move and seconder.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
All members, motion move and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. This is a procedural motion. I'll put a question. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. All members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. We then move on to motion number 13, which is a consequential motion. Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move the motion number 13 on today's order paper, page 11, that this Honorable House adopts the report of the Committee on Energy on the motion 13I today. Mr. Speaker, I so submit your committee's report and request that the Hansa Department will capture the entirety of the report as being read, as I take the justification, the government consultation, recommendation, and conclusion. Mr. Speaker, I would like colleagues to understand that one joint parliamentary memorandum was submitted to the House, and therefore the motion, our report also captured all the 3 items that are indicated. So our report is just one report. Mr. Speaker, justification. Ghana's electricity generation and procurement landscape has over the past decade accumulated structural, financial, and contractual weaknesses that have resulted in unsustainable payment obligation for the ECG and the government. The rapid expansion of installed capacity, much of it driven by the take-or-pay PPAs, created persistent imbalances between the revenues generated at the retail end of the market and the obligations owed to the IPPs. These imbalances contributed significantly to arrears accumulation, weakened cash flows across the value chain, and exposed government to costly fiscal intervention. Mr. Speaker, the problem is further compounded by the impact of the currency depreciation on dollar-denominated PPAs, inconsistent fuel supply arrangements, and the absence of harmonized contractual terms among the generation partners. These factors, together with ECG operational challenges, continue to undermine the financial viability of the power sector. Execution of the amended restated PPAs, GCSAs, PCOAs, Master Gas Supply Agreement, and arrears restructuring agreement will help to restore long-term financial sustainability to power sector, ensure contractual clarity, reduce fiscal exposure, and stabilize the entire electricity value chain. Mr. Speaker, government consultation with stakeholders. Government has subjected the renegotiation agreement to extensive consultation among the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Energy and Green Transition, Electricity Corporation of Ghana, Public Utilities Regulatory Commission, PRC, the Energy Commission, the National Petroleum Corporation Ghana, the Ghana Grid Company Limited, GRIDCO, Volta River Authority, Ghana National Gas Company, and the civil society stakeholders. All institutions validated the renegotiation structures as technically sound, fiscally prudent, and aligned with national reform objectives. The Office of the Attorney General and the Ministry of Finance also reviewed.
And in conclusion.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the committee finds the renegotiated agreements to be beneficial to the country as they reduce the fiscal burden on government in respect of already accrued legacy debt, as well as future payment obligation associated with the relevant agreement. Mr. Speaker, in view of the foregoing, the committee respectfully recommends to the House to adopt this report and approve by resolution the amended restated government consent and support agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by Minister of Finance, and Sem Power Generation in respect of the provision of certain commitment for the benefit of the company. Amended restated put call option agreement among the government of Ghana, of the Republic of Ghana, represented by Minister of Finance, the Electricity Company of Ghana Limited, Early Power Holdings Limited, Quantum Gas Terminal Limited, and Early Power Limited in respect of amendment and restatement of the original put call option agreement. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the amended restated government consent and support agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Minister of Finance, and Amandi Energy Limited in respect of the provision of certain commitments for the benefit of the company, in accordance with Article 1815 of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, so respectfully submitted. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr.
Honourable members,
Speaker.
motion, move, report presented. Any seconder?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in supporting the motion, this amended and restated government agreement between the IPPs. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, we all know that in this country for some time now, we've been facing challenges when it comes to power situation due to, Mr. Speaker, haphazardly contracting a power purchase agreement in the energy sector with these IPPs. Mr. Speaker, it has caused a lot of damage to Ghana's reputation in terms of payment for these IPPs. So I would like to thank the previous administration, the Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo government, for starting this project. So far, we are combining all these IPPs together, about 2,257 megawatts of power, whom we are trying for this August House to approve this agreement. Mr. Speaker, accumulated structural and financial contractual weaknesses are the causes of this power purchase agreement that has been done in the previous years. Mr. Speaker, this agreement, execution of this amended and restated power purchase agreement, Mr. Speaker, it comprises of gas sales agreement, pool call option agreement, which means that any time or when this agreement elapses, we can, as a country, can buy whatever equipment or whatever machinery the IPPs have, or they also can call for other issues. Mr. Speaker, the benefit is significant because we are going to make savings of about $250 million US, which means when this agreement goes through, and again, the capacity charges also will reduce. Mr. Speaker, when capacity charges reduce, we expect that the ordinary consumer in this country also has to benefit, because after this agreement, definitely based on the renegotiating agreement, the capacity charges will definitely go down because it's part of this agreement. So the ordinary consumer also has to also feel it, that yes, this agreement that we laid in Parliament, we've benefited from it. Mr. Speaker, before this agreement also is going to give, according to the agreement, it's going to give a greater tariff affordability, cost-reflective efficiencies. This is what we are expecting from the ECG and its other agencies. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I urge this August House that this amended and restated government concern and support agreement between the government of Ghana, of the Republic of Ghana, and the IPPs should be adopted in this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Please, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support motion number 13 on page 11 of today's order paper. Mr. Speaker, the committee was informed that government had opted for a comprehensive restructuring of the relevant agreements as opposed to maintaining the status quo or engaging in partial negotiation. Mr. Speaker, the approach adopted by government offers a holistic renegotiation of the terms of the power purchase agreement, combining multiple interventions such as restructuring capacity payments, revising fuel supply frameworks, aligning commercial terms with demand forecast and exploring portfolio level refinancing. Right Honorable Speaker, the adopted option delivers the strongest results for government, including significant fiscal savings, redesigned payment structures, and reduced take-or-pay exposure and renegotiated arrears and discounts. Greater tariff affordability as cost-reflective efficiency begins to materialize across the value chain. Right Honorable Speaker, the other benefits are enhanced system reliability as generation is reprofiled to match actual demand and reduce curtailment. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the last benefit is a long-term contract sustainability, providing clarity to both government and IPPs and improving investor confidence. On the basis of the above, Mr. Speaker, I urge the House to adopt this report.
Honorable Collins.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to make brief comments on the reports presented by Chairman on the Energy Committee. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy about this particular report because it's a continuation of earlier efforts started by previous government. If you recall, Mr. Speaker, between 2012 and 2016, during the heat of the Doomsor era, a lot of IPPs were signed. At the time, we had argued, when we came to power, that some of the terms of the agreement were not in the best interests of the Ghanaian people. Indeed, I recall His Excellency Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo doing SONA, complaining bitterly that the country was spending close to about $600 million monthly on excess payments due to the take-or-pay charges. At the time, some of our colleagues on the other side did not agree. We had started the renegotiation process, and I'm happy the current government has continued with that process. Currently, we are told that at the conclusion of the negotiations, Ghana is due to make savings of close to 250 million Ghana cedi. And I side with my ranking member that if all these renegotiations are completed, it should reflect to the benefit of the ordinary Ghanaian, i.e. with regards to tariffs, electricity tariffs and all that. So, Mr. Speaker, we are all for this, just that we are happy that for once, our colleagues on the other side have once again agreed with us. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, minority leadership. Yes, minority leadership.
Mr. Speaker, I'm yielding to Honorable.
Yes, Dr. Kabiru.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, let me commend the Energy Committee for the work they have done on behalf of Parliament in considering this amended and renegotiated agreement in respect of power purchase agreement the government of Ghana has entered with various independent power producers in the country. Mr. Speaker, without rehashing what other presenters have made, I just want to put on record again that we have been told that the combined efforts of the current negotiation and the negotiation that took place in the previous government has brought our total relief in terms of the discount we have gotten to some 245.8 million United States dollars. Mr. Speaker, this is commendable because this is money that we would have been paying, and this is money that will have put some strain on our fiscal, and this is money that is going to give relief to the taxpayer, the Ghanaian taxpayer. Mr. Speaker, but it is important to note that whilst we commend the government for continuing with an initiative that was started by the previous government, as I argued the other day, under the leadership of Mr. Ya Osofo-Manfo, we need to put a record that there were certain issues that were raised at the committee level. Mr. Speaker, one of such is the arrears clearance plan. Mr. Speaker, at the committee, what was so central and what was a concern to most members was the plan by government to clear the arrears. Because we do remember that in this House, the 1 cedi levy was introduced as part of the strategy of government to address the energy sector shortfalls. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance explained, and that as part of their budgetary allocation, they will make provisions to that effect. And in fact, they referenced Appendix 3C of the 2026 budget as the basis and as justification that they are making adequate budgetary provision for that. But Mr. Speaker, what was not clear was that the question of the fact that your budget execution is a function of revenue was not addressed. Mr. Speaker, why do we say so? Under the previous regime, up until now, we are paying because as part of the IMF conditionality, Mr. Speaker, we have to stay current on the service of energy sector debt. The worry that we have is that after the IMF has exited town, will government still be committed to this? We had the word of the representative of the finance minister that they will be committed to that, and that as part of budgetary allocation every year, they will be making, they will service this particular debt. Mr. Speaker, but we just want to urge them. We want to urge them that this has to be part of the priority. Mr. Speaker, the last issue was the fact that they are still negotiating, for instance, to bring, especially as part of the energy mix, the solar, rate, the charges. Mr. Speaker, as closely related to the point we mentioned, we entered into contracts, into arrangement where unit per power charges were so exorbitant, and likely they are now admitting that we can actually reduce costs in respect of that particular unit per unit charges. Mr. Speaker, if this is done, we expect that the constant increase in utility prices, especially electricity prices, will be addressed in the near future. With this view, Mr. Speaker, I want to support my colleagues from the Energy Committee and to recommend to the House to accept the report of the committee. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, majority.
Would allow Honorable Baba Jamal to have a bite.
Yes, Honorable Baba Jamal.
Thank you, Leader. Mr. Speaker, I rise to also support this motion and also to say that the assurance that we had is that as we talk now, the government is current on all payments to IPP, the negotiated price. They were able to negotiate, and I must also commend the consultant who was able to save this government over 15% of the debt that was that has accrued over the years. And so, as we talk now, government is current on all payments to IPPs, and I think that is commendable, and the government should be commended, the Ministry of Finance to be commended for that. It is also important that for all of us to know that there is a structure that ensures that by 2029, all debts, legacy debts, will be paid. That is also an assurance that guarantees that there will be continuous supply of energy and our homes will always be powered. So that is also commendable, and we need to commend the Ministry of Finance for that, how far they have brought this country. Finally, Mr. Speaker, another assurance that gives all of us comfort is that those circumstances that led to those accrued legacy debt, they have been able to ensure that they've developed strategies to ensure that we won't accrue those debts again. And one of the things that they made us know at the committee level is that because of the stability of our currency now, it has ensured that we don't have problems in terms of accruing more debt and debt and debt. So with all these strategies, I think that we have to commend the government for what it is doing. And with these few words...
Honourable Member, hold on. The Speaker should take the chair. You can continue.
Yes. So the final thing I wanted to bring to the notice of the House is that all the things that led to those legacy debts growing from year to year, one of the major things was the currency. The currency continued to depreciate, and that is depreciate, and all these agreements are signed in dollars. So as the currency depreciates, the debts goes high. And so for having been able to stabilize First, bringing our currency, to, giving it some strength, and also stabilizing it. I think that has also helped to ensure that the debts are paid and we won't accrue more into the future. So that guarantees that we can keep our lights on, and this is commendable, and the government should be commended for that. On these few words, I want to support the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much. I'm reliably informed that you are the last contributor to make the comments, and I'm to put the question. So those in favor of the adoption of the report of the committee on item 13, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The report of the committee has accordingly been adopted. We move on to the consequential resolution, which is item 14 on the order paper. Is the minister available?
Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Energy is not in the chamber today, but the Deputy Minister is here, so the application is for the Deputy Minister to take the resolution on behalf of the Minister.
Are you seeking for this, or you are saying it's for him?
Seeking leave.
Yes.
For the Deputy to take the resolution on behalf of the Minister.
Yes, minority from bench.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have no objection.
Thank you so much. Deputy Minister, you may move the motion now.
Right Honourable Speaker, with your permission, I rise to present Resolution 14 as presented in order paper, page 12 and 13. Whereas by this provision, Article 181 of Constitution and Section 55 and 56 of the Public Financial Management Act 2016, Act 921, the terms and conditions of all government borrowing shall be laid before Parliament and shall not come into operation unless the terms and conditions are approved by a resolution of Parliament in accordance with Article 181 of the Constitution. Pursuant to the provision of the said Article 181 of the
Yes, Honourable Deputy Minister, you've done that already. And so I'll listen to the House for a seconder.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion, the resolution.
Honourable members, motion for the adoption of the resolution, moved and seconded for the consideration of the House. It's a consequential resolution on a motion you've already adopted. And so I'll proceed to put the question unless the House says otherwise. I put the question. Those in favor of the adoption of the resolution number 14 on the order paper, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The resolution numbered 14 on the order paper is accordingly adopted. Yes, Majority Leader, any indication?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we will take addendum order paper the addendum order paper 1 to present some reports itemized as 1 Roman numeral 1 to 5.
Honourable members, the Majority Leader is asking for leave to vary the order of business by taking order paper addendum
particularly item 1, which is representation of papers. Minority from bench, what do you say to that?
Very well, Mr. Speaker. We don't have any.
Thank you. Honorable members, please, I hope you have copies of the order paper addendum.
Yeah,
we will.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes?
Yes, so the ones that we actually want to take is 1 Roman numeral 3, 4, and 5.
Honorable members, I just want to make sure that you have copies of the order paper addendum. Yes, because it's addendum, addendums are just done based on instructions on the floor. And so it wouldn't have reached the IC department to feed it on your console. So you have to be giving hard copies. Please, Archers, your leadership have shown that there are copies of them, but it's important you also get. In the meantime, since these are just for presentation of papers, I will call on the chair of the committees on item 1, Roman 3, 4, and 5 to proceed to present the papers if they are ready. Yes. Table. The chairman has presented the papers, so you have to read.
Report of the Finance Committee on the request for multi-year expenditure commitments to engage a service provider to assist with the implementation of the fiscal electronic device policy for the Ghana Revenue Authority. Report of the Finance Committee on the request for a multi-year expenditure commitment to engage a firm to develop and deploy the Ghana Domestic Revenue Collection Platform. Report of the Finance Committee on the request for a multi-year expenditure commitment to engage Principal Consult Limited to develop, implement, and deploy cross-border e-commerce VAT monitoring and collection system, the Sinital system, for the Ghana Revenue Authority.
Honorable members, the following papers numbered 1 Roman 3, 4, and 5 are accordingly presented, and they are for distribution to all members of Parliament. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, if we can skip to addendum item 2, presentation of first reading of bills. We had earlier withdrawn the Cocoa Board Bill 2026, and the Minister now seeks to relay the bill and request for the bill to be taken under certificate of urgency. So, Mr. Speaker, if we could take item number 2, first reading of Ghana Cocoa Board Bill. And again, Mr. Speaker, with your leave, and the leave of the House, if the Deputy Finance Minister can present the bill on behalf of the Minister for Finance, in whose name the presentation of the first reading of the bill is advertised.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we are not opposed. Just wondering what the agency is all about. If the Minister wants to perhaps give us some explanation why they need this agency.
Yes, we will first have to get it presented, and then in doing so, it's a request, and so you tell us what it's about. So, Deputy Minister for Finance, item 2, please, is for presentation.
An act to establish the Ghana Cocoa Board to regulate, oversee, and monitor activities in the cocoa value chain to support the cultivation of cocoa, undertake the buying, selling, and export of cocoa, to promote value addition to cocoa, and to provide for related matters.
Yes, Deputy Minister, could you now tell us what it's about? Majority Leader, yes.
Mr. Speaker, my understanding of our rules is that the bill is to be referred to the committee, and the committee is to make a determination whether or not the bill is of an urgent nature. Order 160, Rule 1 and Rule 2 is clear on that. A sponsor may submit a bill to Parliament without publication in the Gazette, where the sponsor of the bill considers the bill to be of an urgent nature. So once there's no Gazette notification, we can presume that it is going to be taken as an urgent bill. And then Order 162 says that the Speaker shall refer a bill to the appropriate committee for determination of the urgency or otherwise after the presentation and first reading. Where the committee determines that the bill is of an urgent nature, the committee shall inform the House for a report. Where it is determined by the appropriate committee of the House that a particular bill is of an urgent nature, the provisions of Article 1063 shall apply, and the bill may be taken through all the stages in one day. So, Mr. Speaker, there's no requirement that a certain deputy whip can demand of the minister an explanation as to why he wants the bill taken under certificate of urgency, unless my reading of Order 1601 and 2 are overtaken by some other order that dictates how, certificate of urgency is dealt with in this House.
Majority Leader, we haven't reached there yet. We haven't reached there yet. It's simply saying that there is something you are bringing to the House, and there's indication that it's of urgent nature. We don't have copies of it. So could you tell us what it's about before we now go to the next stage of whether it's urgent or it's not urgent and whether I should refer it to other kind of things? It's just a request, and I think there's nothing wrong with that. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are requesting that this bill be considered under certificate of urgency because...
No. Don't talk about urgency. What is the bill about?
Mr. Speaker, the bill, if you recall, we earlier on laid the Cocoa Board Amendment bill sometime last year. We came to the House to seek the leave of the House to withdraw and bring a new bill because we intend to consolidate all the amendments that have happened over the years into a new bill. So we have a stop shop of bill for Ghana Cocoa Board. This is going to regulate the cocoa sector and to empower Cocoa Board to implement their mandate. And that is what we are seeking to do with the bill that we are laying before the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much, Deputy Minister. Accordingly, I'll refer the bill to a Committee on Finance with the support of the leadership of the Committee on Constitutional and Legal Affairs to then determine whether the request of the sponsor of the bill that it be taken under a certificate of agency is such a bill that should be taken by this House under a certificate of agency. So that's the first thing that they will determine. Then from there we can move on. It's so referred. My deputy is on his feet. Let me listen to him first.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you. The referral to Finance Committee and the addition of the Constitutional Affairs, I am thinking that since cocoa industry has been flirting between finance and agric, in the erstwhile administration it was under agric, agric, and now it's back to finance. Nobody knows tomorrow. So I am thinking that if we can also probably add the leadership of agric committee to also look at the agriculture aspect of it, because it's critical that cocoa actually belongs to agriculture, but because of the financial issues, we always place it under finance committee. So that's my angle to it.
Well, the question to be determined now is the one of agency. We are not going to the subject matter first. And that's why I thought they needed the legal people to assist them to determine whether it's of agency. That's the report that will come to us. After we agree with them that it's of agency, we can add the subject matter committee. But actually, I didn't know the sector was flirting between finance and food and agric. I didn't know the sector was, that cocoa board was flirting between finance and the Minister of Food and Agric. Now you are drawing my attention to it. But, well, we can kill two birds with one stone. We can just add the leadership of the Committee on Agric to be part of the consideration, even of the agency. There's no harm in that, as so direct. Yes, Deputy Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, is always very...
Deputy Minority Whip, sorry.
That's all, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Right Honourable Speaker, it's always very gratifying to have you in the chair, and this is because we get to learn. Speaker, and I'm not sending us back, but just based on what my respected majority leader raised earlier, when he had to look at 160 of the standing orders. But this is a bill that was withdrawn. So, Right Honourable Speaker, that comes therefore under 173. And I perused 173 and I read to consider 173, Right Honourable Speaker, with your permission, just because I need some more education. And it says that withdrawal of bills. 171, a sponsor may withdraw a bill by leave of the House. And that has been done. Then 2, it says that where a sponsor of a bill withdraws a bill and intends to reintroduce the bill, the provisions of Order 159 shall apply. So, respectfully, I went to 159 to look at what 159 is saying. And yes, 159, which talks about presentation of bills and gazette notification. And then it says that 1591, subject to the Constitution and except as provided for in Orders 160 and 162, a bill shall not be introduced in the House unless the bill has been published in the Gazette at least 14 days before the date of the introduction of the bill. Mr. Speaker, I just need your direction and education on this. Then I do not have any issues. Just for you to educate me some more. Thank you.
Well, I'm aware of those provisions. And what you just read yourself, you realize that the 173 and 173 clause 2 says where a sponsor of a bill withdraws a bill and intends to reintroduce the bill, the provisions of Order 159 shall apply. So you are right to go to 159. Now, 159.1 says, subject to the Constitution, and except as provided for in orders 160 and 162, a bill shall not be introduced in the House unless the bill has been published in the Gazette at least 14 days before the date of the introduction of the bill. So you come to order 160 and 162 because subject to them, and then you are back to square one. You understand? And so there is no need for what happened earlier on, because 160 says a sponsor may submit a bill to Parliament without publication in the Gazette, where the sponsor of the bill considers the bill to be of an urgent nature. And that is exactly what the sponsor has done. But because we don't have the copy, and you wanted just to know what the bill is about, that's why I accepted your request. And he just told us that, oh, it's the same bill that you considered and proposed so many amendments, and there were earlier amendments, so we want to have a compendium, one single act covering all the areas. And that is why we are reintroducing a new decision. That satisfies the provisions. So you don't need really for him to have come earlier than your request. So everything, I believe, is done according to the rules. Yes, please.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I'm very much obliged.
Thank you. Honourable members, we then will proceed to refer, for purposes of clarity, the bill to the three committees. The main committee is the Committee on Finance, to be supported by the leadership of the committees of Constitutional and Legal and Agric. It is so referred. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we will take item 3 on the addendum order paper with your indulgence.
Yes, item 3 is a procedural motion, and that is to be taken by the chairman of the committee. This is on the fiscal electronic device policy. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that item number 3 on today's order motion be moved now. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Today's order paper.
Is today's order paper addendum?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Procedural motion number 3 on the order paper addendum moved and seconded. I put the question. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. We now move to item 4 on the order paper addendum. Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that today item number 4 on today's order paper addendum be moved now. Mr. Speaker, in so doing, I would like to present your committee's report focusing on essential elements of the report and request that the Hazard Department may capture the entire report as having been read. Mr. Speaker, the fiscal electronic device request from the Minister for Finance was laid in this House and referred to your committee. The committee met with the Minister of Finance, led by the Deputy Minister for Finance and the Minister himself, together with officers from the Ghana Revenue Authority. The committee...
Chairman, I see the Deputy Minority Whip on his feet. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, my committee members didn't have the report, but the Deputy Whip is providing it now.
Yeah, Chairman, you may continue.
Mr. Speaker, the government seeks to engage a service provider to support the implementation of the fiscal electronic device policy for the government, the Ghana Revenue Authority. In 2018, the Taxation Use of Fiscal Electronic Device Act 2018, Act 966, was enacted to make the use of fiscal electronic devices mandatory for the specified taxation purposes and point of sale as part of efforts to improve tax administration and compliance. Mr. Speaker, it has taken quite a while for that policy to take off. The ministry is now requesting Parliament to give it approval under Article 181 of the Constitution and Section 33(1) of the Public Financial Management Act, which requires Parliament's approval to engage in multi-year transactions that commit the state to extended periods of expenditure. In view of that, the Minister has come to seek approval to enable him commit the state to a 5-year expenditure framework to implement the fiscal electronic device. Mr. Speaker, having looked at the various arrangements that have been made, your committee unfortunately could not agree on consensus because our colleagues on the other side were of the view that there is already a service provider called Ghana.gov, which had implemented. Okay. Mr. Speaker, conclusions and recommendations. The committee carefully examined the request for approval to engage a service provider to assist with the implementation of the fiscal electronic device for the Ghana Revenue Authority. The committee is satisfied that the proposal represents a significant reform aimed at modernizing VAT administration, improving tax compliance, reducing revenue leakages, and strengthening domestic revenue mobilization through the deployment of secure digital technology. Your committee therefore recommends by consensus the adoption of the committee's report and approve same for the minister to proceed.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to second the motion and speak to your committee's report.
Actually, this opportunity, you took it from me. I haven't granted you the opportunity. I didn't ask for any seconder. But please, you may go on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Inheriting seconding the motion, the permission is granted. Mr. Speaker, over the years, we've talked about this electronic device that we deploy to many of the shops so that at least we can get the real revenue customers are paying to the state. But, Mr. Speaker, there is no proper interface between those shops and the GRA. So you go to a mall or any other shop, you patronize their businesses, you pay the right taxes, but government doesn't get the right taxes that you pay. Sometimes they are declared. And some of them too are running multiple devices. So you think you paid your VAT, you pay everything that is expected of you, but the real money doesn't get to the government kitty. So it's not a new tax we are introducing. Just efficiency we are trying to bring on board so that we deploy this POS and it is linked to GRA system. So proper reconciliation will be done. So by the end of the day, if 20 cedis is collected from you, same is transferred to GRA. so that they can account to government. Unlike previous regime, some even will give you manual receipts. And when manual receipt is issued, you think you paid the real taxes, but government doesn't get that money. So this is an innovative way of trying to get the real value of taxes paid to those individuals. And many of them are foreigners, Mr. Speaker. They take the money and they use the money to develop their own countries. And we are here complaining that we are paying taxes, but the money doesn't get to the national coffers. So I think this is a very innovative way of making sure we are getting the real taxes that we are paying. So nobody should go to town to say we are introducing new taxes. No, already we are paying the taxes. We are paying the taxes, but we want them to account for the taxes that we are paying. So I think this is very good innovation the minister is bringing. Let's all support it so that we get the real money for development. With these few words, I thank you for the opportunity.
Honorable members, motion moved and seconded for the consideration of the House. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I was relating with the majority leader, so we'll do 3 each and leadership. And 2 people have spoken from their side already.
You agree with the majority leader? Yes, majority leader, yes.
As for Habib, sometimes you don't know where he gets his mathematics from. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, somebody has moved the motion. Another person has seconded. Then you want to count the 2 people as part of the spokespersons of the majority side. You had the opportunity to have seconded the motion, which is what we always do. We move and you second, but you failed to second. So that's how come 2 people on our side have spoken. So as it is, we will still take the 2-2 from both sides, and then, leadership.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I think the time you were talking to the deputy whip, the majority leader was not paying attention. In fact, the speaker did not call for a seconder of the motion, but he was already on his feet. So, Mr. Speaker, he didn't just say I second the motion and was back to his seat. He actually spoke to the report. So it can be counted as somebody who has spoken, even if we agree that the chairman of the committee presented, moved the motion and presented the report. But that what the deputy whip did was actually speaking to the report. So we'll have 3 on our side and leadership. Then they will have 2 on their side and leadership so that we can make progress.
Anyway, what we can say is that once this issue has been raised, next time leadership you are discussing, please specifically state whether the mover and the seconder are part of the numbers you are agreeing upon. That will just solve the problem. But I think that having heard the mover and the seconder, you seem to have advantage. So let's give them the 3 and 2 on your side. Then leaders will come in. Please. Yes.
Thank you very much. Right, Honorable Speaker.
I think 5 minutes each, right? 5 minutes. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to the report. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, I want to correct and put on record that the committee never arrived at a consensus on the report, and for the report to have captured same, suggesting that there was unanimous and consensus by members of the committee on this report is to not state what transpired at the committee. Mr. Speaker, we on our side...
Member, let's be clear. Are you talking about consensus or you are talking about unanimity?
Mr. Speaker, we were not at consensus on this particular report. Mr. Speaker, the reason why we disagreed with the proposal by government, and which we communicated same, we thought same that would have been conveyed by the report for the basis of the House to appreciate the reason why we were finding it difficult to support. Mr. Speaker, this is a financial commitment and they expect to commit government for indeterminate number of years. Because in the proposal, they have not even specified how many multi-year commitment they want to give us. That's the first reason. Mr. Speaker, the proposal and the memorandum did not specify the financial cost of this transaction to the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, you cannot commit the people of Ghana at large. And that is basically what they wanted to do. Mr. Speaker, in the report and the memorandum, they specified that they wanted to procure, for a start, some 40,000 electronic devices. Mr. Speaker, the cost of the devices, the cost of the SIM cards, the cost of the establishment of the Fed unit, the cost of, infrastructure upgrade, none of which was presented. And at the committee, Mr. Speaker, when we requested for same, there was assurance that that will be provided as a guide to the committee. Even as we speak and we sit in the House, Mr. Speaker, that has not been provided to the committee. That is the first reason why we thought that this agreement we cannot agree to. Mr. Speaker, the second reason is the fact that an assurance from the minister to the integration corps. Mr. Speaker, in the long run, businesses are expected to buy these devices and they are expected to, recover the cost through what they call depreciation recovery. Mr. Speaker, the cost of this intervention to small businesses and even requiring businesses to put costs upfront is actually affecting the short-term sustainability of businesses, Mr. Speaker. And that was the second reason why we objected to it. Mr. Speaker, the third reason why we objected to this was because there was no lack of clear enforcement strategy. Mr. Speaker, they drew from experiences from Rwanda, Kenya, and Uganda, Mr. Speaker. These countries have shown that enforcement of this strategy has been a difficulty for them. When we asked about the fact that the government should give us concrete enforcement strategy, Mr. Speaker, they were not even able to provide that with that. And Mr. Speaker, even if they did, we expected that should have been in the report for the purpose of Mr. Speaker, the fourth reason was the cost of technology by businesses. Mr. Speaker, even as a government, they don't know how much it's going to cost us. And yet, they want stakeholders to accept it. Mr. Speaker, the last point, before my other colleagues will come in, is the fact that the minister admitted, Mr. Speaker, that no consultation has been done yet. Even in the memorandum, Mr. Speaker, they have admitted that they are yet to do integration. And a simple question, Mr. Speaker, we ask, what is the assurance that the stakeholder will accept what you are proposing? Because you have not even done integration. Mr. Speaker, Parliament should not put the cart before the horse. The horse must always be before the cart. And if the minister is wanting or is asking us to approve something that he is not even sure stakeholders will accept, then we'll be making mockery of this House to accept such a proposal that the people themselves have not been consulted. These were the reasons why, Mr. Speaker, we were of the view that this proposal would have to be, amended, and then they said they were not willing. In fact, Mr. Speaker, when we asked that this report should contain these views, Mr. Speaker, as you are seeing the report, none of our views were even captured. And they are even presenting it as if it is a decision of the whole committee. Mr. Speaker, it is expected, and this is going to be my last point, Mr. Speaker, your committees must be willing to capture the views of the minority, even when we are dissenting, so that the report would speak to them. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I beg that this House should reject this particular proposal and treat him. Thank you very much.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, all these concerns were raised and addressed by the minister himself, not even the deputy minister. And as a result, at no point was there a decision not to approve this report by consensus. But of course, this is an afterthought. If by afterthought, all the points that you raised that were explained away, you still want them to become your position, that is fine. But the areas where the reports were, no, I'm explaining, because he's attributing things to the committee, and I was the chair of the committee. And I'm saying that at no point did we even vote on this transaction. And therefore, at what point did they say that they were dissenting? When we didn't even vote on the transaction. But Mr. Speaker, if those are their concerns, there's no problem, Mr. Speaker.
The views that he has expressed, how come they are not captured in the report? If that's the situation, you have captured what the questions or issues that were raised and the explanations that were given by the minister. And that is made available to all of us.
Mr. Speaker, the minister made it clear that what he is here to do is to get approval to now engage in procurement. And he does not want a situation where it affects the value of the quotations that he will receive. Because if he already puts in this report that he's going to pay so much to do this work, that the businesses already know how much the minister wants to pay. And it restricts him from getting a good value for the country. But it's not that he didn't know how much it will cost him. In fact, the minister indicated that the initial cost will be borne by GRA. The initial cost will be borne entirely by GRA. You see, you still want us to do the things that we refuse to do at committee.
Don't
you see,
interfere.
It doesn't make sense for us to tell the public that the government is willing to pay so much, and then you go to them looking for a better deal. It's not possible. So the minister made that clear. It's not that he doesn't know, but he made it clear. If today you still think that that is what you wanted to be captured, I have no problem. But it is not that those matters were not addressed by the minister, Mr. Speaker.
Well, the question actually I asked you was why you did not capture these questions and explanations. That would have satisfied the issue, because we know in procurement you may have a base or minimum, which usually you don't disclose before you do the tendering. That is the practice. Because if you do that, then the issue has already been in the air, and anybody going to give quotation will be looking at that figure. So it's usually not done in procurement, but you didn't capture this in the report. Anyway, the Deputy Minister, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to add to the point the chairman made, that in confidence, we even told the committee the indicative cost that GRA has gotten and explained to them that it is for the reason why, the reason that we are going to procurement. That is why we don't want to put the figure out there. So I think that is why the chairman did not want to reflect this in the report. But we mentioned in the committee, GRA was there, they mentioned the unit cost that they have combed around and have gotten. So I'm surprised that the members are here creating the impression that that figure was not given. Thank you.
Yes, Deputy Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think, Mr. Speaker, the member for Wale, he raised an issue that on the report that it should not be by consensus. And I wanted the chairman to make that correction, then we can speak to the issue, because his whole argument was that these matters that he raised on the floor of Parliament were reasons why this should not be by consensus. So if that report...
Well, the chairman has given us the basis that after the explanations, there was no issue that was raised for them to put the matter to a vote. You see, so you have a difficulty in saying, because if after the explanation nothing happened, then you take it that members are satisfied and there's consensus. When, please, at the committee level, even after the explanation is given and you disagree, you then call on the chairman to put the question to a vote. Then that time you get to know whether there's a consensus or no consensus, whether it's majority decision or unanimity or whatever. But once that did not happen, then the chairman will be hard put to say, because he assumed that once there was no further issue, it's by consensus. That's an assumption which is rebuttable. And so you are now raising that issue. So let's listen to you. Yes.
Most grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to contribute. But before then, let me straighten one or two points raised by the chairman of the committee. Mr. Speaker, as a member of the Finance Committee and taking active participation in the program, I can say on record that at no point in time was the cost of this particular project disclosed to the committee, even in confidence. If the Honorable Minister will remember or recollect, it was about, GRA said they will be deploying about 40,000 devices, and they only disclosed the cost of a device, the possible cost of a device. But that doesn't constitute the cost of the project. The project goes beyond the cost of a device. We have integration cost, we have service fee, we have all the other components that goes into this. And so properly so-called, as the minister and the other side knows, if you are bringing such an engagement report to the committee, the fiscal analysis should clearly tell us the estimated cost of the project, and that was not disclosed. So please, let's not let it appear as if some disclosures were made to members of the committee, which we as members are being disingenuous. That is not the case. Mr. Speaker, the second point is that, and you can call for the transcript of the meeting, we had indicated the reasons why we were opposed to this device. The chairman cannot say that in the course of the discussion there were not clearly stated opposition to this to say that it shouldn't be by consensus but by majority decision. So this is your committee. We have the transcript of it, we have the clerks of your committee. If they put it to strict proof, you can call for the transcript, and I'm saying that clearly in our conversations we had indicated that this, because of several factors, this cannot be. Now, Mr. Speaker, let me add one or two arguments that has already been espoused. This project is about VAT enhancement. It is clear that we have a VAT gap of about 60% that the government will want to close. This law has also been provided already in 2018, and GRA had initiated steps to cure this issue of VAT collection. The first was the introduction of an EVAT system. The EVAT system, a company was contracted, and the company has started working on the EVAT. There is no report that was granted the committee on explanation as to the status of the EVAT and why we want to end the EVAT and go into POS. Because these are all devices, or these are all arrangements to improve VAT collection. The second point is that government in this House, this ninth Parliament, had indicated that they want to set up an integrated tax administration system, which the Minister of Finance came to this House as part of the IMF conditionalities to establish to improve tax collection. In the ITAS, Mr. Speaker, there are provisions for a back and front end to collect VAT. So why are we trying to, and the ITAS, according to the Minister of Finance, is supposed to be effective within the next 2 years. So on what basis are we reintroducing this multi-year contract, where we are not too clear how many years is going to serve, as my colleague raised, what specific functionality it is going to do that the integrated tax administration system will not do. And so these are germane questions which we have not received answers. And not just for us as minority, but as the people of Ghana, because it comes at a cost. The taxpayer cannot be burdened because we want to engage companies. We are saying that there should be full disclosure and clarity in terms of the way forward in closing the VAT gap by GRA. It doesn't leave to the extent of just calling an engagement with a company. What is even the intention that when this company comes, is it going to operate independent of the tax administration system? There is no clarity to that effect. And so, Mr. Speaker, your committee is of the view, and this is a recommendation we are making to this House. This House, we are one. We want the common good of the people of Ghana. We are not rushing matters because we want to do it. In fact, as we speak, when the Minister of Finance presented budget, he told us that VAT has grown by 15%. So every day in and out, GRA has strategies to close in the VAT gap and to improve. But to bring in service providers, we have history. We have talked about people that have been contracted.
Yes, Honourable Member, your time is up. 5 minutes, 5 minutes. So I Yes, you've done very well. You made your point very clear. Yes, please. Honorable Emmanuel Bejra. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to add my voice to the recommendation by the Finance Committee to the House to adopt this report and approve the request for approval to engage a firm to develop the Ghana Domestic Revenue Collection platform. Mr. Speaker, actually, I'm a bit shocked. Quite 30 minutes ago, the opposition were talking about revenue generation. We're talking about the government not hitting the revenue target. Now you have a system that will enhance revenue generation in the country, and yet you are not supporting it. The minority side is rejecting this approval. The recommendation is being done only by the majority side of the committee. Mr. Speaker, what are we doing to ourselves? When we say A, you are saying B. When you say B, you are saying A. What are we doing? Mr. Speaker, let me quote from the background information. Mr. Speaker, the proposed Ghana Domestic Revenue Collection Platform will serve as a unified digital services and payment platform that enables the collection of taxes, levies, administrative taxes, and other government revenue through single interface. Mr. Speaker,
Sorry.
Mr. Speaker,
which report
Mr.
are you
Speaker,
referring
this is
to?
what we are saying. Mr. Speaker, this report has a tendency.
Which report is that?
Request for approval to engage a firm to develop the Ghana Domestic Revenue Collection Platform. Mr. Speaker, I've not been given the correct report. Mr. Speaker, this report has a tendency to avoid tax evasion in the country. This will enhance revenue collection in the country. So I will urge them, Mr. Speaker, to change their mind. I'm expecting them to stand up and say that, Chairman, let us change the report and make it a consensus. Mr. Speaker, I want them to assist the House to adopt this report and approve the engagement. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I write to comment on the report on the fiscal electronic device that the Ministry of Finance through GRA wants to deploy. Mr. Speaker, I am adding my voice to my other colleagues in correcting the misconception in the report that we agreed by consensus. That was not the decision of the committee, and I'm happy that has been brought to your attention. Mr. Speaker, we all understand the need for us to raise enough taxes to support this economy. And so we from this side are not in a position to say that we don't support government programs that are aimed to increasing the tax revenues of the country. But Mr. Speaker, our support for objective of the government cannot relieve Parliament of its constitutional obligation to examine whether or not the proposal we are considering is adequately supported with evidence, represents value for money, and is sustainable over the long term. Mr. Speaker, we believe in digital transformation, but what we do not believe in is digital opacity. The memorandum tells us that government is going to deploy 40,000 fiscal electronic devices. What we are cautioning government is that we must avoid a situation whereby we invest heavily in technology and after a few years they all become obsolete because the right benchmarks were not put in place. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the whole memorandum that was presented to us, it lacks certain key ingredients that should support such an agreement. For instance, we are talking about 40,000 devices. But Parliament, your committee, Mr. Speaker, was not seized with how much the compliance cost is going to be. We did not know, and we were not told, and today we've not been told, whether or not the businesses will be required to purchase or lease the equipment. We have not been told whether government will subsidize the implementation or the taxpayer will bear the full cost of this. We do not know what support will be provided to smaller enterprises because all enterprises do not have the same capacity. Mr. Speaker, these and many other questions are still lingering. There are no answers to this. And I must say, Mr. Speaker, that one of the difficulties I had at the committee level is that most of these questions that we posed to the minister and the team that he came with were evaded. There were some kind of evasive responses that were given. Mr. Speaker, it is also important to look at the bigger picture. That this is not just merely a question of technology. It is a question of public financial governance. And therefore, once government wants to deploy such a technology, we should know the consolidated digital revenue strategy. We do not have any of such. We should know a comprehensive cost-benefit analysis. Mr. Speaker, if you look at both the memorandum and the report, only 2 paragraphs were dedicated to fiscal impact analysis. And when we posed the question at the committee level for us to be educated adequately as to the cost and the integrated nature of this device and technology that we were deploying, Mr. Speaker, the answers were not forthcoming. So it is so difficult for us to accept this, knowing very well that we have a responsibility to protect the public purse. We have a responsibility to put government on its toes to ensure that the right thing is done. Mr. Speaker, with this, it becomes very difficult for me to accept the deployment of this technology as is presented by the committee. And I ask this House, Mr. Speaker, to stand this down for proper introspection to be done and proper consideration to be made before we move forward. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to seek your guidance on Order 122C because you asked the chairman of the committee for the benefit of those of us who were not in the committee meeting. You asked the chairman of the committee to tell the House why the various views that have been raised as dissenting views were not incorporated in the report. But Mr. Speaker, when he rose, he did not address that question. And so I just want to seek your indulgence whether he can clarify that for us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, Chairman, clarification.
Mr. Speaker, after considering each of the requests that was referred to us, I will conclude by saying this report is now being recommended to the plenary by consensus. And I expect you to rise up and trigger the standing orders to ask for a vote. If you don't, I assume that it's okay. It is at that point that you give all your reasons why you are dissenting. But if I say that we are recommending it to the floor and you sit there, you don't say anything, and then we'll get home. And this morning, I now receive messages from the ranking member who was not at the meeting, asking me to tell me that he's not approving it. So if I say majority now, how many majority, how many minority? you cannot assume that every member of the majority will support the bill, the agreement. And you cannot also assume that every member of the minority will go against it. But the vote will declare that. We don't have that. So on what basis are we asking for majority and providing all the reasons why some people have dissented? That is the problem.
Yes, Deputy Minority Whip.
Mr. Speaker, I think the chairman of the committee clearly could see that his members that he was with at the committee meeting have a dissenting view, and they have expressed so on the floor of Parliament. Each and every one of them on their feet actually expressed that they were not in support of it. So it is already evidence enough that they did not support it at the committee level. For the fact that you cannot assume in terms of number that will give you a majority decision, you cannot equally assume on a number of a consensus with regards to the report. So, Mr. Speaker, I think the chairman should do the needful. He can just amend the report to reflect the views of the minority and then also change from consensus to a majority decision. Then we can take that from where we are, because that is clearly what is. Because if you did not put it to vote to have a number that shows its consensus, you cannot also assume that there is a number that is giving you a consensus decision if you can't change it to majority decision. And then it is clear from their contribution, then we can make a headway, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it is obvious that there was a committee meeting that at the committee meeting some concerns were raised. Explanations were given. And at the end of the meeting, there was no indication that one side was voting against the conclusions of the committee or what the committee was to present to the House. But after the meeting, one side decided that they were against. But the decision was not at the meeting. So once the decision was not at the meeting, that cannot be captured as a conclusion of the meeting.
That's a perfect summary.
That cannot be captured as a conclusion of the meeting, because at the meeting, you did not object to the conclusion being by consensus. Because if you objected to the conclusion being by consensus, the proper standing orders would have applied. But if afterwards, as a caucus, you thought that you had objections, I don't know under what procedures of our standing order, your afterthoughts should be captured as part of the reports of a committee. So please, if you want to vote against it, you can still vote against it. Because we're not going to vote on the report. You can still vote against the report. But you cannot force the chairman to come here and amend the report to say that it was not by consensus. Because after the meeting, you change your mind. Because it's obvious that you change your mind after the meeting. So I plead with you, let's proceed. You have given a clear indication that you are going to vote against the adoption of the report. You have advanced your reasons why you are objecting to the adoption of the report. I will once again plead with you that in the summation by the Deputy Minister for Finance, maybe he will provide some explanations. But let me just indicate that we are not to approve a procurement. If we were to approve a procurement, definitely we will be interested in
how much are we procuring the item at? We are here to act in compliance with the Public Financial Management Act, which this Parliament passed. And in Section 33, we said that any agency that intends to commit this country beyond 1 year, that person should come to this Parliament for approval to go and make the commitment. That's all we are supposed to do as a House. And obviously, this is a transaction that is going to exceed 1 year. So it's a multi-year commitment. And the rules are that you come to this House for authorization to proceed to go and procure. So I don't understand why there is a demand that we should know the price at which we are procuring the item today. I also don't understand why we are being told that we must have a clear indication how much it will cost us. Because it is when you procure that you will know how much it will cost you. So I really am at a loss, the basis of these objections. But you have a right to object. You have a right to oppose. The soundness of your opposition is up to you. But what we are approving today is to authorize the finance minister to go and procure a service provider for the implementation of this program for years beyond 1 year, so that government can continue to pay for several years. The report is clear, and it says that, and let me read the conclusion, which I think is where we should all pay attention to. The committee, however, emphasizes that the anticipated benefits will depend on transparent procurement. I think where you should apply your energies is to ensuring that the Public Procurement Act is complied with so that the procurement is transparent. Effective contract management. So a lot of the issues that you have raised relate to effective contract management. Robust cyber security safeguards. These are issues that will feed into the price at which the service is procured. Sustained stakeholder engagement, adequate public education, and continuous monitoring and evaluation. Many of the issues that you have raised relate to these issues that the committee says it is at that stage that a lot of the questions that you have asked can be answered. So I plead with you that let's abandon this insistence that the chairman must amend the report, because what he reported is what actually happened at the meeting. What happened after the meeting is not part of the report of the meeting. It's not part of the report of the meeting. And I plead with you to reconsider your position to oppose this, because this is implementing a legislation passed by the NPP administration, a proposal of the NPP administration, which is being implemented today because we agree with it. And a service provider has to be procured to be able to implement this policy framework. So please, colleagues, let us adopt this report, let us grant the approval, and let us pay attention rather to the procurement, to ensuring that there is competitiveness, to ensuring that there is transparency, and to ensuring that it complies with the Public Procurement Act. If that is done, many of the concerns that you are raising will be adequately addressed in the procurement process. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much.
Yes. Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I understand exactly the argument that is being made by the majority leader. But if I understand the application that was made to you by the honorable member of Okere, it was specific. The specificity of this question was that, why is it that the report did not carry the proceedings of the committee? I think that was the clarity that the guidance he was seeking from you, and not to lecture us on how these things. I think it's a diversionary what we need is that why was the report not having the proceedings of the meeting and the views that have been expressed by members of the committee? I think that was exactly the guidance that is being sought by the member from Okere. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, honorable members, what I can say is to call on members to observe and abide by the provisions of the standing orders. When you come to the floor and raise some of these issues, it's very difficult for us to take a decision on the issues that you've raised, because the standing orders are very detailed on the procedure of committees at the level of consideration of matters referred to the committee. And many of these things you are raising are things that should have happened at the committee level. And we are clear in the standing orders, the functions of the chairman, the members, the clerk to the committee, they are all stated there. And you see that 2682 says the chairman shall, A, promote consensus on matters under consideration at the committee. That's the first one. So the focus of all chairmen is always to promote consensus. And then they are to be impartial, that is B, fair and firm in any matter in the performance of functions of a chairperson in these orders. And C says, protect and preserve the rights of members. That's the focus of chairmen. And then when you go to the other provisions, you see how members are given the liberty, your rights to express your opinions, to even submit reports at the committee level. And then the chairman is to let you decide on each report, including the chairman's own report. And then at the end of it, put the question. So when you don't follow these things, and you now come to a floor and you raise them, it becomes very difficult for the House. Because even at the voting level, 284 is clear. It says a decision at committee shall ordinarily be by consensus. Which meant that if you don't raise those things at the committee level, the chairman will take it that it's by consensus. When you raise them and you submit reports, and then you go through the procedure of voting, then the chairman is in the position to see whether at the end of the day, the final question is majority decision or consensus. So when you don't follow that and you come to the floor, plenary session, it becomes difficult for us to take these decisions. We can only put the question at the end of the day for the House to decide. And that is what, as a Speaker, I can only guide you, and I'll put the question. Yes, Deputy Minority Whip.
Mr. Speaker, leadership is left with leadership to conclude. The majority leader just concluded.
So what did the Deputy Minority Leader do?
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to cede my to Honorable Opon Nkrumah. Mr. Speaker, we are ceding leadership one. Mr. Speaker, in fact, the majority leader was holding the report and copiously, reading the report. So he has concluded.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we are ceding our own to Honorable Opon Nkrumah.
The majority leader has no problem about concluding. But the position is that the minority too has concluded by the submissions of the Deputy Minority Leader. Oh, please, you didn't give me that impression that you were rising on a point of order. And the submissions that she made were not submissions on point of order. Oh.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, sometimes when you are here, we are very happy because we know that the Speaker is there and impartiality, and our father is seated. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, our deputy leader, was only reacting to the ex-husband, the majority leader's assertion,
Please,
but actually not to the report.
Honorable Deputy Minority Leader, can you pinpoint to any standing order who says a member can get up and just react to what another has said? Please, just draw my attention to it. You say she was just reacting. You don't do that. In fact, I gave her the opportunity because I thought she was going to submit on behalf of the minority. And initially, I thought she was rising on a point of order. But when she made the submissions, I realized she was on substantive matters. And she really emphasized the points that were earlier raised and the clarification that were needed, and stated that you didn't need any lecture from anybody because you know about all these procedures. I'm quoting her. So I took it that she was making a submission on behalf of the minority. Yes, Deputy Minority Leader, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was only on a point of order and raising the issue of the application that was made by the honorable member of Okere and how that application has been responded to. But the application was to you, Mr. Speaker, to guide him on what has to be done. So this one, it was not really a contribution on the report, because we know.
Oh, you are my sister. You know, when the member raised that issue, I myself referred it to the chairman for clarification. And the chairman responded. After the chairman, the Deputy Minister for Finance added his voice to the explanation before I went back to the member to continue with the contribution. So that was done already. Honorable Opong Nkrumah, you are a media man, and you know communication very well. This one, you are getting it wrong. Maybe you are not following the proceedings. Yes, because I can hear you loud and clear. It's not that you are whispering. You are talking to my hearing. So please, if you want to react to what I'm saying, I'm the speaker, you can. And I've roped you in by mentioning your name. So you have that opportunity to react to what I'm saying. Not to respond, to react.
Mr. Speaker, what I was saying to your hearing was actually in support of what you were saying, that was the chronology of events until the honorable member for Okere got up and asked for your direction, and he quoted the standing order that the earlier direction you had given had not been responded to. It was that led to the back and forth, and then the majority leader spoke, and then the deputy leader spoke. So what the Deputy Chief Whip was saying is that we are now about to do the conclusions from leadership before you put the question. That's what I was trying to draw your attention to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
But, Honorable, what they did was not in response to the submissions and issues raised by the honorable member for Okere. They went beyond that. They went beyond that. And in fact, the deputy minority leader herself referred to what the majority leader said as a lecture. Now, that a lecture cannot be responding to just one question that has been raised here. So please, let's move on. We have business today, and I have to go and receive some important guests. So I want to put the question before I leave. I understand the situation, and I know that it can only be resolved by putting the question. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, as a father as you are, I want to pray that you should just let it 5 minutes. Mr. Speaker, 5 minutes will not spoil putting the question. So the Honorable Opong Nkrumah we'll just conclude on our part and you just put the question, Mr. Speaker.
5 minutes for who?
Honorable Opon Kuruma, Leadership 1.
Oh, he is going to speak for and on behalf
5
of
minutes.
leadership.
Yes, on behalf of our leaders. Just 5 minutes, Mr. Speaker.
Does that mean after that the majority will have the opportunity? Yes, Majority Leader.
Yes, so he can speak for leadership, and then the Deputy Minister for Finance will also speak for leadership on this side.
Thank you so much. So, Honorable Opon Nkrumah.
Mr. Speaker, may you live long. Mr. Speaker, as the Majority Leader rightly mentioned, this transaction is based on an act passed by the MPP administration in 2018. And so we on this side will be the last to oppose it. But, Mr. Speaker, you also recall that when the Minister for Finance appeared here, he mentioned that even in operationalizing this, he want the ranking member of the Committee of Finance to be part of the Oversight Committee. And he praised the MPP administration for this. So it's not something that ordinarily we will oppose. But, Mr. Speaker, there's a process for the multi-year commitment. And with your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, before a multi-year commitment is requested for, the ministry that is requesting for it has an idea or the model of what it wants to do, the global costs, and the multi-year fiscal implications. So usually they will do a schedule that this will take 6 years. Each year, this is how much it costs. That schedule and the global amount, even who the contractor is known before the multi-year commitment is applied for. Mr. Speaker, what is different in this instance is that there have been no such disclosures to Parliament. But Parliament is being asked to give a blank check to the ministry to go and procure. And it is that we are saying is very inappropriate. If we do that respectfully, Mr. Speaker, it is our considered view that we'll be operating as a rubber stamp. What we will pray our colleagues on the majority side to do is not to rush this through. Rather, let us stand it down. And, Mr. Speaker, with your good offices and your powers, let them provide this information. How many years are we committing the Republic of Ghana to? What is the annual fiscal implication we are committing the Republic of Ghana to? Who are we giving this job to even? Because that information is available. It will be a travesty if they rather tell this House that they don't know, yet they want a blank check. Parliament cannot be given this sort of blank check for procurement to take place. It has some implications, and I'll end with this. The annual fiscal implications may constrict fiscal space a lot more if we don't know it and we are approving it. It could also bring contingent liability in the years down the line if we don't even bother to discuss the figures. And so our recommendations are, let's stand down this motion, let Parliament request for these details. There's no need to be in haste. Let's get these details, and then, Mr. Speaker, all of us can support for what we believe will help this country in the end. I thank Mr. Speaker for your indulgence.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank honorable members for their contribution and to say that today, when we started the debate on the mid-year fiscal policy review, Honorable Abna Osei-Asare, a former Deputy Minister and a former Minister of State at the Ministry of Finance, made a statement about the performance of VAT. She lamented that VAT is not performing as everybody would expect. And we agree. It is in response to this that we are in this House to seek your approval to bring an intervention that will help us improve on our VAT collections. Mr. Speaker, it is known that our VAT gap in this country over the last several years has been about 60%. What that means is that we are collecting only about 40% of the VAT that we are supposed to collect. It means 60% of our potential VAT collections are not being realized by the state. And in 2025, that was estimated at about 14% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, in response to this, government was in this House in 2025 to pass the VAT Amendment Act that we all know has contributed significantly to this. Finance Minister Ato Forson had cause to give praise to the previous MPP administration for passing this tax law in 2018. And in fact, that is one of the few good things that we can credit the previous administration for. And Mr. Speaker, he also mentioned that to enhance the implementation of this program, we have sought your leave to have the chairman and ranking members of the finance committee, to actually the finance and budget committees, to form an oversight committee to see to the implementation of this program. And I chair that committee, and I can say with all certainty that we are getting good inputs from people like Honorable Kweku Kwatin and others who were there and sought to the enactment of the legislation that we need to implement this program. Mr. Speaker, when Honorable Yabuama was speaking, he made mention of the existence of EVAT program and said that a service provider was engaged to provide that service. What he didn't add is that that was a multi-year service provision that failed to come to this House. So that is alien to this House. We do not want to continue with illegality. And so we are coming to this House for you to approve this for us. He also mentioned that we have not, or we did not indicate why we are replacing the EVAT program. But Mr. Speaker, if you look at the memo that we brought to this House, which was referred to the Finance Committee, on paragraph 9, let me take from paragraph 10. It says that although the EVAT system was introduced in 2022 and progressively rolled out, compliance challenges persist, especially in business-to-consumer sectors reliant on manual cash regimes. It went further to say that the current EVAT integration relies heavily on the taxpayer's POS system being fully compliant and connected. Cash-heavy businesses, that is retail, hospitality, etc., remain at high risk of underreporting or failing to issue compliant receipts. There are a lot of reasons that we gave that because of that the EVAT system was not functioning properly, and so we need to introduce this electronic device that will help us implement the project effectively. Mr. Speaker, what that is going to do is that currently we see a lot of shops, retail shops, taking VAT but not remitting to the state. This system is going to stop that, and it is going to help us improve on our VAT revenue. So I want to appeal to that it is important.
Yes, honorable members, I will put the question. Honorable members, I think my understanding is that there's agreement that there's a policy already in place. A policy referred to as the Fiscal Electronic Device Policy. And that's for the Ghana Revenue Authority. That's the first. The second is that there's agreement that there's a law requiring some processes to be taken. The first one is prior written approval by the Minister for Finance. That, from the debate, has been agreed upon. The third procedure is now to bring it before the House for what? Approval. And so it's all still dealing with procedures. we have not gone to the substantive area where your committees are set up to, on daily basis, oversee, scrutinize, and bring to the attention of the House if anything untoward is being done. And so it's still at that level of approvals, just following the law, that you are being called upon to give approval. So the issues raised are germane, but not to the approval. It's when it gets to the issue of implementation, was what Honorable Upon Nkrumah was talking about were projections. You know, you should have some idea when you are going to implement the cost implications and all those things. And those are implementational stages where you need those details. And so it's still left to the committee and members to keep an eye on this matter, because all of you are very much interested in the challenges that we are meeting as a country. That is why the previous regime started and brought the enactment and the policy. And so I think that to resolve these differences, I just put the question, and that will be the decision of the House. Honorable members, those in favor of the adoption of the report of the Finance Committee on the request for a multi-year expenditure commitment to engage a service provider to assist with the implementation of the fiscal electronic device policy for the Ghana Revenue Authority, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, I think the ayes have it. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. First Deputy Speaker to take the chair. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the consequential resolution itemized 5 on the addendum order paper.
Honorable members, consequential resolution. Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that resolution number 5 on today's order paper addendum be taken now. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, resolution moved is for the consideration of the House. Being a consequential resolution, I put the question. Those in favor of the adoption of the resolution say aye. Aye. Well, my attention has been drawn to the fact that it's not yet seconded. So please, any seconder?
The Speaker, I second the resolution.
Motion for the adoption of resolution moved and seconded for the consideration of the House. Being a consequential resolution, I put the question. Those in favor of the adoption of the resolution say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The resolution is accordingly adopted. First Deputy Speaker to take the chair.
Yes, Majority Leader, any indication?
Mr. Speaker, we'll take item number 6 on the addendum order paper. Hello, yes?
Yes, Deputy Minority Leader.
No objections. Thank you.
Very well. Item numbered 6 on the order paper addendum. Motion. Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that motion numbered 6 on today's order paper addendum be moved now.
Honourable members, motion move. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Motion move and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, this being a procedural motion, I will put a question. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Now the consequential motion numbered 7.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that motion number 7 on today's order paper addendum be taken now. And by so doing, Mr. Speaker, I will present your committee's report. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Finance made a request to this House for approval to engage a firm to develop the Ghana Domestic Revenue Collection Platform. Your committee met with the Ministry of Finance and officers of the Ghana Revenue Authority to consider this agreement. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Finance indicated that the Ghana Revenue Authority have decided to modernize public revenue collections through a digitalized, centralized system. Mr. Speaker, the Minister indicated that initially the ministry had begun a pilot under the services of an agency that was contracted by a memorandum of understanding referred to at the Ghana.gov. But, Mr. Speaker, this arrangement occasions several challenges in the revenue collection and the revenue assurance that the ministry wanted. As a result, the ministry has come to us to comply with Section 33(1) of the Public Financial Management Act to seek approval to commit the nation to a multi-year expenditure up to about 5 years. Mr. Speaker, we deliberated on the issues, agreed on the merits of this arrangement, but unfortunately, the committee could not reach a consensus. Mr. Speaker, the decision was arrived at by a majority decision with the dissenting members of the committee, indicating that because there was already an arrangement before this approval, and those arrangements occasion some outstanding payments that the ministry had to make, the ministry should be compelled to fulfill those payments before a new entity could be recruited. But, Mr. Speaker, the majority were of the view that that arrangement itself was illegal, it was not governed by a contract, and it was not brought to this House for approval as required by the Public Financial Management Act. Under the circumstances, Mr. Speaker, we recommend to this House for approval under a majority decision. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Honourable members, motion move report presented. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. To second the motion and speak to your committee's report. Mr. Speaker, all along we'll be talking about cashless society, financial inclusion, and even when members were debating the media review, the central point was revenue non-performance. So if there's an arrangement to make sure that domestic revenue is enhanced, I think it's the way to go. Honorable Kojo Oponkoma, when he was debating, he was talking about bringing agreement to the House so that we can peruse it, so that members will get to know the content of it. But we were in this country. They signed on to SML agreement. It never came to this House. Ghana.gov did not come to this House for approval. But we are so transparent. We want the Ghanaian people to know what the government is intending doing. So this will help us raise more revenue. If we don't raise domestic revenue, the last option is to go out and borrow for national development. So I don't get the point where minority is saying there's an outstanding debt. Until that debt is paid, they will not support this agreement. Government will always have commitments, liabilities, but this is something that is going to help us generate enough revenue domestically so that we can use it to develop our nation. So this back and forth, I will not support this, I will support that. By the end of the day, we have a country to govern. We have a country to develop. So if there is an arrangement which will bring many people into the basket, because every budget you hear, let's widen the tax net. How do you widen the tax net without bringing many people on board? This is a cashless society we want to build. So that by the end of the day, there will be an interface. You will sit in one office, you make payment, it will reflect at year end. So there will be proper reconciliation, proper accounting for the revenue. So by the end of the day, we get more money to develop our own nation. So it is my prayer that the minority will rescind their decision, support this arrangement, so that by the end of the day, domestically, we can raise more revenue for national development. So, Mr. Speaker, the position taken by the minority, I'm not in support of it. Don't do politics with everything, because we are the same people complaining that revenue is not performing. And this is an arrangement that will help revenue to perform, raise more national revenue to national kitty, and you are saying you will not support this. So, Mr. Speaker, I call on all members to support this report and make sure that we get more revenue for domestic development. Else, we'll go and borrow and there will be debt overhang. And I don't think anybody will support Ghana borrowing for doing almost everything in this country. We will not go that trajectory, that everything will go out and borrow. You did it, and it got to a time we were blacklisted. We were blacklisted. So, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Richard Achampong, please conclude.
I'm sure by the end of the debate, majority will have a second thought, and then they will think like what majority is thinking now, so that they will support this report and we will get more revenue for national development. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yes, Honorable Stephen Amwa.
Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, as much as development and building a country is a process, not event, and that calls for most of these things to be done as a country to enhance our chance of attaining our long-term goal as a country in terms of economic resilience, growth, and stability and sustainability. We need to do things in a way that will not rather provide cyclical defect and put in place strategic drift. Mr. Speaker, in the first place, as stated in the report 6, minority view, minority in the meeting did not say that by obligation they have to pay the arrears before proceeding or embarking on this transition or policy transition. Mr. Speaker, our position was that there is a controversy. And what is the controversy? The controversy is that a service provider has been engaging this country, and Ghana in this context is seen as an artificial person that had some form of agreement with a service provider who has been providing his services, and we had been paying this provider. So if we want to use Article 33(1) as stipulated by the Constitution, nobody's challenging that. But now it's not about government A or B, it's about Ghana. So did Ghana know that and yet proceeded paying the provider every month or periodically and still allow the provider to work
a number of months. These were our concerns. So it's not basically we are saying A is right or B is wrong. But Mr. Speaker, some of you are lawyers. We are not lawyers. But let's ask ourselves that if I am a provider A, there seems to be, even say there's no contract, but even forms of agreement or contract, conduct is also one of them. I'm not a lawyer, I stand to be corrected. Conduct can constitute a contract, an agreement. So if Ghana had no contract with a said service provider, why were we paying them? So these are genuine concerns. Until they prove to us that we are not treading on these dangerous grounds of Ghana being confronted with judgment debt, we are okay. It's not like we are interested in dishing out or outlaying government funds or state funds already. We are managing ration budget as a country. These are genuine concerns. I think we need to contextualize this as a country, not as a party or as a government or as anything. But our concern, Mr. Speaker, is that are we one day going to pay a judgment debt or not? Because so far as I know, judgment debts are always far bigger than even the actual contractual sum. So they shouldn't twist their pieces of information for it to look as if minority is interested in forcing somebody to pay a provider A. But you are lawyers. Mr. Speaker, your good self, you teach me law even when I hadn't started my law school. Back here, remember, you can be part of this whole decision-making processes. We want to, as much as possible,
please,
deal away with
don't draw me into the debate.
Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the point I'm making is that everything we are doing about this country is one thing: decision-making. The basis for decision-making is information. And within that context, such as we are dealing with, we either consider element of objectivity or arbitrariness. And arbitrariness can cost us a lot as a country. Legally, socially, financially, economically, ethically, spiritually. So, Mr. Speaker, they shouldn't push something into our buccal cavities and say that we, the minority, we are pushing for somebody who has not gotten any agreement or contract to be paid. But the question and the contention still remains: why was Ghana paying this very person? Was he offering or providing his services? Yes or no? If yes, what lies ahead of us? If no, what can we do? Abrogating the contract, of course, you have the right and discretion if you think something wrong with it. But for a number of months, a number of years, he has been providing his services. We were paying him. Does it constitute a breach of contract in any form? Should we go this way? I mean, that is my position. And it's a genuine position. And I'm saying this, the lawyer said a bona fide or something. In good faith. Not any ulterior motive, not any mischief, but I want to place my country, Mother Ghana, my beloved Ghana. We are tired of judgment debts. That's all that, Mr. Speaker, we are raising. And I think minority as a group, this is our concern, this is our interest. We think Ghana first. We think enough is enough of previous and historical mistakes of paying judgment debt destructively. We want them to come just clear. Apart from that, personally, I'm very okay. I have nothing against whatever they want to do. But, Mr. Speaker, this is an extract that we cannot heap scorn on. We cannot treat it with contempt. We cannot walk over it. We cannot overlook this. But place it in a very concentrated context of interest, mutually, collectively as a country. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Yes. Yes, Honorable Boma, you have the floor.
I'm most grateful, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this particular request for approval to engage a firm to develop domestic revenue collection platform. Mr. Speaker, this is an exercise per the report and the contributions that is already ongoing in terms of an entity having been given the permission to do this on behalf of the people of Ghana. from the report that we received, the company has been operating since 2020 in this regard. For me, the biggest point of interest is how well has the company performed and how well have we been able to use this platform as an avenue to grow our revenue collection. And from all indications, government have not stated anywhere that the service delivery so far is below standard or is unimpressed with it. So the key interest that I want to put on record on behalf of our side is to the extent that whatever government intends to do, they're talking about regularizing a particular procedure or process. In the regularization, the Minister of Finance had indicated to the committee that it will be by an open tender mechanism. So whether it is the company that has the right now, who would have a competitive advantage to win the bid, or a new company will be given the bid, that is up to the processes that will be opened. But we should just be guided that this creation that we are talking about are 3 different entities from Ghana Young ICT Enterprises. And so we should be looking at building our domestic capacity to take over the reins of our revenue collection mechanisms. So the interest is about how well are we positioning enterprises, and this is where the care should be, that government in doing this particular exercise does not continue to engage foreign entities, foreign companies to be doing this, because we are talking about serious revenue collection points. This is the central system by which government revenue is received. So unlike the first one that they have talked about, the FED, which we don't know where it is going to be granted or given to, here we already have a system that is operating, in the words of the minister and the deputy at the committee, seamless. Even if there are challenges, they have been able to ensure that this work is ongoing. So whether you rationalize, you ratify, or you go ahead to re-engage, that is for you. But build Ghanaian companies to do this work. My end point, Mr. Speaker, is the cost. According to the ministry, there is supposed to be a percentage, and then if it crosses a particular amount, it is capped. But we were not fully informed as to how much they expect such services to run. And this is where we continuously draw government attention, that when it comes to multi-year contracts, committee and parliament should be seized with the opportunity to know the financial impact and not be giving blank checks for government to go and be negotiating contracts that will have consequences for our future commitments. And so the concerns of the minority and Ghanaians are clear. We are not opposed at all to government strengthening revenue collection mechanisms. We are not against government making companies to collect this for us. There's an existing company. If government is satisfied, let government re-engage on terms that are beneficial to the good people of this country. If government admits, as we speak today, the people are providing those services, if government is minded and the people have conducted themselves well and we owe them, let's make arrangement to pay. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, it is our firm position as a House that it is important for us to continue to have this domestic revenue collection platform. Let's encourage local businesses and let's support Ghanaian companies who have already taken the initiative and have contributed significantly to our revenue collection drive. Without much to say, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, minority leadership.
Speaker, we'll cede our own to Dr. Kabiru, the leadership.
Yes. Dr. Kabiru.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to join my colleague, and for that matter, our side, to highlight one more or two more issues that, in our estimation, it becomes difficult for us to support this request. Mr. Speaker, the minister's memorandum, the president's memorandum, a memorandum from the government, clearly highlights the importance of having a system to mobilize domestic revenue for the country. And it is in line with that the previous government entered into an arrangement that the memorandum has duly acknowledged, to the effect that a Ghanaian consortium of Ghanaian companies were brought together to provide a service. Mr. Speaker, much as we are interested in the legal question, there is a moral question. And the moral question is, why do we, as a country, continue to benefit from the company's effort 1.5 years, yet we see nothing wrong with the fact that those people also have families to feed? With the greatest respect, Mr. Speaker, if government has problem with the old system, I'm sure that 1.5 years is too long a time for government to have come to this house, terminate such an arrangement, and then we initiate a process of, engaging a new company. In any case, Mr. Speaker, you are engaging a company, and that company is providing you valuable service, and you are enjoying this service for 1.5 years. Yet, when the question of payment comes to the question and to the table, you think that it is a minority position. If we don't have the legal basis for such a request, there is a moral basis, Mr. Speaker, that you have to be concerned about the fact that those people are providing service. Mr. Speaker, aside from that, we raise a number of issues, and you ask, why would you go for sole sourcing of a particular program, something you are yet to even see the benefit, but you are insisting on open tender for a program you have already seen the benefit? It's marks of double standards, because on one hand, you are requesting Parliament to give you approval to sole source for your e-commerce. On another hand, you are telling Parliament that these people are doing well, but they didn't come to Parliament for approval, so we want to open it up for other people to compete. That is not a government concerned about the welfare, the sustainability, the viability of local companies. That should not be the stance of such a government. And if you are embarking on a program to support local businesses, this should have been a matter that you did not even bring before this House. You should have engaged with the service provider in a manner that will allow them to continue their work. In any case, I don't know the owners of this company. I don't know the owners of this company. I don't know the people behind it. And I'm making that disclosure with clear conscience. But in any case, if people are providing services, Mr. Speaker, you must also acknowledge that they are providing services and pay them their due. Mr. Speaker, there was also an issue of the number of years. This agreement was entered into in 2020. We are in 2025, 2026. Mr. Speaker, they have been providing this service. Now you are trying to commit. Mr. Speaker, and while we are not even sure, we wanted assurance from the minister that in their estimation, in their determination, they must give it to a local company. I remember I raised that particular point at the committee level, insisting that this arrangement, if the oil company is not even going to get it, they must make deliberate effort, because we have local content, we have local capacity in order to ensure that Ghanaian companies are able to provide that service that you want. So it is even going to be much more scandalous that in the end, this open tender and this open application or this open call is given, and the end of it, people who are going to win it are going to be foreign companies. Mr. Speaker, the charges, as my colleague mentioned, in the previous arrangement, they told us that a certain 3% of revenue rate, or 20 million, whosoever is lesser, was the arrangement. The hope and the expectation of the minister is to the effect that, we'll even negotiate the raise down. But we don't even know how lower is it going to be from the current arrangement. It seems it is indeterminate. The minister cannot still even answer that question. And unfortunately, it was the deputy minister, my good friend, who was sitting on the chair. He couldn't tell us tentatively, even though the assurance was to the fact that, look, we want to get lower rates or better rates. That company that is currently doing the work, have you engaged them and they cannot give you lower rates, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I will want to note that these, no doubt, would bring improvement in revenue as it is currently being done. The minister admitted that the company that is currently doing the work is a good thing and that they have helped improve revenue for the country. Whatever the decision the government is going to take, we are minded by the fact that support, promote, and ensure that local companies are able to succeed in your Better Ghana agenda. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, majority. Yes, finance.
Thank you,
Deputy
Mr.
Finance.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I am so surprised, and I'm surprised about two things. The first one is that we are in this house to right your wrongs, to do what you should have done and have failed to do, and you are against it. The second surprise is that it seems that for some people, their loyalty and interest is not to protect the public purse, but to fight for a private person. That is the second surprise that I have today. Mr. Speaker, we were told that on the 25th of March 2020, government entered into an MOU with a private company to pilot this domestic revenue collections for 120 days. After the expiration of the 120 days period, they went to have an addendum to extend it for another 120 days. Mr. Speaker, if you read the MOU, it states clearly that a contract should be signed after the period. Since March 2020, no contract was signed. But you went ahead to pay the service provider from March 2020 to November 2024. Government paid an amount of 882 million Ghana cedis to this service provider without a contract. Mr. Speaker, that is what this current administration says, that we cannot continue to perpetuate this illegality. The Public Financial Management Act is clear. Section 33(1) says if you are contracting, committing the state in a multi-year situation, you need to come to Parliament for an approval. And we are in Parliament to seek an approval to do this, and somebody says, no, we will not be part of this. Mr. Speaker, that is my surprise. Earlier speakers on the other side have mentioned that they are requesting that we should make sure that it goes to a local contractor. We don't have a problem with this. In fact, we are believers in that more than you. But we have told you that we are going to source competitively. And so it is difficult for us to give you that assurance that it will go to company A or company B. That is all. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure our friends on the other side that from the work we have done, we can give the firm assurance of this House is that when we conclude the process, we'll be able to secure an amount that will be significantly lower than what you were paying to the private person. And that is the assurance we can give you. And that we want to go through the process and make sure that we tick all the boxes before we pay any amount of money to anybody. That is what our law says, and that is what we are committed to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. We then move to consequential resolution numbered 8. Yes, Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that resolution number 8 on today's order paper addendum be taken now. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Resolution ably moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the resolution.
Honourable members, resolution moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. This being a consequential resolution, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The resolution numbered 8 at page 4 of the order paper addendum is accordingly adopted. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we'll take motion number 9.
Motion numbered 9. Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that motion number 9 on today's order paper addendum be taken now.
Honourable members, motion move. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Honourable members, motion move and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. This being a procedural motion, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The procedural motion numbered 9 at page 5 of today's order paper addendum is accordingly adopted. Now, the consequential motion numbered 10. Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that motion number 10 on today's order paper addendum be taken now. But Mr. Speaker, in so doing, I will submit your committee's report by highlighting key elements of the report and request Hansa Department to capture the report as having been read in full. Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister presented to us for the request to engage Principal Consult Limited to develop, implement, and deploy cross-border e-commerce VAT monitoring and collection system for the Ghana Revenue Authority. Mr. Speaker, the government of Ghana plans to undertake a multi-year expenditure commitment to engage Principal Consult Limited to develop, implement, and deploy the Sentinel system, a digital platform designed to monitor, assess, facilitate, and collection of value-added tax on cross-border digital services provided by non-resident suppliers. The project is driven by the rapid expansion of Ghana's digital economy, characterized by increased use of mobile money, online marketplaces, cloud computing, software subscriptions, and digital advertising. Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians are increasingly engaged in transactions that are cross-border in nature, and yet the suppliers of those goods and services do not pay the applicable taxes to the state. And it is all because Ghana has not developed the capacity to tax those cross-border digital transactions. So the Ministry of Finance is requesting the approval of this House to be able to engage a subject specialist company to give the country the capacity to monitor, collect, and assess those taxes. The committee, by consensus, recommends to the House to adopt this report and approve the request for the approval to engage Principal Consult Limited to develop, implement, and deploy cross-border e-commerce VAT monitoring and collection system. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Honourable members, motion move, report presented. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. By doing so, Mr. Speaker, let me commend the Finance Committee, both sides, the majority and minority, for concluding that this House should make sure that we adopt this report and approve the system. Mr. Speaker, I've gone through the report. I think this is one of the best reports written so far. Mr. Speaker, I will therefore go through with some outline of the observations. One, the report signifies that it will strengthen VAT administration, which is quite good. The Speaker, there's implementation plan which this House should take note. The Speaker, we are in July. Today is 28 July. Parliamentary approval should be done in July, which is July 2026. Development of administrative guidelines should be done in August 2026. System enhancement and readiness should be done in August 2026. Staff training should be done in August 2026. Public education and sensitization should be done in August 2026. Commencement of implementation, 1st September 2026. Mr. Speaker, I think there was a time bound with this system, and therefore I will urge the House to adopt the report today and approve it so that we not enter into August. Mr. Speaker, quite apart from that, the report talks about revenue leakages and compliance challenges. So, Speaker, I think this will be resolved. So, Speaker, the report talks about revenue mobilization potential, be able to increase our revenue base. So, Speaker, with these words, I will urge the House to adopt this report and approve this system so that we can increase our revenue mobilization in the country. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Honourable members, motion move. And seconded, it is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable Yabuama.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on this report. Mr. Speaker, this is a request for approval to engage Principal Consult Limited to develop, implement, and deploy cross-border e-commerce VAT monitoring and collection system, which they call the Sentinel system for Ghana Revenue Authority. Mr. Speaker, before we go into the merits or otherwise of this request, it should also be indicated that at the committee level, there was a direct indication that this report should be by majority decision. The reasons the House or the minority proposed to this House to reject this particular report is the inconsistency in government approach in engaging people. On this floor right now, this is the third report we are deploying or requesting. The first, we said it should be by competitive tendering. The second, which is already being performed by a Ghanaian entity, we said we will open it for competitive tendering. What is the basis in going for sole sourcing in this particular third engagement? That is inconsistent with government position and procedure and processes, because clearly government knows that they want to engage certain companies to perform the e-commerce platform. So why didn't they come to the House, get an approval to engage, and then open it up for competitive tendering? From the report, Principal Consult was engaged in November 2025. They started deploying their work October 2025. They started active connection in February 2026. We are in July 2026. There is no evaluation report on the success or otherwise of that deployment. So what is the basis of coming to this House to ask this House to engage a company who has already started a pilot process, but we don't even have an evaluation report on its performance and whether they have the capacity to deliver? And we keep on engaging and re-engaging and engaging companies. Mr. Speaker, if you check the reports of the committee, the parent company that has the software or the system proprietary rights is called Mascot. Mascot, whatever. Why have we not sought to engage Mascot directly to provide the service? And now we want to use a third party to provide the service for the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, these are very, very critical issues that require urgent review and for government not to commit itself to it. Mr. Speaker, if you look at this particular report before us, there's also the tendency for us to look at the financing scheme. We've complained and commented about how much it will cost this country. According to the report, they are saying that they are going to pay the service provider 3% of revenue collected. GRA, as the parent body, the authority, is entitled to retain up to 3% of revenue collected. That is the GRA, up to 3%. Then you want to subcontract a part of GRA's work to a third party, and you are giving the party 3% outright. So what is the benefit of it to GRA? So it means that the company, all the VAT that will be collected on this platform, we are going to take 3% and give it to the company. And GRA gets what out of the engagement? These are practical challenges. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, if you care to know, these are software matters. You provide the platform, it costs you. At some point, you make your money. They are committing government to an infinitum contract. What kind of process are we engaging here, Mr. Speaker? I am of the candid view, and it should reflect that first we have objected it to be on majority decision because there's lack of clarity. It is inconsistent with the position of government to do so sourcing. It is inconsistent by the position of government to contract a third party through another network, and the financing regime is also not good for the people of Ghana. I urge this House, my colleagues on the other side, please hear us out that this project has to be re-looked at so that the overall interest of the Ghanaian people will be achieved. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity to comment on this report. I thank you.
Yes.
Mr.
Please,
Speaker.
let me give you the floor and then you can speak last. It's actually the turn of the minority leadership. Are you?
Yes, Speaker. Respectfully, we want to speak
please,
to
you have the
Honorable
floor.
Gideon Bok.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for letting me step in the shoes of the leadership. Mr. Speaker, this is yet one of the 3 memoranda that came to the Finance Committee, and this one, the Sentinel proposal, Mr. Speaker, basically looks at cross-border VAT. Mr. Speaker, the issue of cross-border VAT is something that all of us must pay attention to. Mr. Speaker, what it means is that if this is approved, any transactions that you make on the digital platform across borders is going to attract VAT by the government of Ghana. But Mr. Speaker, what we are losing sight of is also the fact that cross-border VATs operate on 2 fundamental principles: the origin principle and the destination principle. Mr. Speaker, the origin principle arises from the fact that the product that you are purchasing, the country in which the product originates from, that is where the product is going to be shipped to you from. For instance, if a Ghanaian student decides to buy a textbook on Amazon, if the textbook is in the USA, the government of USA, if they have this VAT, will charge VAT. And if the textbook is shipped to the Ghanaian student at Legon or Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, Ghana is also going to charge VAT on the textbook. So, Mr. Speaker, that Ghanaian student suffers the jeopardy of double taxation. It is important that we are fully educated on how government of Ghana is going to mitigate the risk of double taxation once we pass this. Now, when this is also approved, it also means that if you want to use services of Netflix, if you want to use Starlink, you are going to pay VAT on all of that. Mr. Speaker, this is nothing but a social media tax. This is a social media tax that we are going to impose on the people of this country. This is a social media tax that we are going to impose on the youth of this country. Our younger sisters and brothers at the universities are trying so hard to support their parents such that they get better and quality education. What do most of them do, Mr. Speaker? Most of them order hairs from Thailand, order hairs from Russia, other products from other countries. If those countries are charging VAT based on the origin principle, and government of Ghana is also going to charge VAT based on the destination principle, this is double jeopardy. Government should be able to tell us how it is going to mitigate the double taxation risk. Then again, Mr. Speaker, the memorandum that was presented to us talks about projected revenue of 37.4 million cedis based on a pilot scheme they did with 5 institutions. Mr. Speaker, if you annualize this, it comes to 448.8 million cedis. Yet, government says that it's projecting total revenue of 2.3 billion cedis. The question was asked at the committee level, how did government move from 448 million annualized revenue to 2.3 billion cedis? That answer was not clear. Mr. Speaker, it is important that we bring clarity to this. Government revenues from such contracts should not just be based on arbitrary projections. It should be supported by evidence, and that evidence is lacking in this particular regard. Then again, we are told, Mr. Speaker, that the implementing company, which is a foreign company, we have a lot of IT experts in this country. We have seen in time past that almost all the IT technologies that were deployed by the previous government were executed by Ghanaian people. We have domestic IT experts who can execute this project, yet we are ceding it to a foreign company. And this foreign company is going to receive up to 3% of the total revenue that accrues from this platform. Mr. Speaker, even if we use the government's projected revenue of 2.3 billion, that amounts to a whopping 69 million cedis we are giving to a foreign company for virtually nothing. And Mr. Speaker, we need to understand the base of this revenue from which the percentage is going to be calculated. Is it going to come from the percentage that will apply to all VAT that will be monitored by the system? Does it apply to only genuinely incremental revenue that will otherwise have escaped taxation? Or does it apply to revenue already being collected by the Ghana Revenue Authority? Mr. Speaker, the answers to these questions are lacking. If the technology we are deploying and the entity we are deploying to do this are going to do virtually that Ghana government through the technologies we have already would have given to us, why are we going to pay more to give to another company? Why did we abolish betting tax just to introduce a social media tax that will affect the younger generation of this country? Mr. Speaker, these are critical questions, and we must have answers to these critical questions. Mr. Speaker, until we are done with these critical questions and provided answers to them, I don't see how this Parliament must approve this particular memorandum and the agreement that comes with it. With that, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, Deputy Finance Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just before this particular business, we discussed one particular business where the previous administration entered into an MOU and failed to execute a contract to follow it. Today, we are here to tell you that we were approached by a company that they will be able to assist us to collect revenues that we are not collecting. Upon their presentation, we entered into an MOU with this company on the 7th of October 2025. And contrary to what Honorable Yalboama said, the pilot period did not start in October. If you read the memo that was submitted to you, the pilot phase commenced on 2nd February 2026. And Mr. Speaker, the pilot has actually demonstrated the capacity of this company to assist us to collect already existing revenues that we are failing to collect. The pilot actually involved 5 licensed banks, and we have seen the figures, and we have realized that it is important for us to target those who are supposed to pay VAT to the state and are not paying. Mr. Speaker, he made a statement that Honorable Gideon Boako has corrected. The submission to the committee never said that we are going to take 3%. We said up to. In actual fact, let me read paragraph 22. The financing arrangement for the system will comprise a fee not exceeding 3%. The same arrangement that we have with GRA, that is what we said. We were not definite about this. Mr. Speaker, let me also respond to what Honorable Gideon Boako said, that we are not going to give monies that are already being collected as part of this to the service provider. It is strictly on success fees. It will be based on the incremental, what we are not collecting, that they are collecting, that is going to help us do this. Mr. Speaker, we have already said that the pilot phase has demonstrated that if we implement this in a complete year, we expect to raise revenue of about 2.3 billion cedis. That is additional revenue that is going to help us. Mr. Speaker, I demonstrated this at the committee, and I want to conclude by saying that both Honorable Kabiru and Honorable Gideon Boako are my good friends, and I've been visiting them. Honorable Kabiru has internet in his house, but the internet he uses is MTN. He subscribes to internet from MTN. Honorable Gideon Boako, the bourgeois Honorable Gideon Boako, he subscribes to Starlink. Honorable Kabiru is paying VAT because the service provider is a local company. But his counterpart does not pay VAT because the service provider is domiciled in another country. This system is going to help us collect those cross-border revenues from cross-border transactions. As simple as that. It is never an introduction of a new tax. The social media tax we are talking about is not true. We are not introducing a new tax. It is the same VAT. We were in this house and told you that we will not introduce a new tax. We will broaden the tax base. This is what it means by broadening the tax base. That is the only thing we are doing. Raking in people who are supposed to pay taxes and are not paying, so they will pay. Mr. Speaker, we have a shop in Accra Mall who are here and are selling to our people. Ghanaians are buying and paying VAT. But there are other shops online. People go and shop online and they are not paying the VAT to us. So that is making the shops here, their prices more expensive than those. Why do we want to ship jobs outside when we can create jobs internally? So this is what we are seeking to do. It is never an introduction of a new tax. It is the same VAT 15% that we are broadening the base so those who are not paying will pay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. We then move to consequential resolution numbered 11 at page 5 of the other paper addendum. Minister for Finance, Deputy Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that resolution numbered 11 on today's other paper addendum be taken now. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
All members, resolution accordingly moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the resolution.
Honourable members, resolution moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. This being a consequential resolution, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The consequential resolution numbered 11 at page 5 of the order paper addendum is accordingly adopted. Yes, Majority Leader.
So, Speaker, I think we had agreed to start the day with the bills, but we've ended up focusing on the agreements and are lagging behind on the bills. So I propose that we take the Mr. Speaker, I want to take item 71. That's the second reading of the excise bill. In the original, the main order paper, page 36.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, that was not the engagement and the arrangement we have with the leader of the House. Our understanding was that after we are done with 5-5 on the debate and do the business, we come and conclude on the debate, then we can do the bills. But
were you there? You were there.
So, leader, that was our arrangement. So let's conclude on the debate. We left with 5-5 each, and then we can come back because we are already going to do extended sitting so that we can do the debate.
Honorable Habib, did we agree to conclude the debate today?
Mr. Speaker, not concluding the debate today, but today we had agreed that we were doing 10 each on both sides. So we'll do 5-5, pause, do some business, come back, conclude on the 10. I'm talking about the 10 names that we submitted. And then we can go back and do the bills because we are going to have extended sitting today. So there's no need to rush. 5 minutes for the number of people left to debate, less than 1 hour, we are done. And then we come back to spend time on the bills. That was what we said.
Mr. Speaker, in fact, the original arrangement was that we'll start with the bills. That was the original arrangement, to take the bills, and then at some point, we can do the debate. Then we revised our position and said, okay, we'll lay papers. After laying papers, we'll do the debate, take 5 each, then start the bills. That was the original agreement. So when we came into the chamber, we actually started with the laying. We started with the debate. We took the 5-5, and then the chairpersons had issues with the reports of the committees and etc. So we decided to take the agreements. And so the bills have actually suffered. And that is why I think we should now start with the bills. And many of the bills, there are no advertised amendments. And so it will be easy to go through them and conclude within a very short period of time. So, Mr. Speaker, let's start with the bills, 71.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, what the majority leader is saying is true to an extent. But to the larger extent, we agreed that we will start with the, after laying papers, we'll do the debate, do the bills, come back to the debate, and then do the agreement. But they elect to do the financial agreements. So they elect to do that. And that has taken a lot of our time. Even they did the energy motion and the rest of the... So Majority Leader, what I'm saying is that many of our members who are to debate are ready, they are prepared. People are here to witness it. So let's do it. We are those who will debate on our side, they are all here. The 5 left, they are here. And Mr. Speaker, so if we do that, Majority Leader, with respect, so that we can come back and do the bill, and then we'll do, Deputy Finance Minister, when leaders are consulted, you are not a leader. You should be able to let leaders consult on this matter. And
you see,
when they are talking about ministers, then you can come in.
Honorable Habib, as a matter of fact, I sat in conclave with you. Honorable Habib, I sat in conclave with you. And I recall Majority Leader even stating that the debate of the second reading may even influence the comment on the statement. Therefore, we should take the second reading. I recall that vividly. So, honourable members, without wasting my time, motion numbered 71. Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Application, I think there should be a standing application, a standing application that for the rest of today, any mention of the Minister of Finance should mean the Deputy Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, if the right thing is done, we don't have a problem, because the Deputy Minister for Finance today is assuming the duty of the finance. Even he's seated at where the Finance Minister is seated. So if applications are to be made for him to do, we don't have a problem. So, Mr. Speaker, we can make progress.
Yes, Deputy Finance Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that the Excise Bill 2026 be now read a second time. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion move. I would call on the chairman of the committee to present the committee's report.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
You present the report. This is second reading.
I will present the committee's report. There's a motion there. Mr. Speaker, I present the report on the Excise Bill 2026. Mr. Speaker, the bill was referred to the Finance Committee. The committee met with the Minister for Finance and his Deputy Honorable Ampimiako and officers of the Ghana Revenue Authority. Mr. Speaker, they indicated that there was a need to consolidate the excise duty and the excise staff stamp in order to provide a unified legal regime that makes it easy for collection and reference purposes. Mr. Speaker, the committee was informed that the object of the bill is to provide for the imposition of the collection of excise duty on selected, imported, and locally manufactured excisable goods, as well as provide for the excise duty, excise tax stamp, and the fixation of the excise stamp on excisable goods. Mr. Speaker, the committee was informed that this will assist to widen and expand the base in order to improve the collection of tax and ensure compliance. Mr. Speaker, members of the committee were taking through the challenges that the current arrangement provides, and therefore this solution would assist to address some of the challenges. Mr. Speaker, the committee carefully examined the Excise Bill 2026 and is satisfied that this provides a modern and comprehensive legal framework for the administration of excise duty in Ghana. The bill is therefore recommended to this House by consensus, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honourable members, the motion, move, report presented. It is for the consideration of the House. Debate may ensue on the basis of the explanatory memorandum and the report of the committee. Yes, Honourable Bowman.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity to comment on the report of the Finance Committee in relation to the Excise Bill 2026. Mr. Speaker, it should be clearly indicated that, of course, at the committee level, the committee recommends this bill for consideration by consensus. And so it is very clear to us as a House that when we engage and we agree as a committee, there is no way we are going to deny our position that this is of consensus. Why are we on consensus or adding them in this? Because the excise tax regime has received quite a number of amendments over the time. And then we've also seen a lot more developments that require strengthening the tax regime of excise collection. And so the bill before us, the report before us, is indicating some of the strong points for which reason we should review the excise bill. First and foremost, it's about expanding the registration regime. Because currently, if you look at the exercisable entities in this country and those that are registered by the Ghana Revenue Authority, you can see that a lot more enterprises or businesses that ought to be registered are not. And this is because the regime, the old excise registration regime, is not robust enough to bring in all of those components. And so it is important as a House to commend the GRE for looking at this expansion of registration regime. Mr. Speaker, the second I want to comment briefly is on the structuring of the excise duty structure. We've moved from the system where we were doing ad valorem today. The next time we go to specific tax collection through the excise. Now, the bill is seeking to integrate a hybrid of both ad valorem and then also specific. And this will particularly affect dangerous and hazardous products. For example, if you take alcohol, if you take tobacco, it takes some of this hybrid regime to control its excessive importation and usage by the Ghanaian people. Because we have reports that suggest from World Health Organization that we are seeing an increasing demand for alcohol intake in this country. So one of the means to regulate the consumption of alcohol is to use taxation. And we've seen also per report that when you touch it from specific and ad valorem mixture, you are able to increase revenue significantly. Because when we did same for tobacco, we realized that tobacco consumption has reduced drastically in Ghana up to almost about 2%. Yet revenue derived from tobacco has shot up by in excess of 400 to 500%. And so without more, Mr. Speaker, we want to recommend to this House by consensus once again that the House considers this excise bill. And I'm sure it will go a long way of protecting the interests of Ghanaians. I so thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, Honourable Richard Achampong.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the bill is seeking to introduce a hybrid excise duty structure, which will help us raise more revenue for national development. Mr. Speaker, would you believe that some alcoholic beverages will be cleared at the port, and the indication is they are taking it to Niger, Mali, Burkina. We all know it's a Muslim community. So telling you that they are transporting all these alcoholic beverages to Niger, Mali, and Burkina, they get to the border and they return the product and come and sell those products in the country. And they come to compete with the locally manufactured products. And our people cannot compete with them because they produce in high volumes. So they sell at a cheaper price, make their profit, and those that our people are importing and are selling over here, they are not getting the real value for it. So this structure will help us to monitor the import, the destination of the import, where they are going to sell them, so that the real value is determined and the real revenue is also realized from the product that they are importing. So these are some of the things we need to support the ministry to undertake, so that by the end of the day, we'll get the right revenue for national development. So I'm very happy that minority supported this arrangement. This one is not majority decision, it's by consensus. So this is a nation building, always trying to support the government so that we get more revenue for national development. I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yes, Dr. Kabiru.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I make contribution in support of the report generated by your committee. And then, as rightly captured, Mr. Speaker, the report adequately reflects the deliberation at the committee. Mr. Speaker, whilst we support this, there are some issues that we need to bring to your attention and to the attention of members, Mr. Speaker. The ground for the amendment proposed or the ground for the memorandum includes, among other things, as to the reason of the erosion of the excisable tax base, Mr. Speaker. The memorandum accompanying this particular bill explains that the various activities of excisable persons are contributing to the erosion of the excisable tax base. Mr. Speaker, one issue I noted at the committee, which I want again to highlight, was the issue of the focus of excise duty. Mr. Speaker, it appears that the role of excise duty is, it has performed dual role: public health issue or public health rule, and also revenue generation rule. It is not okay to just look at excise duty for the end that it is giving us revenue. We must equally be concerned about the public health goal. And the memorandum was a bit silent, but in the explanation by the minister, we got solace of the fact that the public health goal aspect of excise duty was equally going to be addressed by this particular amendment. Mr. Speaker, aside that, there was also the means of executing this particular, amendment. We got to understand that the ministry, in its attempt to ensure that we avoid the abuse of the suspense regime, the abuse of the free zone concept, they needed to demand certain guarantees. But again, we caution the government to avoid a situation where everything will be reduced to bank guarantee and not demanding every security that can be actually be collateralized for the purposes of ensuring that government gets its revenue. So we want government, as much as we support this, we want government to be aware, to be wary of the fact that we do not support anything that would, constrict or restrict the available securities that are in the system for the purposes of, ensuring that your payment or your adequate duties are paid now or in the future by every excisable person. Mr. Speaker, lastly, what's the coverage? It appears to me, and it appears from the report and the memorandum, that the coverage of this particular exercisable duty or excise duty regime is much more broader than we used to have. What it means, in effect, is that many people are now going to pay taxes. Of course, for the purposes of broadening the tax base and then bringing more people into the tax net is going to be something good. But, Mr. Speaker, we cannot run away from the fact that with the passage of this bill, and we think Ghanaian people deserve to also know that, a lot more people who used not to pay taxes are now going to be paying this tax. For instance, importers. The previous regime focused on manufacturers, but now we are going to deal with importers as well, in this particular regime. Mr. Speaker, even the raw materials regime, and I'm happy that upon deliberation, the minister actually, dropped that from the government agenda. But before that, Mr. Speaker, that because they dropped it, I will not want to talk much about it. Mr. Speaker, these were the only concerns. Aside from this concern, Mr. Speaker, I would believe that the system would help improve our public health, it will help improve our revenue generation, and it will ensure that everyone pay the proportionate and fair contribution in terms of their activities, economic activity, especially so those that are affecting public health in the country. With this view, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity, and we support the adoption of the report. Thank you.
Yes, Deputy Finance Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy our friends on the other side are supporting this, and they are seeing the importance for us to review our excise bill. We have already mentioned the need to consolidate all the bills and the Act and its several amendments into one. And so that is the first reason. The second one has been explained by our earlier contributors, that we are seeking to introduce a mixed system, have both ad valorem and then specific tax to help us rake in more revenue. As was done for tobacco, we are seeking to do the same for spirits in this particular amendment. The other thing we are seeking to do is to introduce a sliding scale for use of raw materials so that we can encourage the use of local raw materials in the manufacture of beer and other drinks so that the more raw materials you source locally to produce, the rate of excise duty goes down. That is also being maintained in this bill. One important thing that they haven't spoken about, but before I come to that, Honorable Achampong was giving us an example. Mr. Speaker, we have seen that over the last 2-3 years, we have imported spirits to the tune of about 5 billion cedis. Only 1 billion cedis worth of it entered directly into the Ghanaian market. The rest were recorded as being imported to our neighboring countries, our neighboring landlocked countries, namely Burkina Faso and Niger. Mr. Speaker, you and I know that you and I drink more alcohol in Ghana than they do in those countries. So it is surprising, but we know that all these drinks end up entering the Ghanaian market. And so we are bringing in these measures to tighten the process. But Mr. Speaker, another important thing that we want to mention is that these excise duties are not only for tax purposes, they are also to influence behavior. It is used to influence consumption behavior. And one important thing is that we are removing taxes on juices, local juice that are produced here. And so our Blue Skies, our Ekumfi juice factory will all be zero rated. And that will bring the prices low, and it will encourage us to shift from the consumption of alcohol to fruit juices because we want to promote good health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, those in favour of the motion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted.
An act to provide for the imposition and collection of excise duty on selected imported and locally manufactured accessible goods, to provide for excise tax stamp and the affixation of excise tax stamp on accessible goods, and for related matters.
Honourable members, the excess bill 2026 is duly read for the second time. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, order paper addendum 2, so that we can take the excise bill through the consideration stage.
Yes, so the excess bill 2026 at consideration stage. Honourable members, at consideration stage, we turn to order paper addendum 2. Clause 1.
Application of other laws.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
Clause 1, there is an advertised amendment. That's the item numbered I. On addendum 2.
I don't need to. Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed. Delete and insert the following. Application of this act. 1. Unless a contrary intention appears. Oh, this customs.
Yes, Chairman. Honourable members, that's the proposed amendment to clause 1 by the chairman of the committee. Yes.
What I have is
Speaker, I don't think the chairman has the right paper. I'm not sure he's referring to the right paper.
Honourable members, the background noise is too much. Honourable members, let's listen to each other, please.
Are you coming again?
Mike. Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed. Delete and insert the following. Application of this act. 1. Unless a contrary intention appears.
Honourable member, as advertised at page 1 of the order paper addendum. Honourable members, the proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House. Any further amendment? In the absence of any further amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee to clause 1 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now I'll put a question on the entire clause 1 in the absence of any further amendment. Those in favor of clause 1 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, clause 1 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 2.
Excise duty payable.
Chairman of the committee.
The Speaker, proposed amendment as advertised.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment is as advertised at page 1 of the order paper addendum 2. Is for the consideration of the House. Any further amendment? In the absence of any further amendment, I'll put a question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee to clause 2 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now the question on the entire clause 2. As many as are in favor of clause 2 as amended standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 2 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 3.
Exemptions.
Chairman of the committee.
The Speaker, no proposed amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 3? I'll put a question. Those in favor of clause 3 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 3 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 4.
Temporary importation of accessible goods.
Chairman of the committee.
Proposed amendment as advertised.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any further amendment? In the absence of any further amendment, I'll put a question. Those in favor of the proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee to clause 4, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment to Clause 4 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now the question to Clause 4 in its entirety. Those in favor of Clause 4 as amended standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 4 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 5.
Accessible goods not accounted for.
Chairman of committee.
The Speaker, no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. Those in favor of Clause 5 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 5 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 6.
Quantity and value of accessible goods.
Chairman of the committee.
The Speaker, no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to Clause 6. In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 6 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 7.
Time for payment of excise duty.
Chairman of the committee.
The Speaker, no proposed amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. Those in favor of Clause 7 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 7 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 8.
Filling of excise duty return.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to Clause 8? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. All those in favor of Clause 8 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 8 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 9.
Payment of excise duty by a manufacturer.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? I'll put a question. Those in favor of Clause 9 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 9 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 10.
Payment of excise duty by an importer.
Chairman of the committee.
The Speaker, no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any amendment, I'll put a question. Those in favor of Clause 10 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 10 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 11.
Assessment of excise duty.
Chairman of the committee.
We have no advertised amendment.
Honourable members, there's no advertised amendment from the committee, but it is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? In the absence of any amendment, I'll put a question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 11 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 12.
Amendment of excise duty return.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. Those in favor of Clause 12 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 12 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 13.
Credit for excise duty paid on raw materials.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. Those in favor of Clause 13 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 13 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 14.
Refund of excise duty.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any amendment? In the absence of any amendment, I'll put a question. Those in favor of Clause 14 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 14 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 15.
Application for refund of excise duty.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to Clause 15? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 15 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 16.
Registration of manufacturer.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. Those in favor of clause 16 standing part of the bill say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 16 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 17.
Registration of importer.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. All those in favor of clause 17 standing part of the bill say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 17 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 18.
Registration of stockists.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed as shown in page 2.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee is at page 2 of the order paper, as in item number IV. Any further amendment? In the absence of any further amendment, I will put a question on the proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now the question on to entire clause 18. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 18 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 19.
Application for registration.
Chairman, amendment number B.
Mr. Speaker, amendment as proposed and advertised, Mr. Speaker.
All members, the amendment is as advertised at page 2 of the order papers in item number V. Any further amendment? In the absence of any further amendment, I'll put a question. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Chairman, amendment VI.
Mr. Speaker, amendment as proposed.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any further amendment? In the absence of any further amendment, I'll put a question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against the proposed amendment say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Now I'll put a question on the entire clause 19 as variously amended in absence of any further amendments. We've done the first and the second. We've done the two already. Yes. All those in favor of clause 19 as amended, standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 19 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 20.
Review of decision.
Chairman of the committee.
The Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any advertised amendment to clause 20, any proposed amendment to clause 20. In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. Those in favor of clause 20 standing part of the bill say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 20 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 21.
Compulsory registration.
Chairman of the committee.
The Speaker, no advertised amendment.
Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 21? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. Those in favor of clause 21 standing part of the bill say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 21 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 22.
Effective date of registration.
Chairman of the committee, any proposed amendment?
Speaker, we have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 22? In the absence of any proposed amendment to clause 22, I'll put a question. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, clause 22 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 23.
Disqualification for certificate of registration.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 23? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. Those in favor of clause 23 standing part of the bill say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 23 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 24.
Death of a holder of a certificate of registration.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 24? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 24 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 25.
Display of certificate of registration.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment, please.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 25? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 25 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 26.
Notice of change in business.
Chairman of the committee.
No amendment, Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 26? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 26 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 26 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 27.
Suspension of registration.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 27? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. Those in favor of clause 27 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 27 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 28.
Cancellation of registration.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 28? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. All those in favor of clause 28 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 28 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 29.
Disposal of accessible goods and materials.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 29? I'll put a question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 29 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 30.
Cost of suspension or cancellation of registration.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 30? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 30 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 31.
Storage of accessible goods.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is all those in favor of clause 31 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 31 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 32.
Approval of premises as warehouse.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 32? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 32 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 33.
Stationing of officer in a warehouse.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. Those in favor of clause 33 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 33 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 34.
No amendment.
So, honourable member, the way your voice is loud, is that okay for you? The way you are speaking loud. Honourable members, I'll start mentioning names. Clause 34.
Obligation to keep and maintain a register.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 34? I'll put a question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 34 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 35.
common provisions relating to offences and penalties.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 35? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favour say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 35 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 36.
Failure to register.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed as advertised.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment is advertised in page 2, item numbered VII. Any further amendment? In the absence of any further amendment, I'll put a question to a proposed amendment. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now the question is on the entire clause 36 as amended. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, clause 36 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 37. Clause 37.
Failure to enter into bond or lodge security.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 37? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. Those in favour of clause 37 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 37 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 38.
Failure to give notice.
Chairman of the committee.
No amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 38? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favour of clause 38 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 38 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 39.
Manufacture, storage, or removal of accessible goods outside the warehouse.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 39? In the absence of any amendment to clause 39, the question is as many as are in favour say aye. As many as are against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 39 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 40.
Failure to provide office accommodation.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment. No amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favour of clause 40 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 40 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 42. No, clause 41.
Failure to submit excise duty return.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 41? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favour say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 41 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 42.
Failure to pay tax on due date.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 42? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favour say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 42 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 43.
Failure to account for component of excise duty payable under a hybrid excise structure.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 43? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favour say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 43 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 44.
False declaration of local raw material.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any amendment? In the absence of any amendment, the question is as many as are in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 44 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 45.
Wrong claim of concessional excise duty rate.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 45? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 45 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 46.
Application or collection of unauthorized excise duty rate.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put the question as many as are in favor of clause 46 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 46 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 47.
Bond or security lodged with the Commissioner General.
Chairman of the committee may move amendment number
Mr.
B.
Speaker, amendment proposed as advertised on page 2.
All members, the proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House. Any further amendment? In the absence of any further amendment, I'll put a question to the proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment to clause 47 by the chairman of the committee is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now, I'll put a question on the entire clause 47 as amended in the absence of any further amendment. The question is as many as are in favor of clause 47 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 47 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 48.
Classification of liquor.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 48 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 48 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 49.
Guidelines.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 49? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 49 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The clause 49 of the bill is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 50.
Regulations.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 50 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 50 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 51.
Interpretation.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 51? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 51 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 52.
Establishment and application of excise tax stamp.
Chairman of the committee.
I have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 52? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor say aye. As many as are against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 52 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 53.
Accessible goods to which excise tax stamp is to be affixed.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 53 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the clause 53 is ordered. The ayes have it. Clause 53 is ordered to stand part of the bill. 54.
Features and designs of excise tax stamp.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 54? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 54 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 55.
Registration of excise tax stamp.
Chairman of the committee.
Speaker, we have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favour of clause 55 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, clause 55 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 56.
Register.
Chairman of the committee.
The Speaker, no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favour say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 56 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 57.
Request for the purchase of excise tax stamps.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favour of clause 57 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 57 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 58.
Supply and distribution of excise tax stamps.
Chairman of the committee.
The Speaker, we have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favour of clause 58 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 58 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 59.
Affixation of excise tax stamp.
Chairman of the committee.
The Speaker, we have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 59? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favour say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 59 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 60.
Time and place of affixation of the excise tax stamp.
Chairman of the committee.
The Speaker, we have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 60? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question to clause 60. As many as are in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 60 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 61.
Accessible goods entered for home use.
Chairman of the committee.
The Speaker, no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 61? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favour of clause 61 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 61 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 62.
Record keeping.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 62? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favour say aye. As many as are in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 62 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 63.
Submission of reconciliation statement or refund returns.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 63? In the absence of any proposed amendment to clause 63, I'll put a question. As many as are in favour say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 63 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 64.
Audit.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favour of clause 64 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 65 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 66. Clause 66. Clause 65. 65.
Monitoring and enforcement.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 65? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 65 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 65 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 66.
Failure to affix excise tax stamp.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment to clause 66? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 66 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 67.
Alteration and counterfeit of excise tax stamp.
Chairman of the committee.
We have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 67? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 67 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 67 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 68.
Interference with excise tax stamp.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 68? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 68 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 68 is ordered to stand part of the bill. 69.
Regulations.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to 69 dealing with regulations? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 69 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 70.
Interpretation.
Honourable members, with all due respect, at least vote for the record. Honourable members, let's stop the chatting and vote for the record.
Because of Supreme Court.
Clause 70.
Interpretation.
Chairman of the committee.
We have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment for clause 70? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 70 standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 70 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 71.
Interpretation.
You mentioned interpretation.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
Honourable members, there's no advertised amendment to clause 71. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 71 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 72.
Repeals and savings.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
Honourable members, is there any proposed amendment to clause 72? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question to clause 72. As many as are in favor, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 72 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 73.
Transitional provisions.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 73? In the absence of any proposed amendment to clause 73, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 73 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, the first schedule.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendments.
Goods liable to excise duty.
Chairman of the committee, any proposed amendment to the first
Speaker, we
schedule?
have no advertised amendment.
Yes, Honorable Jerry Amelshai.
Speaker, it is the same reason I'm calling him. He has been sitting down, showing.
Honorable, yes, the chairman is up. Chairman, any advertised
Mr.
amendment
Speaker,
to
I
the
have no
schedule?
advertised amendment.
Honorable members, the first schedule is for your consideration. Any proposed amendment to the first schedule? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The first schedule is ordered to stand part of the bill. The second schedule.
Exempt goods.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
Honorable members, the second schedule is for your consideration. Any proposed amendment? Honorable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question on the second schedule. Those in favor of the second schedule standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The second schedule is ordered to stand part of the bill. Long title.
An act to provide for the imposition and collection of excise duty on selected imported and locally manufactured excisable goods, to provide for excise tax stamp and the affixation of excise tax stamp on excisable goods and for related matters.
Honourable members, any proposed amendment to the second schedule? To
Yes,
the
Speaker,
long
we have no
title.
amendment.
Honourable members, there's no advertised amendment to the long title. Any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question to the long title. As many as are in favor, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The long title is ordered to stand part of the bill. And honourable members, that brings us to the end of a consideration stage for the Excise Bill 2026. Yes, Majority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we can take item 62, subject to your pleasure, and that is the Customs Bill 2026, to be read the second time.
Yes, item numbered 62. Yeah. Yes.
Because I've hinted the deputy clerk. Respectfully, it's a two-sided parliament. So when these observations are made, respectfully, I expect that you check with us. But nothing happens. And this is about the third time. So I thought I should bring that to your notice, that if there is any suggestion to take any bill, respectfully, I expect that you cross-check with
You
us.
see, when we are varying the order of business, then I want to hear from you. But when the business is advertised and the leader of government business wants that business to be taken, if you don't have anything in opposition, then we take that business. Yes?
Mr. Speaker, he says it's a two-sided, but this is a one-and-a-half-sided house.
Speaker, I can tell you on authority that when we count their side, including our side, we will not be able to make a decision to the extent of even considering the bill. He knows it. You are sitting outside. Okay, let me make the application and ask for a call. I need you to correct that. Else I'll make the application. I need the majority leader. Speaker, I need the majority leader to make that correction. Else I'll make an application.
Mr. Speaker, this is a two-sided house with Jerry on one side and all of us on one side.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Item number 62.
Mr. Speaker,
Motion.
I rise to move that the Customs Bill 2026 be now read the second time. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I will accordingly call on the chairman of the committee to present the committee's reports. And then second deputy speaker should take the chair.
Mr. Speaker, the object of the bill is to provide for the imposition, collection, and accounting for custom duty and taxes. Mr. Speaker, we met with the Ministry of Finance and the Ghana Revenue Authority, who indicated that the current custom regime has gone through several amendments, and therefore it was important to bring all of them together in one place and consolidate the various regimes, but also to address major risk factors that are creating leakages in the collection of custom duties. Mr. Speaker, of particular importance was the fact that the warehousing regimes, popularly called the suspense regime, is fraught with a lot of leakages that needed to be addressed, and significant provisions have been made to give a handle to the ministry to deal with that. There is also a new provision that is meant to address the first port rule. Mr. Speaker, you are aware that one of the games that is being played on the customs is often goods that are meant to transit our country for the usage in other countries. And mostly, custom rules require that since those goods are not going to be used in the domestic country, the taxes are applicable, that are applicable should be collected in the home country where the goods are destined. Often those goods end up coming back into our country without the importers paying the applicable duty. And therefore, the first port rule is introduced to address those challenges. Mr. Speaker, there are also reforms that are supposed to ensure that even in instances where government loses money, there are security arrangements for government to fall on to recover those monies. Mr. Speaker, your committee, having fully considered the importance of this bill and the benefits that it accrues to the government, recommend to this House for approval by consensus. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Very well. Any seconder? Yes, Honorable Champon.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support your committee's reports. Mr. Speaker, this bill seeks to enforce the customs control area whereby some people will import items and then they will claim that they don't have money to pay the real taxes or the duties, so they put them in the bonded warehouses. There's no serious investigation into it, no control mechanism. So, for example, if 20 vehicles are imported and put in the warehouse or the bonded warehouse, the next day you go, it becomes 10 or 5. There are a lot of leakages because nobody is providing security, control, and the rest. And these instances, they say to be losing a lot of revenue, which should have accrued to the national kitty. So we are trying to put in place this law and make sure that there are a lot of safeguards, which will make sure there's a security put in place, regular audits, investigation. So periodically, we get to know that if 200 vehicles were imported, put in the bonded warehouses, if you go there, you can still find those vehicles. And if they are paying their taxes, you know that they've removed 200 of them, paid the right taxes to the state, so that by the end of the day, the needed revenue is accrued to the state. Sometimes they will tell you, we are going to the bank, raise revenue to pay our taxes. For all you know, they will connive with the customs or security agencies. You can go and if the warehouses are not there. If they take all the vehicles, they set the place ablaze. So if the place is set ablaze, there's nothing there to find. So these are some of the mechanisms the Ministry of Finance want to put in place to investigate and then put stringent penalties. So if a customs officer is put under this warehouse in charge of 200 vehicles, the next morning, if you go and it's 150, you show evidence of payment of taxes. If you can't show the evidence, then whoever was in charge of that warehouse will be penalized. If there are measures in place like this, at least we can make sure there's security, there's audit, and the right revenue is given to the state. So I think this is a policy in the right direction to make sure we are trying to get the needed revenue. Members were arguing that tax to revenue ratio is dwindling. These are some of the leakages that we've identified. So if you are trying to plug all these leakages, I think it's a way to go. So, Mr. Speaker, I call on members to support this report and make sure that the right thing is done. If it is perishable goods, there must be a time limit. You can't keep perishable goods for, let's say, 6 months or 1 year. At least a month or two. Go and raise the needed revenue, come and pay your taxes, go to the bonded warehouses and take your items. You can't keep perishable goods for 1 year. It's not allowed anywhere. So these are some of the changes we want to make in our revenue generation mechanism so that by the end of the day, the importer will get his imported items. The state will also get the needed revenue for national development. So, Mr. Speaker, I think your committee's report is something all of us must support and approve. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, honorable members. The motion has been moved and has been seconded. It is before the House for consideration. Yes, honorable member for Forson North.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. And let me also add a few words to the report by the Finance Committee on the Customs Bill 2026. Mr. Speaker, taxes is something that if we're able to collect it efficiently and have enough revenue, we'll be able to build the schools, the hospitals, and create the jobs that we want our country to have. Mr. Speaker, in looking at the report, what really jumps at me, Mr. Speaker, was the enhanced customs information and advanced ruling system. And Mr. Speaker, the report said this initiative should be supported by a clear timeline for issuing advanced rulings and determining objections so as to improve predictability and enhance Ghana's ease of doing business. Mr. Speaker, I like the aspect that is dealing with ease of doing business. If we are able to broaden the tax base with these reforms and make it easy to collect enough, then of course we should also be able to make it easy for people to do business. Sometimes, Mr. Speaker, the tax system is so complex to the extent that it makes it very difficult for people to be able to even pay their taxes. So, Mr. Speaker, whilst we are reforming and broadening the base, I'm more concerned with ensuring during implementation, making sure that we have systems in place to make it easy to do business. But there's also the issue that has got to do with API, that's the Advanced Passenger Information and PNL. Sometimes this tends to also have effect on security. So, Mr. Speaker, what we should also look at is to make sure that we don't just take it for granted as far as data is concerned, data protection is concerned. So I'm happy to know that the Ghana data protection legislation and international privacy standards to safeguard individuals' rights is also being ensured, because we do travel across countries, and to also encourage other people to visit us to improve on our tourism system. This is something that is very critical, that we have to take it serious so that we don't infringe on the privacy of people that come through our country or that also tends to visit our country. So, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I support.
Thank you, Honorable Fred. If there's no other contribution, Deputy Minister, you want to say something? Yes, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity and thank honorable members, and to say that in addition to what honorable members have said, this bill is seeking to consolidate the Customs Act and all the various amendments that have been made over the years to improve on the Act into one single Act. Apart from that, we have seen significant abuse of the customs regime, particularly the suspense regime, namely the warehousing, transit, temporary admission, free zones. In fact, the abuse is appalling, and the extent of revenue leakage requires that something drastic is done. Mr. Speaker, analysis of the imports through these aforementioned suspense regime indicated a value of about 70 billion cedis between 2023 and 25. And I want to use just one to demonstrate. For warehousing, that Honorable Champol mentioned, in 2025, the value of imports that went into warehousing was about 14 billion Ghana cedis. Out of this, about 73% of it were finished goods, valued at about 10.3 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, if we were to collect the duty on these finished products alone, 20% would have yielded us in excess of 2 billion Ghana cedis out of the 10.32 billion Ghana cedis. The state should have received duty valued at more than 2 billion Ghana cedis. But duty paid was only 14 million Ghana cedis for 2025. So out of estimated duty for the goods that went into warehousing, the finished products alone, I'm not talking of all the other goods that went in, 10 billion, duty of 2 billion, we collected only 14 million with an M, cedis. That shows the depth of the leakage that we have there. And so a number of interventions are being proposed in the bill to seal those loopholes. One of them is the shortening of the period allowed for warehousing. Currently, for perishable goods, they are allowed to be warehoused for 3 months. We are proposing that that period should be reduced to 1 month, because if it is a perishable good, we also need to protect the integrity of the goods and not allow it to deteriorate under the warehouse regime. And so it is being shortened to 1 month. For general goods, the existing period is 12 months, and 12 months is a long time before we go in a lot of the goods have found their way into the market. And so that period is being shortened to 6 months. Raw materials, existing period for warehousing is 2 years. We are seeking to reduce that to 12 months, 1 year. And for motor vehicles, we are maintaining the 12-month period. However, there is opportunity for rail warehousing. If within the period, the importers are not able to take them out and pay the duty, they have the opportunity to rail warehouse. We are limiting opportunity for rail warehousing for perishable goods to only 1 month. And then for all the other categories, additional 6 months period. This shortening of the period will help us try to lower the leakages that are happening there. Mr. Speaker, apart from shortening the period of warehousing, we are also introducing the requirement of posting a bank guarantee so that if for any reasons the goods disappear or whatever, we can fall on the guarantee that you posted to be able to get the revenue that is due the state. We have also provided specific penalty for common abuses of the regime. Mr. Speaker, the bill is seeking to introduce the first port rule for transit product. And the finance minister has had a number of meetings with his counterparts from Burkina Faso, Niger, and others. The arrangement is that we are going to give them spaces at our ports. If you say the goods are meant for Burkina Faso, you pay the duty to Burkina Faso customs at the Tema port or Takrade port. So before the goods leave the port, the duty is paid, either to Ghana or to whichever country that you are claiming. Because of the abuse, the pretense that goods are meant for our neighboring countries and they find their ways into their country. The other one is the free zones area. That is also an area that we have seen a lot of abuses, and so we are tightening the custom provisions in the free zones enclave to be able to minimize the abuse of these areas. And so these are some of the things that we are introducing in the law. And transshipment, the amendment will outlaw transshipment by road. So if you say you are doing transshipment, moving cargo from one ship to the other, do so on the waters. Don't bring them on the road that you are transporting them somewhere only for them to end up in the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favour of motion listed 62 in today's order paper, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it, and the motion is carried.
An act to provide for the imposition, collection, and accounting of customs duty, tax, and for related matters.
Honourable members, the Customs Bill 2026 is accordingly read a second time. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we take addendum order paper addendum 2, item 2, Customs Bill at the consideration stage.
Very well.
Page 3.
Honored members, let's turn to order paper addendum 2, page 3, item listed 2, Custom Bill 2026 at the consideration stage. Yes, let me respectfully turn to chairman of the committee. I understand we are on clause 105. So, okay. So you start from clause 1 and do, the amendment is only on clause 105. So, honorable members, we start from clause 1. Chairman.
Purpose of this act.
Chairman, is there any proposed amendment?
Mr. Speaker, we have no proposed amendment.
Honorable members, there's no proposed amendment. The question is, all those in favor that clause 1 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 1 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 2.
Imposition of rate of duty and tax on goods.
Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
Honorable members, there's no advertised amendment. And the question is, all those in favor that clause 2 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 2 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 3.
Exempt duties and taxes.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
Honorable members, there's no advertised amendment for clause 3. All those in favor that clause 3 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 3 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 4.
Risk management.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
Honorable members, there's no advertised amendment from the committee. Yes, Honorable Jelly.
Mr. Speaker, I'm making a special prayer for the chairman. He's been doing Humpty Dumpty, and therefore it will be proper for him to settle in, subject to your approval. I know he keeps going up and down, but I'm making this prayer on his behalf so that at least he can sit and still make the application.
So, Chairman, yes. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think it is acceptable in this House for a member to speak while sitting. So, yeah. But the chairman is a very fit person, very, very fit. He's a world-class former footballer. Yeah, so he still has stamina. And
honorable members, all those in favor that clause 4 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 4 stands part of the bill. Yes.
Speaker, when the maze is relaxed, most of these rules are relaxed. And therefore, this is from the minority to the majority, that we align and we agree with Honorable Adogo.
Well.
And he has been working for about the past week, just trying to get all of these bills. So, Speaker, we understand. Yes.
Well, honorable members, we turn to clause 5.
National single window system.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
Honorable members, there's no amendment. Says the committee, all those in favor that clause 5 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 5 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 6.
National Risk Management Committee.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
Honorable members, according to the chairman, there is no amendment. All those in favor that clause 6 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 6 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 7.
National Risk Management Team.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
Honorable members, there's no advertised amendment, says the chairman. All those in favor that clause 7 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 7 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 8.
Customs Risk Management Unit.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
Yes, there's no amendment. All those in favor that cross A stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 8 stands part of the bill. Cross 9.
Designation of Customs Controlled Area.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
Honorable members, there's no amendment. All those in favor that cross 9 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 9 is directed to stand part of the bill. Cross 10.
Activities in a customs controlled area.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
Honorable members, there's no amendment to cross 10. All those in favor that cross 10 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 10 is directed to stand part of the bill. Cross 11.
Release of goods.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
Yes, there's no amendment to cross 11. All those in favor that cross 11 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 11 is directed to stand part of the bill. Cross 12.
Post-clearance audit.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
Yes, there's no amendment, says the Chairman. All those in favor that cross 12 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 12 is directed to stand part of the bill. Cross 13.
Authorize economic operators.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
Honorable members, there's no amendment. All those in favor that cross 13 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 13 is directed to stand part of the bill. Cross 14.
Record keeping.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
Honorable members, there's no amendment to cross 14. All those in favor that cross 14 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 14 is directed to stand part of the bill. Cross 15.
Customs Laboratory.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
Honorable members, there's no amendment, says the Chairman. All those in favor that cross 15 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 15 is part of the bill. Cross 16.
Provision of information.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
Yes, there's no amendment, says the Chairman. All those in favor that cross 16 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, cross 16 is part of the bill. Cross 17.
Customs advance ruling.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
Honorable members, there's no amendment to cross 16. All those in favor that cross 16 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 16 is directed to stand part of the bill. Cross 17.
Customs advance ruling.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
Yes, there's no amendment to cross 17, says the Chairman. And the question is, all those in favor that cross 17 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 17 is part of the bill. Cross 18.
Objection.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
Yes, there's no amendment, says the Chairman, to cross 18. All those in favor that cross 18 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 18 is directed to stand part of the bill. Cross 19.
Documents to be submitted.
Yes.
No amendment,
Chairman.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes. All those in favor that cross 19 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 19 is part of the bill. Cross 20.
Pre-arrival and pre-departure risk assessment of passengers and crew.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
Yes, honorable members, there's no amendment to clause 20. All those in favor that clause 20 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 20 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 21.
Passenger data.
Yes, Chairman.
No amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, there's no amendment to clause 21, says the chairman. All those in favor that clause 21 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 21 is part of the bill. Clause 22.
Use and processing of the passenger data.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
Honorable members, there's no advertised amendment to clause 22, says the chairman. The question is, all those in favor that clause 22 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 22 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 23.
Data privacy and security.
Honorable member, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
Yes, there's no amendment, says the chairman. All those in favor that clause 23 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 23 is stand part of the bill. Clause 24.
Exchange of passenger data.
Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
Yes, there's no amendment, says the chairman, and therefore all those in favor that clause 24 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 24 is part of the bill. Clause 25.
Failure to transmit passenger data.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
Honorable member, there's no amendment to clause 25. All those in favor that clause 25 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 25 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 26.
Meaning of master.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have an amendment.
Honorable members, there's no amendment to clause 26. All those in favor that clause 26 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 26 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 27.
Arrival of conveyance.
Yes, Chairman.
The Speaker, no amendment.
Honorable members, there's no amendment to clause 27. All those in favor that clause 27 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 27 is part of the bill. Clause 28. Clause 28.
Boarding by proper officer.
Yes, Chairman.
The Speaker, we have no amendment.
Yes, there's no amendment, says the chairman. All those in favor that clause 28 stands part of the bill say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 28 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 29.
Report to be made by master or agent of conveyance or arrival.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have amendment.
Yes, there's no amendment, says the chairman. All those in favor that clause 29 stands part of the bill say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 29 is part of the bill. Clause 30.
Failure to make a report or account for package reported.
Honorable members, Chairman.
The Speaker, we don't have amendment.
Yes, there's no amendment, says the chairman. All those in favor that clause 30 stands part of the bill say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 30 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 31.
Duties of a master.
Yes, Chairman.
The Speaker, we don't have amendment.
Honorable members, there's no amendment, says the chairman. All those in favor that clause 31 stands part of the bill say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 31 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 32.
Breaking of bulk.
Chairman.
The Speaker, we don't have any advertised amendment.
There's no advertised amendment, says the chairman. All those in favor that clause 32 stands part of the bill say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 32 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 33.
Mooring and unloading.
Yes, Chairman.
The Speaker, no amendment.
There's no amendment, says the chairman. All those in favor that cross 33 stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 33 is part of the bill. Cross 34.
Liability of goods other than cargo subject to forfeiture.
Yes, Chairman.
The Speaker, we don't have amendment.
Yes, there's no amendment, says the chairman. All those in favor that cross 34 stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 34 is part of the bill. Cross 35.
Penalties and charges.
Yes, Chairman.
The Speaker, no amendment.
There's no amendment. All those in favor that cross 35 stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 35 is part of the bill. Cross 36.
Aircraft and ship stores.
Honorable Chairman.
The Speaker, we don't have any amendment.
Yes, there's no advertised amendment, says the chairman. All those in favor that cross 36 stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 36 is directed to stand part of the bill. Cross 37.
Departure of conveyance.
Yes, Chairman.
The Speaker, we don't have any advertised amendment.
There's no advertised amendment, says the chairman. All those in favor that cross 37 stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 37 is part of the bill. Cross 38.
Goods on board a conveyance.
Yes, Chairman.
Speaker, no amendment.
Honorable members, there's no amendment, says the chairman. All those in favor that cross 38 stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 38 is directed to stand part of the bill. Cross 39.
Goods for export or use as stores.
Yes, Chairman.
The Speaker, no amendment.
No amendment, says the chairman. All those in favor that cross 39 stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 39 is directed to stand part of the bill. Cross 40.
Loading of goods other than cargo or stores.
Yes, Chairman.
The Speaker, will have no advertised amendment.
Yes, there's no advertised amendment, says the chairman. All those in favor that cross 40 stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 40 is directed to stand part of the bill. Cross 41.
Loading and exportation of bonded goods.
Yes, Chairman.
No amendment, Mr. Speaker.
There's no amendment. All those in favor that cross 41 stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, cross 41 is part of the bill. Cross 42.
Entry, outward, and clearance.
Yes, Chairman.
The Speaker, we don't have any amendment.
No amendment, says the chairman. All those in favor that cross 42 stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 42 is part of the bill. Cross 43.
Coasting aircraft or ship.
Yes, Chairman.
The Speaker, we don't have any amendment.
There's no advertised amendment, says the chairman. All those in favor that cross 43 stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 43 is part of the bill. Cross 44.
Permission required for coasting.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have amendment.
No amendment. All those in favor that cross 44 stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 44 stands part of the bill. Clause 45.
Ship engaged in coasting trade to display name.
Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
All those in favor that clause 45 stands part of the bill say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 45 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 46.
Deviation from flight or voyage.
Yes, Chairman.
No advertised amendments.
There's no advertised amendment, says the chairman. All those in favor that clause 46 is part of the bill say aye. Aye. All those in favor, all those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 46 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 47.
Publication in the Gazette.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
Honorable members, all those in favor that clause 47 stands part of the bill say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 47 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 48.
Restrictions on dealing with coastwise cargo.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
There's no amendment, says the Chairman. All those in favor that clause 48 stands part of the bill say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 48 is part of the bill. Clause 49.
Prohibited and restricted goods.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
There's no amendment. All those in favor that clause 49 is part of the bill say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 49 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 50.
Carriage of passengers.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
Yes, there's no advertised amendment, says the Chairman. All those in favor that clause 50 stands part of the bill say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 50 is part of the bill. Clause 51.
Master to deliver account on cargo before departure.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
There's no amendment, says the Chairman. All those in favor that clause 51 stands part of the bill say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 51 is part of the bill. Clause 52.
Master to deliver transfer on arrival.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
There's no advertised amendment, says the Chairman. All those in favor that clause 52 is part of the bill say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 52 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 53.
Forfeiture of goods unlawfully loaded or unloaded.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
There's no amendments. All those in favor that clause 53 stands part of the bill say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 53 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 54.
Variation of procedure by Commissioner General.
Yes, Chairman.
No amendment.
There's no amendment. All those in favor that clause 54 is part of the bill say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 54 is directed to be part of the bill. Clause 55.
Customs House Agent.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
No amendment. All those in favor that clause 55 is part of the bill say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 55 is directed to be part of the bill. Clause 66.
Agent to produce authority.
Yes, Chairman.
No amendment, Mr. Speaker.
No amendment. All those in favor that clause 56 is part of the bill say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 56 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 57.
Bonded carrier.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
No amendment. All those in favor that clause 57 stands part of the bill say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 57 is part of the bill. Clause 58.
Licensing and operation of customs controlled area.
Yes, Chairman.
No amendment, Mr. Speaker.
No amendment. All those in favor that clause 57 is part of the bill say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 67 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 58.
Licensing and operation of customs controlled area.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
No amendment, says the Chairman. All those in favor that clause 58 be part of the bill say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 58 is directed to be part of the bill. Clause 59.
Warehouse.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
No advertised amendment, says the Chairman. All those in favor that clause 58 is part of the bill say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 59 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 60.
Time of entry.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
No advertised amendment to clause 60, says the Chairman. All those in favor that Cross 60 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 60 is part of the bill. Cross 61.
Declaration.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
No amendment. All those in favor that Cross 61 is part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 61 is part of the bill. Cross 62.
Pre-entry.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
All those in favor that Cross 62 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those in favor Cross 62 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 62 is part of the bill. Cross 63.
Missing or incomplete documents.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
Honorable member, there's no amendment. All those in favor that Cross 63 is part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 63 is directed to be part of the bill. Cross 64.
Uncleared goods.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
No advertised amendment. All those in favor that Cross 64 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 64 is directed to stand part of the bill. Cross 65.
Deposit of goods in state warehouse.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
No amendment. All those in favor that Cross 65 is part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 65 is part of the bill. Cross 66.
Clearance of uncustomed, unentered, unexamined, abandoned, detained, or seized goods.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
No advertised amendment. All those in favor that Cross 66 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 66 is part of the bill. Cross 67.
Entry of goods by owner of ship or aircraft.
Yes, Chairman.
No amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, no amendment. All those in favor that Cross 67 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 67 is directed to stand part of the bill. Cross 68.
Motor vehicle tax.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
No amendment. All those in favor that Cross 68 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 68 is directed to stand part of the bill. Cross 69.
Duties of vehicle licensing authority.
Yes, Chairman.
Speaker, no amendment.
No amendment, says the Chairman. All those in favor that Cross 69 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 69 is directed to stand part of the bill. Cross 70.
Penalty for importation of motor vehicle.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
Yes, there's no advertised amendment, says the Chairman. All those in favor that Cross 71 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 71 stands part of the bill. Cross 72. It's now 71. Yes. Cross 71.
Prohibited
Chairman.
motor vehicle.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
No amendment, says the Chairman. All those in favor that Cross 71 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 71 is part of the bill. Cross 72.
Forfeiture of a state motor vehicle.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
No amendment, says the Chairman. All those in favor that Cross 72 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 72 is directed to stand part of the bill. Cross 73.
Valuation of used motor vehicles and used mobile machine.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
Yes, no amendment. All those in favor that Cross 73 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 73 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 74.
Local dealer to furnish details of the manufacturer.
Yes, Chairman. Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
Yeah, there's no advertised amendment, says the chairman. All those in favor that clause 74 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 74 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 75.
Application of Postal and Courier Services Regulatory Commission Act 2003, Act 649.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
Honorable member, there's no advertised amendment, says the chairman. All those in favor that clause 74 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 74 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 75.
Registration of obligations of express and postal shipment operations.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
No advertised amendment, says the chairman.
Application of Postal and Courier Services Regulatory Commission.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
No advertised amendment. All those in favor that clause 75 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 75 is part of the bill. Clause 76.
Registration and obligation of express and postal shipment operation.
Honorable members, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
No amendment. All those in favor that clause 76 is part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 76 is directed to be part of the bill. Clause 77.
Procedure for express shipment and cross-border e-commerce.
Yes, Chairman, clause 77.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
According to the chairman, there's no amendment to clause 77. All those in favor that clause 77 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. And all members, the ayes have it. Clause 77 is part of the bill. Clause 78.
Procedure for postal shipment.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
No amendment. All those in favor that clause 78 is part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 78 is directed to be part of the bill. Clause 79.
Detention and examination of express and postal shipment.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
No amendment. All those in favor that clause 79 is part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 79 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 80.
Submission of false or fraudulent declaration.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
No advertised amendment. All those in favor that clause 80 is part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 80 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 81.
Failure to collect and account for duties and taxes by cross-border e-commerce operator.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
Honorable members, according to the chairman, there's no advertised amendment to clause 81. All those in favor that clause 81 is part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 81 is directed to be part of the bill. Clause 82.
Classification of goods and vehicles.
Yes, Chairman.
No advertised amendment.
No advertised amendment. All those in favor that clause 82 is part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 82 is directed to be part of the bill. Clause 83.
Transaction value.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
No advertised amendment, says the chairman. All those in favor that clause 83 is part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 83 is part of the bill. Clause 84.
Secondary methods of valuation.
Honorable members, Chairman.
No amendment.
Honorable members, There's no amendment according to the chairman. All those in favor that clause 84 is part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 84 is directed to be part of the bill. Clause 85.
Insurance.
Yes, Chairman.
No amendment, Mr. Speaker.
There's no advertised amendment. All those in favor that clause 85 is part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 85 is directed to be part of the bill. Clause 86.
Currency conversion.
Chairman.
No amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, there's no amendment according to the chairman. All those in favor that clause 86 is part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 88 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 87.
Country of origin.
Is it clause 86 or?
No amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Clause 86 is part of the bill. Now 87.
Country of origin.
Yes, Chairman.
No amendment.
Honorable members, there's no amendment to clause 87 according to the chairman. All those in favor that clause 87 is part of the bill, says aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 87 is directed to be part of the bill. Clause 88.
Liability for duty.
Yes, Chairman.
No amendment, Mr. Speaker.
No amendment. All those in favor that clause 88 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 88 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 89.
Calculation of duty.
Chairman.
No amendment.
There's no amendment, says the chairman. All those in favor that clause 89 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 89 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 90.
Payment of duty.
Yes, Chairman.
No amendment, Mr. Speaker.
No amendment to clause 90. All those in favor that clause 90 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 90 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 91.
Home use.
Yes, Chairman.
No amendment, Mr. Speaker.
No amendment, says the chairman. All those in favor that clause 91 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 91 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 92.
Temporary admission.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
No advertised amendment according to the chairman. All those in favor that clause 92 is part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 92 is part of the bill. Clause 93.
Inward processing.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have any amendment.
No advertised amendment. All those in favor that clause 93 is part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 93 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 94.
Re-importation in same state.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have any amendment.
No amendment, says the chairman. All those in favor that clause 94 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 94 is part of the bill. Clause 95.
Re-importation after outward processing.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
No amendment. All those in favor that clause 95 is part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 95 is directed to be part of the bill. Clause 96.
Private bonded warehouse.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
No amendment. All those in favor that clause 96 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 96 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 97.
Records to be kept in bonded warehouse.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
No advertised amendment according to the chairman. And the question is, all those in favor that clause 97 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 97 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 98.
Goods not duly removed.
Yes, Chairman.
No amendment.
No amendment. All those in favor that clause 98 is part of the bill say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 98 is part of the bill. Clause 99.
Unlawful access.
Yes, Chairman.
The Speaker, no amendment.
No amendment. All those in favor that clause 99 stands part of the bill say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 99 is part of the bill. Clause 100.
Unauthorized removal of goods.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
No amendment. All those in favor that clause 100 stands part of the bill say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 100 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 101.
Destruction of stealing of goods.
Yes, Chairman.
No amendment, Mr. Speaker.
No amendment according to the Chairman. All those in favor that clause 101 stands part of the bill say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 101 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 102.
Removal from transit shed or from one warehouse to another.
Yes, Chairman.
No amendment, Mr. Speaker.
No amendment. All those in favor that clause 102 stands part of the bill say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 102 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 103.
Delivery in special circumstances.
Yes, Chairman.
No amendment.
No amendment. All those in favor that clause 103 is part of the bill say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 103 is directed to stand part of the bill. 104.
Stowing of goods.
Yes, Chairman.
No amendment.
There's no amendment according to the Chairman. All those in favor that clause 104 is part of the bill say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 104 is directed to stand part of the bill. Now, 105.
Entry of warehoused goods.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed as advertised on page 3 of today's order paper addendum 2.
Yes, honorable members, there is a proposed amendment to clause 105 as appeared in the order paper addendum 2. It's now before the House. And the question is, all those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the proposed amendment to clause 105 is hereby carried. Now the question is, clause 105 as variously amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 105 as variously amended is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 106.
Removal of goods from warehouse.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
There's no amendment to clause 106. All those in favor that clause 106 stands part of the bill say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 106 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 107.
Evidence of re-exportation from bonded warehouse.
Yes, Chairman.
Amendment.
Yes, there's no advertised amendment according to the Chairman. All those in favor that clause 107 stands part of the bill say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 107 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 108.
Delivery of aircraft or ship stores.
Honorable Chairman.
No amendment.
No amendment, says the Chairman. All those in favor that cross 108 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 108 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Cross 109.
Duty to be paid on warehoused goods.
Yes, Chairman. Chairman.
There is no amendment.
Honorable members, there is no amendment to cross 109. All those in favor that cross 109 stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 109 is part of the bill. Cross 110.
Insurance.
Yes, Chairman.
No amendment, Mr. Speaker.
There's no amendment according to the chairman. All those in favor that cross 110 stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 110 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now, cross 111.
Re-warehousing.
Yes, Chairman.
The Speaker, amendment proposed as advertised at page 3 of today's order paper addendum. Addendum 2.
Honorable members, there is an amendment proposed that is advertised in order paper addendum 2. It is before the consideration of the House, and the question is, all those in favor that cross 111 as amended stands part of the bill? Yes. All those in favor of the amendment proposed by the chairman to cross 111 say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Now, cross 11 as cross 111 as variously amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 111 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Cross 112.
Goods liable for auction.
Yes, Chairman.
No amendment.
No amendment, says the chairman. All those in favor that cross 112 stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 112 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Cross 113.
Free zones.
Yes, Chairman.
No amendment.
No amendment according to the chairman. All those in favor that cross 113 stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 113 stands part of the bill. Cross 114.
Establishment and redesignation of free zones.
Yes, Chairman.
The Speaker, amendment proposed as advertised on page 3 of today's order paper addendum 2.
Yes, honorable members, there is a proposed amendment by the committee chairman. It's before the House for consideration. The question is, all those in favor of the proposed amendment to cross 114 say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. And now the question is, all those in favor that cross 114 as variously amended is part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 14 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Cross 115.
Establishment and designation of duty-free shops, diplomatic shops, and flight catering services.
Yes, Chairman.
No amendment.
No amendment, says the chairman. The question is, all those in favor that cross 115 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 115 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Cross 116.
Transit.
Yes, Chairman.
Yes, Speaker, amendment proposed as advertised on page 3 of today's order paper addendum 2.
Yes. So we have an amendment proposed to 116. Are we taking the two together? Chairman, are we taking the two together?
Mr. Speaker, we'll take IV and then take V.
Very well. So all those in favor of the proposed amendment to IV, say aye. Aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment to cross 116 IV is carried. Now the proposed amendment to cross 116V. All those in favor of that proposed amendment, say aye. Aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment to cross 116V is carried. Now, cross 16 as variously amended. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 116 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now cross 117.
Transshipment.
Yes, Chairman.
No amendment.
There's no amendment, says the chairman, to cross 117. All those in favor that cross 117 stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 117 is directed to stand part of the bill. Cross 118.
Exports.
Yes, Chairman.
No amendment.
There's no amendment according to the chairman. And the question is, all those in favor that cross 118 stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 118 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Very well. So, honorable members, I'm taking you back to cross 114. I think there's a drafting issue here. So I give direction that the drafters kindly look at it and please address it accordingly. I so direct. So we now turn to question 1 as cross 119. Yes, leader.
Value of for exports.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, we may need you to relax the rules so that we look at a clause that we've already worked on, clause 116. And in particular, clause 116, subclause 2. If you recall, the minister during second reading emphasized that to deal with the issue of goods being presented at our port as being for transit to neighboring countries and then finding their way back into the country to be used after they have been granted exemptions from paying duty at the port. To prevent that, they are introducing the first port duty rule.
Yeah.
The first port duty rule. Now, the clause that deals with that is clause 116. And 1162 says that goods that are declared as transit goods from a member state of the ECOWAS Community of West African States. ECOWAS Community of West African States. For us, our major problem is Burkina Faso. People say they are sending the goods to Burkina Faso or even to
Mali, Niger, yes.
and Niger. Now, we have a situation where those countries have left ECOWAS. So if you couch this rendition this way, what is going to happen is that we are not going to be effective in the enforcement of this rule. Importers will come and tell you that they are going to Burkina Faso, which is not a West African state, and an ECOWAS state. So if we are to cure that, we can, instead of saying member state of the Economic Community of West African States, just say a West African state. If we say a West African state, it doesn't matter if the state is a member of ECOWAS.
Member on, okay. Yes. Yes. Honorable members, I think he's making sense. So it can stand the test of time. If even these countries re-enter ECOWAS, the law will still be effective. So, yes.
Mr. Chairman, I think this issue came up during the committee deliberation. And one of the difficulty was the fact that this agreement is going to be operated on the back of a convention. And that if you make it applicable to all African countries, it cannot be effective if that country is not a member of ECOWAS because it's subject to the ratification of that convention. And the convention was stated in that particular provision. I think you would see it. So I think that the rendition as it stands now should suffice. Although if we change it, a member who is not part of, if you are out of ECOWAS, then you are no more bounded by that convention. And that was the reason why we decided to leave it as such. So if it is the sense of the act, because without the convention, this is not applicable. These provisions we are talking about, having law, especially the, first port duty first rule will not apply because it requires that there must be economic cooperation, there must be a convention between the two countries before you can even come and apply that. That was the reason why we had to defer to that. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Yeah, leader, does it make sense?
That's not difficult. What will happen is if we couch it and say goods that are declared as transit goods to a West African state. When you say to a West African state, those that are members of ECOWAS can ride on an existing convention. Those that have left ECOWAS, Ghana has to now sign a bilateral agreement with them so that they can come and establish facilities at our port to receive the duties that they are entitled to. So it could be based on the ECOWAS convention, but given that it's a major policy of Ghana, we have to approach that country and then sign a bilateral agreement with them to be able to enforce this provision. And given the revenue advantage involved, Ghana will have a motivation to go and seek, the agreement of the other country for us to sign that bilateral agreement.
Yes, I think the leader's proposition for me makes sense in the sense that if even these countries later on change their mind and rejoined ECOWAS, the rendition will still cover them. So I think it can suffice. Yes.
Speaker, I want to support leaders' suggestion and to allay the fears of Honorable Kabiru, that the finance minister has already had meetings with the finance ministers of these ASL countries. And so that agreement is happening between the countries that are not currently part of ECOWAS. So the rendition that West African countries will cover those that are covered under ECOWAS, as well as those that we are having the bilateral arrangements with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Chair, sorry, another legal issue that came up with that arrangement is because it will be qualified as international transaction. Without a binding convention, such an arrangement will require parliamentary approval. And it is something that I think the law did not make provision for. But if the suggestion by leader of the House would take into consideration that such agreements would have to come for parliamentary approval, their bilateral agreements, before the minister can admit such a country, you have to come for parliamentary approval, then we will and go. Otherwise, we cannot implement such a bilateral approval. The minister will always have to come to parliament for. But if there's an existing, convention, he doesn't need to do that. So that was the challenge. But if it is addressed and the minister can always come to parliament for approval of such agreement, then, Mr. Speaker, I'm at.
Thank you. Yes, leader.
The issue of an agreement coming to Parliament for approval will not arise because we have already legislated. So Parliament has legislated. So it is part of the laws of Ghana. So an issue of a bilateral, in fact, the bilateral agreement now is to get the other country to accept to come and take the money. Because we have legislated. So if Burkina Faso does not agree to come and place people at the port to implement our legislation, we cannot collect their money. If we collect their money, it will be illegal. What are we doing with the money? We may have to keep the money in some account until the day that, because we want to prevent people abusing the arrangement. So we may go ahead and say, Burkina Faso customs code require that you pay X amount, so pay it before you move the goods. But when we take that money, we can't put it in our consolidated, fund. We have to keep it somewhere for them. And if they don't accept, then they won't come and set up the post to collect the money. So the bilateral agreement is to get them to accept to come and be at our port and collect their money. After we have legislated that it is part of the laws of Ghana that you must pay the money at the port.
Well.
Maybe the finance minister, because the arrangement is a bit different. The arrangement, as we understood it to mean at the committee, was to the effect that that country would have their officers at the port to take the money. Now, if we say by putting this particular provision in this particular law, that will have the effect like it cannot override the constitutional provision that such agreements must come to Parliament. We cannot amend the Constitution by this particular act. So I'm afraid that if we legislate it, this legislation is going to be an amendment to the Constitution. It must come through the proper means of amending the Constitution. You don't use legislation that is unrelated to amend constitutional provision. And that is the difficulty I want to draw leaders' attention to. It will be difficult to implement it under such circumstances. Thank you.
Well, my view of the matter is that when we have the legislation that says they will come to our port and take the money, the government of Ghana will definitely go and have an agreement with them to come and collect the money. If it is characterized as an international agreement, if that arrangement is characterized as an international agreement, then of course it will come to Parliament for ratification. But that won't be a problem because, like I indicated earlier on, the interest that Ghana has in preventing the revenue leakage through this scheme that we are trying to block, the interest that Ghana has is enough motivation for us to go and get our counterparts to enter into that agreement, and this House definitely is available to ratify it for the government of Ghana.
So, Leader, then kindly with this amendment, with rendition that can you move that amendment for us so that we...
So the rendition is goods that are declared as transit goods to any West African state. Any West African state. To a West African state. Goods that are declared as transit goods to a West African state. And consequentially, I think in the whole of that clause, there are several references to Economic Community of West African States. So there will be consequential amendments to let that run through the entire clause.
Well. So the motion moved on clause 116. 116B. The amendment proposed by the Leader of the House, all those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Now I'll put question 116 together. All those in favor that clause 116 as variously amended stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 116 as variously amended is directed to stand part of the bill. Meanwhile, I direct the drafting department to look at the effect of the economic community and do the consequential amendments. So now we turn to question 119. 120, very well. 120.
Prohibited sale.
The Speaker, no amendment.
Honorable members, there's no amendment according to the chairman of the committee. And the question is, all those in favor that clause 120 stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 120 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 121.
Prohibited imports.
Yes, Chairman.
No amendment.
Honorable members, there's no amendment according to the chairman. And the question is, all those in favor that clause 121 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 121 is part of the bill. Clause 122.
Penalty for breach of sections 120 and 121.
Yes, Chairman.
No amendment.
No amendment, says the chairman. All those in favor that clause 122 stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 122 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 123.
Request for invoices and inspection of packages.
Yes, Chairman.
No amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, there is no amendment, and the question is, all those in favor that clause 123 is part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 123 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 124.
Warranty for vendor.
Yes, Chairman.
The Speaker, amendment proposed as advertised on page 3 of today's order paper addendum 2.
Honorable members, clause 124, the chairman has proposed an amendment which has been advertised in the Order paper addendum 2. It is now before the House for consideration. And the question is, all those in favor that clause 124 proposed amendment is carried, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, clause 124 proposed amendment is adopted. Now the question is, all those in favor that clause 124 as variously amended stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 124 as variously amended is stand part of the bill. Clause 125.
Application of sections 120 and 124.
Yes, Chairman.
No amendment.
There's no amendment, says the Chairman. And the question is, all those in favor that clause 125 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 125 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 126.
Registration of petroleum operators.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed as advertised on page 3 on today's order paper addendum 2.
Honorable members, there is a proposed amendment by the committee and it's advertised on page 4. It is before the House consideration. I'll put the question, and the question is, all those in favor of the proposed amendment to clause 126, say aye. Aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment to clause 126 is carried. And the question is, all those in favor that clause 126 as variously amended stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 126 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 127.
Storage and movement of petroleum products.
Yes, Chairman.
No amendment.
Honorable members, there's no proposed amendment to 127 according to the committee. And the question is, all those in favor that clause 127 stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 127 is ordered to be part of the bill. Clause 128.
Maintenance of records and submission of return.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed as advertised on page 4 of today's order paper addendum 2.
Honorable members, the committee has proposed an amendment to clause 128. It is now before the House consideration. I'll put the question, and the question is, all those in favor of the proposed amendment to clause 128, say aye. Aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. And the question is, clause 128 as variously amended. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 128 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 129.
Allowable storage and transfer losses.
Yes,
Speaker, we have no amendment.
Honorable members, there's no proposed amendment according to the chairman of the committee. And the question is, all those in favor that clause 129 stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 129 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 130.
Disposal of confiscated or smuggled petroleum.
Yes, Chairman.
We have no amendment.
Honorable members, according to the committee, there's no proposed amendment to clause 129. And the question is, all those in favor that clause 129 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 129 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 130.
Petroleum for power generation.
Is it 131? Chairman, clause 131.
No amendment.
Honorable members, there is no amendment according to the committee. And the question, all those in favor that clause 131 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 131 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now, clause 132.
Exportation of petroleum products.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed at page 4 of today's order paper, addendum 2.
Honorable members, the committee has made proposal to clause 132, and the proposal, the amendment is advertised on page 4. The amendment is before the House for consideration. Honorable members, I'll put a question. All those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment to clause 132 is adopted. Now, the question is, all those in favor that clause 132 as variously amended stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 132 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 133.
Requirements for exportation or re-exportation of petroleum products.
Yes, Chairman.
No amendment.
Honorable members, there's no amendment to clause 133 according to the chairman. Yes, Honorable Dr. Kabilu.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, true, this amendment is a committee amendment, but 133, we have another term, re-exportation, which I think it was agreed that we have to make definition of what re-exportation is. I don't know what the consensus was, because I know it came up. But because 132, we are talking of exportation, and exportation is defined. But in 133, we are introducing another term, re-exportation. It was this particular sense that we must define what re-exportation is, whether in that particular clause or at the interpretation section. I don't know what the guidance of the chairman and the committee was, but this was something that came up. So that we'll not be treating exportation and re-exportation as if they are one and the same. Thank you.
Chairman, what do you mean by re-exportation?
Mr. Speaker, the committee had issues with this re-exportation, which is basically an activity in which goods are brought into the country, probably repackaged, and then re-exported out of this country. And the committee deliberated whether this has to be defined in the interpretation or should be addressed in this this particular clause.
So it should find expression in the interpretation.
In the interpretation.
Okay.
So that there is no ambiguity.
Dr. Kabilu, is that okay? Thank you very much. Honorable members, all those in favor that clause 133 stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 133 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 134.
proof of export or re-export.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed as advertised on page 4 of today's order paper addendum 2.
Yes, honorable members, the committee has made amendment to clause 134, and it is advertised on page 4. It is before the House for consideration. I will now put the question. All those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment to clause 134 is carried. And the question is, all those in favor that clause 134 as variously amended stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 134 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. We now turn to clause 135.
Failure to provide proof of export or re-export.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
Honorable members, according to the committee, there's no advertised amendment to clause 135. And the question is, all those in favor that clause 135 stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 135 is ordered to be part of the bill. Clause 136.
Payment of duties and taxes on petroleum products.
Yes, Chairman.
No amendment, Mr. Speaker.
There's no amendment to clause 136 according to the committee. And the question is, all those in favor that clause 136 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 136 is ordered to be part of the bill. Clause 137.
Presence of proper officer during smelting.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
There's no advertised amendment according to the committee. And the question is, all those in favor that clause 137 stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 137 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 138.
Refund and remission.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
No advertised amendment according to the committee, Chairman. And the question is, all those in favor that clause 138 stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The clause 138 is ordered to be part of the bill. Clause 139.
Abatement of duty.
Yes, Chairman. Chairman, clause 139.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
No advertised amendment. And the question is, all those in favor that clause 139 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 139 is ordered to be part of the bill. Clause 140.
Drawback.
Yes, Chairman.
No amendment.
No amendment. All those in favor that clause 140 is part of the bill, say aye. All those in favor that clause 140 is part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Yes. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 140 is ordered to be part of the bill. Clause 141.
Removal articles.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
No advertised amendment according to the chairman. All those in favor that clause 141 is part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 141 is ordered to be part of the bill. Clause 142.
Forms of security.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed as advertised on page 4 of today's order paper addendum.
Honorable members, the committee is proposing an amendment to clause 142, and the amendment is found on page 4. It is before the House consideration. I'll go on to put the question, and the question is: all those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment to 142 is carried. Now, clause 142, as variously amended, is ordered to stand part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 142, as variously amended, is ordered to be part of the bill. Now, clause 143.
Surety.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
There's no advertised amendment to clause 143. And the question is: all those in favor that clause 143 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 143 is ordered to be part of the bill. Clause 144.
Release and cancellation of guarantee.
Yes, Chairman.
No amendment.
There's no proposed amendment to clause 144 according to the committee. All those in favor that clause 144 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 144 is ordered to be part of the bill. Clause 145.
Validity of bond.
Yes, Chairman.
No amendment.
There's no amendment as per the chairman's. All those in favor that clause 145 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 145 is ordered to be part of the bill. Clause 146.
Recovery of liability of duty.
Yes, Chairman.
No amendment.
There's no amendment, says the chairman. And the question is: all those in favor that clause 146 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 146 is ordered to be part of the bill. Clause 147.
Officer to have powers of police.
No amendment.
There's no amendment according to the chairman. And the question is: all those in favor that clause 147 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 147 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 148.
Power to search persons.
Yes, Chairman.
No amendment.
According to the committee, there's no amendment to clause 148. All those in favor that clause 148 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 148 is ordered to be part of the bill. Clause 149.
Restrictions on search of persons.
Yes,
Chairman.
No amendment.
Yes, Chairman says there's no amendment. The question is: all those in favor that clause 149 is part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 149 is ordered to be part of the bill. Now cross 150.
Power of arrest of person and detention of goods.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed as advertised on page 4 of today's order paper addendum 2.
Yes, Chairman. Honorable members, according to the Chairman, there is a proposed amendment, and that amendment has been advertised on page 4. The amendment is now before the House for consideration. Now the question. The question is, all those in favor of the proposed amendment to cross 150? Yes, Leader?
Mr. Speaker, Chairman also explained why they are deleting detain. Why are you deleting detain? Because when you arrest somebody, you also will usually detain the person. So what is the fear or what is the worry that is necessitating the decision to delete or detain? Because, see, you are interested in the goods, but the person has also committed or is suspected to have committed an offense. So beyond just the goods, you are also interested in dealing with the issue of criminality. So I don't see why the customs officer cannot detain the person.
Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, the committee was of the view that it is okay to arrest, but detention is not in the hands of the customs. And therefore, they can report or surrender you to the appropriate agency to detain you. So you can be detained, but not by the customs. Exactly.
Leader, are you okay? Honorable members, all those in favor of the proposed amendment to cross 150 say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment to cross 150 is carried. Now the question is, all those in favor that cross 150 as variously amended stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 150 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Cross 151.
Power to patrol freely.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
There's no amendment according to the committee. And the question is, all those in favor? Yes, sir, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, if I may take you back to 150. After deleting arrest, after deleting and detain in 152, in 153, there's also reference to and detain. Which says, where a person who is liable to arrest under this act escapes from an officer who attempts to arrest that person, any officer may afterwards arrest and detain that person at any place and time in the country.
Speaker, there should be consequential amendment to that as well.
Thank you, Chairman.
I'm saying that the amendment that we propose in 150 should have consequential amendment on 3 as
Very
well,
well.
in order to delete that.
So, drafting department. Yes. So the amendment that was carried should be consequentially applied to 3. Yes. Thank you so much. Leader, thank you. Very well. Leader, thank you for that. Let's turn to clause 151. 152. Clause 152.
Power to
No,
search
Mr.
premises.
Speaker. No, not 152. The same 150. Because 154 also says an officer shall not detain a person under this act for more than 48 hours. So once we begin to delete all reference to detention, then the entire clause, subclause 4, has to go.
Yes, Chairman of, yes.
But you see, what it means is that the customs placed at the various borders, the borders may not necessarily be close to a police station that has a detention facility. So how is it operationally feasible that every time that they arrest somebody, they are unable to detain that person? They must send the person to another institution to detain. How feasible is that? Because they don't have detention facilities, or let's say if they have detention facilities, by this bill, we're saying that they cannot detain, which means that they have to send the arrested person to the nearest police station for the person to be detained. How feasible is it going to be for our customs officers to implement this legislation?
Thank you. Yes, Chairman of the Legal and Constitutional. Okay, Chairman, let me listen to it. I'll come back to you.
Speaker, I think that what the majority, my respected majority leader is saying, is really apt, because if we are talking about detention, do they even have the facility to detain? They do not. Yes, the custom officers do not. And even if you look at the rendition here, where a person who is liable to arrest, 153, where a person who is liable to arrest under this act escapes from an officer who attempts to arrest that person, any officer may afterwards arrest and detain that person at any place. In itself is problematic. And then you go on to say, and time in the country. So the problem here is even the detention facility. As to whether or not they even have powers to arrest and detain, that I do not think that they don't. They have powers to arrest. But where are they detaining the people when they do the arrest? So if we are taking detention out, then like the majority leader is saying, we may as well take 4 off to say that any officer shall not detain. So that should not even come. It shouldn't come. Very well.
Yes, Chairman of the Legal and Constitutional Affairs.
Speaker, we are agreeable that the power to detain rests with the police. This we all agree. So we are giving the power to arrest to the custom officer. Now there's a world of difference between detaining and holding. You can arrest and hold somebody until he's handed over or she's handed over to the appropriate authority for detention. So naturally, I think we have places where we call holding rooms, where when you arrest somebody, you can hold the person up. You are not detaining the person until the person is handed over. So I agree with leader that the consequential amendment of deleting detain should affect 4 completely. So we should delete 4 because 4 is of no consequence once we deleted a detain and
so it means you are in addendum with the leader.
Yes.
That 4 should go.
Yes.
Yes. So, leader, may you then put the amendment.
Okay. Because before leader comes, I was raising the issue about 3 as well. That is not just 4. 3 also makes mention of detention.
Yes, that yes. One, consequentially, we've already ordered the drafters to take care of it. Yes.
Very well.
So, leader, may you put the amendment for me for the deletion of 154.
Mr. Speaker, the proposal is to delete subclause 4 of clause 150. So delete subclause 4 of clause 150. I so move.
Well. Honorable members, sorry to take you back. There's a proposed amendment to delete clause 50 subclause 4. And that proposal has been made by the leader. All those in favor of that proposed amendment say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment. Yes, leader, aye.
Mr. Speaker, you can consequentially direct that anything that relates to detention of a person should be consequentially deleted.
Well. Yes. So, drafters, again, we direct that consequentially, anything that affects clause 150, especially in respect of detained, please take note of it and address accordingly. So now, is it 153? Yes. So 152, clause 152.
Power to search premises.
Yes, Minister, hold on.
Mr. Speaker, I just want us to go back to the section where we sought to delete the powers to detain. Mr. Speaker, if you look at clause 148, we say that power to search, 147, officer to have powers of police. And it says, for purposes of administration of this act, an officer has the same powers, authorities, and privileges as given by law to a police officer. And that includes the power to arrest and detain. So we should not delete those provisions. Otherwise, I think it will render this. That's what I said. Yes. Practically impossible to implement.
Yes, Honorable Minister, I think 147 is in respect of, for the purposes of this act.
Mr. Speaker.
You get, yes.
If you are to detain for 48 hours, does the customs people have the power to prepare somebody for court?
Where are you talking? Where are you talking from?
So you hand it over to the police.
Chairman, where are you talking from? Which clause are you? Chairman, let's hear you. Which clause?
154. 150 subclause 4.
150 sub. The clause 4. We've agreed that we should delete that.
It's also related to 147, which is referring. Anyway.
Yes, Honorable Ampim. Are you okay?
I'm okay, Mr. Speaker.
Well. So, honorable members, we turn to clause 153. 153.
Power to stop conveyance.
Yes, Chairman.
Yes, Speaker, no amendment.
Honorable members, there's no amendment according to the committee. And the question is, all those in favor that clause 153 stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 153 is ordered to be part of the bill. Clause 154.
Power to board conveyance.
Okay.
The Speaker, we have no amendment.
Yes. There's no amendment according to the committee. And the question is, all those in favor that clause 154 stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 154 is ordered to be part of the bill. Clause 155.
Power to seize abandoned conveyance.
Yes, Chairman.
No amendment.
There's no amendment according to the chairman of the committee. The question, therefore, is all those in favor that clause 154 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 154 is ordered to be part of the bill. We turn to clause 155.
Power to seize abandoned conveyance.
Mr. Speaker,
yes,
no
Chairman.
amendment.
Honorable members, there's no proposed amendment according to the committee. And the question is, all those in favor that clause 155 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 155 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 156.
Offenses relating to prohibited, restricted, or uncustomed goods.
Yes, Chairman.
Speaker, no amendment.
There's no amendment according to the chairman. And the question is, all those in favor that clause 156 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 156 is ordered to be part of the bill. Clause 157.
Penalty for conveyance liable to forfeiture.
Yes, Chairman.
No amendment.
No amendment. And the question is, all those in favor that clause 157 is part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 157 is ordered to be part of the bill. Clause 158.
Release of confidential risk management information.
Yes, Chairman.
No amendment.
There's no amendment according to the chairman. And the question is, all those in favor that clause 158 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 158 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 159.
Failure to cooperate with customs post-clearance audit.
Chairman,
Speaker, no amendment.
there's no amendment. And the question is, all those in favor that clause 159 is part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 159 is ordered to be part of the bill. Now we turn to clause 160.
Failure to enter goods.
Yes, Chairman.
The Speaker, no amendment.
There is no amendment according to the chairman. The question is, all those in favor that clause 160 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 160 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Let's turn to clause 161.
Failure to produce goods in a custom-controlled area.
Yes, Chairman.
Sir, we have no amendment.
Honorable members, there's no amendment according to the committee. The question is, all those in favor that clause 161 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 161 is ordered to be part of the bill. We turn to clause 162.
Unauthorized access to transit, shed, and goods.
Yes, Chairman.
The Speaker, no amendment.
There's no amendment. Honorable members, the question is, all those in favor that clause 162 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 162 is ordered to be part of the bill. Now, clause 163.
unauthorized presence in customs-controlled area.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
No amendment. The question is, all those in favor that clause 163 is part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, please let's respond. I beg of you. All those in favor, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 163 is ordered to be part of the bill. Now, clause 164.
Aiding unauthorized removal of goods from customs-controlled area.
Honourable members, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
Honourable members, there's no amendment according to the chairman. And the question is, all those in favor that clause 164 is part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 164 is ordered to be part of the bill. Return to clause 165.
Destruction of theft of goods in customs-controlled area.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
According to the committee, there's no amendment to clause 165. The question, therefore, is all those in favor that clause 165 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 165 is ordered to be part of the bill. Clause 166.
Filing of fraudulent drawback or refund claim.
Yes, Chairman.
No amendment.
Honourable members, no amendment according to the chairman of the committee. Yes, Honourable Kabilu, I guess you're a member of the committee.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, 166. I get the sense that this provision seeks to, punish fraudulent claims or refund claims, and we are saying that the person shall incur a penalty of 50% of the amount claimed and shall be prosecuted. The challenge, the gap I'm seeing is that it's like the law, we've not made provision for successful, unauthorized or fraudulent claims. If we've not made provision for that, and you are saying the person is entitled to pay 50% of the amount claimed, I don't think it's deterrent enough. I was of the view that we can change it to 150%. And if in any case, that would be deterrent. In any case, if the person is successful, you have also recovered your money back without prejudice to the fact that the person will be prosecuted. So this is what I am thinking regarding this particular provision. So if there is, otherwise, if there's guidance, because some people can make fraudulent drawback, if they are not successful but if they are successful with the claim, what happens? And you are saying they will be prosecuted. I think that's a criminal aspect. But the fine, the penalty part is 50% of the amount claimed. I don't think it is deterrent enough. That's just what.
Well. So, Chairman of the committee, honourable members, that is the side of Honourable Dr. Kabilu. Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, the understanding is that this is a penalty. And a penalty means that once you are caught, you pay what you were supposed to pay, but there's a penalty on top, which is the 50%. So it doesn't mean that you are going to pay 50% of your obligation. It will be your obligation plus 50%. That is my understanding, Mr. Speaker.
That's great. So, Doc. Yes.
Chair. So I get it. I'm trying to be persuaded by the explanation that his penalty is in addition to what would have been the outcome of the prosecution.
Yes.
If that is what we are understanding to mean that you'll be prosecuted in the course of the prosecution, there may be an order that you should pay back the amount so fraudulently claimed. And in addition to that, there is going to be an administrative penalty. Yeah. If that is a contest, and that is then I'm tempted to yield. Otherwise, I would. But in the interest of making it deterrent, I also still think that if we do this, it will still not take away anything, so that they know that in addition to to the fact that you may be prosecuted, administrative penalty, you can pay up to 150% of that. It doesn't also spoil the law in